One beta tester. In a dark room somewhere in the world, a young man yawned and rubbed his eyes. A bright blue glow from his PC screen illuminated his tired face and drooping eyes. On the screen in front of him was a game called Hierarchy Online. He had stayed up the past 2 nights after its launch, playing non-stop. The reason he was so relentless was because he wanted to reach the top 10 leaderboard. He had thought it would be easy since he waited for it to release, and was one of the first players to get to the 3rd area, but there were too many skilled rankers. His rank seemed to always hover between rank 50 and rank 20. He was incredibly frustrated by the fact that 20 other players had somehow figured out a better way to grind and stay ahead of him. He just had no clue what they were doing differently, since he had been playing with no breaks, besides eating and using the restroom. Damn no-lifers. He muttered to himself. He had also been only playing this game for 2 days and doing nothing else. But the irony fell short on him as he was incredibly exhausted. He stared at his character on the screen with a blank, hopeless expression. In the games he usually played, he always made his characters buff, attractive, and heroic in appearance. Very much unlike his actual appearance, but everyone did it, so he didn't feel bad. As he looked at the character, he felt jealousy. In real life, he was just scrawny, pale, and looked like a shriveled grape. He had no social skills whatsoever and had never talked to a girl in his life, besides his mom and little sister. What made it even sadder is he was 18 now. He couldn't just wallow in self-pity. He needed to work so he could eat and not die. He had always gotten B's in high school, so that was at least something he could be proud of. But he hated how, even in the one thing he excelled in, he still wasn't the best. Couldn't I have at least tried harder in school? Maybe I wouldn't be in this situation if I did. He tried to focus on the game, but it was just too much. It wasn't worth the effort trying to get into the top 10, since there were so many tryhards in this game. He hit Alt plus F4 and shut down the game. It was much more satisfying to do it that way instead of just pressing quit. He sighed, trying to push any negative thoughts he had to the side. He had to get up early for work, so he at least wanted to enjoy something before sleeping. He glanced at a birthday card that was on his desk. It read, "Happy birthday, Matt. We hope you are doing well. We miss you. We included $50 for you in case you need it. Love you." As he stared at it, he just felt awful. He regretted the way he left home, but he had a long and complicated relationship with his family. Their acting so nice just made him feel like a shitty person. He closed the card so that he couldn't see the message anymore. His eyes were drooping more and he felt like shit. He really wanted to sleep, but he was so unsatisfied by his last experience, he needed to at least have some fun first, or else he'd have nightmares or fever dreams. He wanted to find a game that could at least bring him a bit of joy, so he started searching online to see if he could find anything. Even a puzzle game, he didn't care. He just needed dopamine right now. He chugged some soda and started his quest for a new game. As he scrolled through the search results, Matt couldn't find anything that looked fun and was free. He couldn't afford to burn more money on a game right now, and he especially didn't want to do that for a game that might be trash. To him, it seemed like all the games that had come out in the last year were all bad. Sure, some may have been fun for a bit, but it really felt like the quality was going down. In the past, he had a few heated arguments about this exact subject on Get. He mindlessly scrolled through page after page, but couldn't see anything that caught his attention. But just as he was about to turn off his PC and just go to sleep, he saw something. It seemed like clickbait, but it really spoke to him in the moment. "Can't find a good game. Looking for some fun. After playing this, you will never want to try another game again." It sounded like one of those sketchy ads you see on the side of a website, but it was one of the search results that had shown up when he searched Best Games of the Year. There didn't seem to be anything special about it, but he was weirdly drawn to it for reasons he couldn't explain. His internet street smarts usually kept him from clicking on sus links, but he was really starved for entertainment tonight and really needed something, anything. That's how he rationalized it at least. But he did want to be safe, so he first made sure his antivirus software was running. When he was ready, he clicked on it. He was interested in seeing what the site looked like. But after it finished loading, it was just a blank page with a big error, 404 on the screen and a little animation of a blue fairy. A dead link. He was disappointed. It was just nothing. He had kinda hoped it was meant to be and that he would find his new favorite game. But it was just a broken URL. He was about to close the browser when something strange happened. Text began appearing on the screen like it was being typed. It surprised him, and he instantly thought it could be a system admin for the site, but that didn't really make sense. That would be creepy if they could just type to random users. But then he read what was being typed and got scared. Beta system initializing, welcome player Matt. He froze in shock before quickly closing the page. Had a hacker somehow accessed his location and obtained his name? He didn't know what to do, but then remembered they could have gained access to his network. Fight or flight kicked in and he jumped out of his chair. He ran out of his room and into his foyer where the Wi-Fi modem was. He didn't want to waste any time, so he straight up unplugged it from the wall, cutting off its power. Exhausted from the adrenaline rush, Matt lazily returned to his room and collapsed into his chair, staring at the screen. He took a deep breath and chugged some more soda to calm his nerves. He realized now that it would have probably been faster to have turned his PC off first, but it didn't matter now that the Wi-Fi was disabled. He sat there trying to figure out how the hacker could have obtained his name, considering all the precautions he had taken to prevent that from happening, even going as far as running his own custom DNS server. He had had close calls with hackers before, but this was by far the worst. They had never managed to get his name before. As he sat and thought, text once again began appearing on his computer screen as if it were being typed in real time. He stared at the words with wide eyes. What's happening? My Wi-Fi is off. They shouldn't be able to connect. Beta system activation completing in 10 seconds, 9-8. Matt could only stare in horror as it seemed like someone was still accessing his computer, despite it being impossible. He was also puzzled by the words on his screen, but whatever was happening didn't seem good. Desperate to save his hard drive, he lunged for the power button on his PC. However, for some reason, it refused to budge even when he used all his strength. It felt almost as if it were sealed in place. As the timer on his screen counted down, all Matt could do was watch. 3, 2, 1. When the timer hit 0, the monitor turned black and the computer fans went silent. He sat there for a moment, wondering what had happened. Suddenly, a window popped up in front of him, although the screen remained black. It seemed as if the computer had turned back on, but something wasn't quite right. It was floating in the air in front of his face. A message on it read, "Thank you for being a beta tester, Matt. For your cooperation, you've been granted an exclusive beta edition of the system. Happy questing." He rolled backward over his bed and fell with a thud on the other side. He looked over his bed at the screen with wide eyes, on the verge of panic. But then he had a realization. Even though this feels pretty real, it's probably just a dream, right? Yeah, it's definitely just a dream. As he repeated this to himself, Matt took a moment to calm down. He decided to go with the explanation that it was a dream and reread the message before closing the window with a tap of his finger. It reminded him of a typical computer window. Matt thought to himself, beta, so is it like a game or something? After he closed the floating message, a few new boxes suddenly appeared in his peripheral vision. New quests. Get sufficient sleep 0/8 hours, reward, plus 8 XP. Eat vegetables for once in your life 0/1 plate, reward, plus 10 XP. Oh, so it really is like a game. Matt examined the quests and noticed that they all had specific requirements and rewards. If it's like a game, would this also work? Stats. Welcome to the status screen. Everything surrounded by is help text. It will disappear the next time you open your stats. Happy questing. Stats. Name Matt Peterson. Age 18. LVL level 1 XP 0/100. HP health 10/10. MP magic 00. Status effects. sleep deprivation minor, nutrient deficient minor. Attributes: SDR strength 6, Con constitution 8, Augie agility 8, Dex dexterity 11, Int intelligence 12, Luck 10. I didn't think that would actually work. He studied the page that showed up in front of him. He recognized that most of the features were very similar to a game. Though he didn't need the help text because he had played too many RPGs, it was nice to know the stats' full names in case of any differences to the games he knew. Strength 6, is it really that bad? Are you making fun of me? Reading that he only had 6 strength was a bit of a blow to his ego, but looking at his arm, he knew it wasn't wrong with how much like a stick he was. Although his stats were relatively low, Matt found himself hoping that this was not just a dream. If he could really improve himself through stats and quests, it would be the change he had always wanted. However, he knew it was likely too good to be true, so he decided to simply enjoy it while it lasted before waking up. Reading further, Matt noticed 2 strange entries in his status effects section as he was scrolling through the page. The first, nutrient deficient, was likely a result of his recent diet consisting mainly of junk food. It was also clear to him that the other effect, sleep deprivation, was probably caused by his bad sleep schedule. Looking above that, it seemed to describe his name and age, as well as his current level and XP required to level up. He was all too familiar with this type of menu after playing hundreds of games with similar setups. It even seemed similar to some light novels he had read. Matt glanced back at the quest menu and read it again. New quests. Get sufficient sleep 0/8 hours, reward, plus 8 XP. Eat vegetables for once in your life 0/1 plate, reward, plus 10 XP. The first one seemed like it would take a while, but it was easy to complete since all he needed to do was sleep. With the second one, all he needed to do was eat a plate of veggies, and he would get 2 more XP than the first quest without even having to wait hours. What's with that passive-aggressive insult? I've eaten vegetables before. Annoyed but curious to try it out, Matt headed to the kitchen and opened the refrigerator. He spotted a large head of broccoli, which he figured would be enough to complete the quest, and took a bite. It wasn't cooked, so it was a bit crunchy, but the taste wasn't bad, despite being a bit on the old side. After a few minutes, he finished eating, and a new message popped up just like he expected. Quest complete. Eat vegetables for once in your life, 1/1 plate. Plus 10 XP 10 100. It was good that he didn't literally have to eat it on a plate for it to count. That means that it just used plates as a measurement. Now with 1 quest down, there was only 1 left. I'm getting pretty tired, so I guess it's time for this dream to end. Wait, that doesn't make sense since I should already be sleeping. Oh well. He stumbled back into his bedroom and collapsed on the bed exhausted, falling asleep almost instantly. However, as he slept, something began to happen across the world. Beta testers chosen. Phase 1 beginning. 2 system. Matt rolled in his bed, trying to ignore the sun seeping through the window. Despite turning away from the window, a bright flashing light kept interrupting his sleep. He opened his eyes, slowly annoyed at the light, only to see a menu floating next to his face. In shock, Matt tumbled off the bed and fell headfirst straight onto the floor. Rubbing the top of his head, he stood up and peered over the edge of the bed at the floating blue menu that was flashing with a message. Quest complete. Get sufficient sleep 8/8 hours. Plus 8 XP 18 100. He stared blankly at the menu across the bed for a few seconds. Am I still dreaming or something? He stood up and looked at the menu, trying to disprove that it was there somehow, but it remained floating in the air above his bed. The top of his head still throbbed every few seconds from hitting his head on the floor. This doesn't feel like a dream, but this stuff doesn't happen in real life. There's no way this is real. He got closer to the menu and pressed the X in the corner of it, which make it pop out of existence. He stood there in silence for a few seconds when he thought of something to try to prove he was still dreaming. He used to be interested in lucid dreaming, and he knew a few ways to test if he was in one. He started by counting his fingers. All 10 were there and the counting worked fine. Then he pinched his nose and closed his mouth. Eventually, he felt the need to breathe but kept going. Eventually, he couldn't hold it anymore and gasped for air. Is this really not a dream? No, I can't give up yet. There's one last thing to try. Matt made his way over to the bathroom and stood in front of the mirror. Usually in dreams, mirrors don't work and show a distorted version of yourself. But everything seemed normal. Nothing was wrong with his messy black hair and brown copperish eyes. Heavy bags formed under his eyes but were less visual than normal. His frame was still scrawny, and he was still wearing his go-to white t-shirt and black shorts, which he forgot to change out of before bed. Everything seemed fine. If everything that happened last night was real, and if it's still real, then the stat screen should work. Once again he shouted stats, and a large screen popped up showing all of his information. Stats. Name Matt Peterson. Age 18. LVL 1 XP 18100 plus 8. HP 1010. MP 00. Status effects: sleep deprivation lesser, nutrient deficient minor. Attributes: SDR 6. Con 8. Augie 8. Dex 11. Int 12. Luck 10. He stared at the floating screen in front of him. His heart was racing in excitement. No way. Before this, life had become boring for Matt. Every day was the same, and even games stopped feeling fun. The emotions he felt now were more than he had felt for years. The excitement he had lost over the years of harsh reality started to resurface. He didn't know where to start, and the possibility of this being real completely overwhelmed him. Matt took a deep breath. He stared at the stats screen in front of him with a glimmer in his eyes. Every new game he played, he always enjoyed looking at the detailed stats of his character and optimizing everything. The screen in front of him was a treat. Can I really play real life? The more he thought about it, the more his heart raced. But before he could think about it anymore, a new screen suddenly appeared in front of him. New quests. Eat a healthy breakfast 0/1 plate, rewards, plus 6 XP. Go for a run 0/1 my rewards, plus 1 agility, plus 10 XP. He eyed the screen in front of him and read its information. Did these show up because I finished the other ones? The first one seems similar to the quest I completed last night. I'm still not sure how it measures a plate full. He glanced toward the second quest, and as he read it, his eyes went wide. The reward gives me plus 1 agility. Isn't that kinda overpowered? That would bring me up to 9. I wonder what happens when I increase a stat. Will I just get faster if my agility goes up? The thought that he could actually get faster and stronger by increasing his stats made his heart race faster. It was like a cheat code for real life. Well, I might as well get started on the first quest, since I need breakfast anyway. Matt closed the quest window and looked at his stats for a second before closing that menu too. His apartment is pretty small, but it includes a kitchen with some basic appliances. It was the best he could afford with his part-time job, and after spending most of his paycheck on PC parts and games. As he went to grab a box of junk cereal by habit, he remembered what the quest said specifically. A healthy breakfast, There was already a major problem with the quest. He didn't have any healthy food. The broccoli was the last of his vegetables, which were left over from a while ago. Not even one scrap of healthy food was in his apartment. He learned that the hard way as he opened every cabinet in the kitchen and checked the mini fridge as well. Most of the kitchen was stocked with leftover takeout, soda, and some chips. He was never the type to take care of his health. Looks like I'm going to have to go out anyway. Might as well get started on the running quest. Matt put on some sneakers and made his way to the front door. Before leaving, he opened the stats screen again and stared at it with excitement. He couldn't wait to get started and stepped out of his apartment. 3. Run. As he walked through town, he was brimming with energy due to his mood, which contrasted strangely with his weak and fatigued appearance. He made his way to a cafe near his house, which usually had some healthier options that he never ordered before. He only occasionally grabbed a coffee from there on his way to his part-time job. As he reached the cafe, he checked his quests to see how much of a mile he'd gone, but what he saw ruined his mood slightly. 0/1 mi. No progress was made in the quest, and he knew why. He just didn't like it. Go for a run. So because I was walking, not running, it didn't give me any progress. Can I even run for a whole mile? That's ridiculous. The reward makes more sense now. A bit bummed but still in a good mood, Matt headed into the cafe and sat down. It was brimming with people going about their day, some on laptops, others chatting. It was a very lively atmosphere, but he wasn't here to mess around. He needed to test something. I wonder if a sandwich counts as healthy. Maybe if I get lettuce on it, does it need to be on a plate? Without much else on the menu, he decided to order a basic club sandwich with lettuce and tomatoes included. After the waiter left with his order, he looked around the cafe and at all the people around him. This was the first time he felt different. Usually he felt like he was worse off than them and pitied himself. Whenever he saw someone happy, it just made him feel worse, like they had something he didn't. Now he actually had something, and it was way better than anything he could have imagined. After a few minutes, the waiter came back with his sandwich. He didn't hesitate and tried to eat it as fast as he could. He was no competitive eater, so it took him a few minutes. Once he finished, he was happy to hear the ding of the quest finishing. Quest complete. Eat a healthy breakfast 1/1 plate. Plus 6 XP 24 100. Looks like it didn't need to be on a plate, and just a sandwich with vegetables worked. I guess it just needs to be healthier than what I usually eat. Matt looked around the cafe and at the people one more time before leaving. He looked at his remaining quest with reluctance. He hated exercise, and so this was going to be awful. But he had to do it. There was no way he was going to turn down a whole stat point just because he didn't feel like it. He didn't want to waste this. It wasn't just about the quest. He didn't want to fall back to his old habits. He wanted to become better, and the system was a perfect way to do that. Now was the time more than ever to try. With one last look at the quest, he prepared himself and launched forward into a run. Even though it had only been a few seconds, he was already feeling the stress that it was doing on his body, but he persevered. He tried to keep a balance between actually running, but not going too fast to wear himself out anytime soon. But even with that strategy, it didn't last long. Matt crouched panting on the sidewalk. If it wasn't obvious from his stats, he wasn't fit. He barely had any muscle on him, which only made exercise exponentially harder. He pulled up his quest screen and stared with a disgusted expression. 0/1/1 mi. It felt like he had been running forever and all of his energy was gone, but he had only run 1/10 of a mile. When he looked behind him, he could even still see the cafe a few blocks in the distance. With a sigh, he sheared his determination and started to run again. Sweat was running down Matt's face and his whole body was burning with pain. His heart was beating fast in his chest, and it felt hard to take a breath. But he kept going. He had to stop every once in a while to regain some of his lost energy, but he continued forward. After about an hour, Matt collapsed onto a bench as he caught his breath. He looked at the progress bar with excitement, but he also wore an ugly expression. 0/5/1 mi. What would have taken someone with a normal fitness 10 minutes had taken him over an hour so far. It was mainly due to how many breaks he took in between runs, since his body just couldn't keep that pace for long. Now that it was pretty much guaranteed that he had to run for another hour, he complained in his mind. What sadist made this system? Who expects someone with low physical stats to run a mile? If it gave me a quiz, I would have been done in a couple of minutes. Matt was never good at physical activities, but often excelled at tasks that required more thought than brawn. He wasn't a straight-A student, but he definitely wasn't lacking intelligence. If he tried hard enough, he could probably ace his tests, but he just didn't feel like trying that hard for something he didn't care about. Maybe I should just give up. This thought briefly flashed through his mind. It was what he always defaulted to when something was too hard. No, how can I even think about giving up? I just got this system. I'm not going to let another chance go. I'm done doing that. Even though he dreaded running for another hour, he wasn't going to give up. For his entire life, all he did was just give up. Every time he hated himself for it. This time, it's gonna be different. He was determined, not to mention he was still curious about seeing what would happen when one of his stats increased. Would he instantly feel the effects, and by how much? Even if he wanted to abandon the quest, the system didn't give him any others. Who knows if it would just stop giving them to him until he completed this one. He still wasn't sure what caused the quests to generate, but he unlocked new ones the next morning when the others were completed. With the reward in his mind, he set off again down the street with newfound energy. His life was about to change forever, and it would start with this one agility point. All that stood in his way was one more painful hour of exercise. 4. Tutorial complete. Matt collapsed onto the ground after he heard the ding of a quest being completed. He was breathing heavily, and he could barely move his legs. Sweat poured off of him and soaked through his shirt. Even though this was the most worn out he had felt in a long time, he had a huge smile on his face as he looked at the menu that popped up in his vision. Quest complete. Go for a run 1/1 mi. +1 agility, +10 XP 34 100. He immediately felt something after the menu appeared and announced his reward. But he had trouble figuring out what felt different. He still felt just as exhausted, and he didn't feel any stronger. So if it's similar to an RPG, agility should be related to speed right. I guess I'm not exactly in the best state to test my speed right now. Matt was still laying flat on the ground while pain coursed through his legs and entire body. He would at least need to give himself some time to do proper testing. As he stood up, though, he immediately noticed something. I feel lighter, and somehow it was a little easier to get up than I thought it would be. Is that what it feels like to have more agility? I feel like my balance is better, too. It wasn't a noticeable difference, but it was still significant enough to tell that something had changed. Stats. Name Matt Peterson. Age 18. LVL 1 XP 34 100, +10. HP 1010. MP 00. Status effects: sleep deprivation lesser, physical strain greater. Attributes: SDR 6. Con 8. Agi 9 +1. Dex 11. Int 12. Luck 10. There it is, my agility is 9 now. So is 10 what a normal person has. My physique is so bad that it's below that. Even though his current stats didn't look very good, he was still excited about finally increasing one. Even the slight increase in mobility raised his mood a lot. He just felt better than he was used to. What would it be like to raise my strength and constitution then? Matt couldn't wait to test the system more and raise his stats. The only problem is that no new quests had appeared so far, and also he was exhausted. It seems like even his system could tell, since he had a new status effect too. So what do I do now? Is there a way to get new quests to show up? Just as Matt finished that thought, a ding sounded again and another menu appeared in his view. Final tutorial quest completed. Tutorial mode deactivating. Skills unlocked. New system skills available. Matt's eyes widened at the new messages that were flying into his view, and they didn't stop. Quests tab unlocked. Daily quests unlocked. New quests available. A ton of messages floated in front of him as he stood there trying to understand all of them. There was too much to process, so Matt decided to just read them one by one. Tutorial mode, so now I'm in the real game or something. Matt looked down the messages until his eyes landed on one that really caught his attention. Skills, well, no time like the present. Stats. Stats. Name Matt Peterson. Age 18. LVL 1XP 34 100. HP 1010. MP 00. Status effects. Sleep deprivation lesser, physical strain greater. Attributes. SDR 6. Con 8. Augie 9. Dex 11. Int 12. Luck 10. Skills new. Inspect LV 1 map LV 1. Map seems pretty obvious. That should be useful later, and inspect is a classic, though it's usually called analyze or something. Without waiting, Matt shouted, inspect. Nothing happened. Matt felt embarrassed that he just yelled that in public and nothing happened. He actually just realized that he's probably been making a fool of himself by shouting stats every time he opened the menu. Theoretically, he could just think the words, unless the system is picky or something. With a sigh, he focused again on how to activate his new skill. Damn system, you could have told me it was a passive skill. After that thought, he looked down at his shoes and focused. After a few seconds, something popped up in front of him. White sneakers equipped. A pair of shoes. Matt smiled when he saw that it worked, but his smile faded when he read the panel. Well, thanks, I already knew they were shoes. It's barely giving me any info. After closing the menu, he looked around for something else to inspect. Soon, he found a pebble on the ground. He held it in his hand and focused on it. Rock. A small rock. Yeah, that doesn't help me, system. I already know it's a rock. Matt threw the rock away and went back to looking at his stat menu. There's one more skill called map. I already know what it does, but might as well try it out. Matt was about to shout again when he realized that he might only have to focus for it to work. He focused on the skill activating, and a square screen opened in front of him. It contained a section of the sidewalk that he was standing on, as well as a blue glowing dot in the center. Large letters above the dot spelled out U, and just as someone walked by, a white dot moved quickly across the screen. So now, I would say that this was more useful than inspect right now, if it wasn't for the fact that the map seems to only show the area right around me. It doesn't seem very useful for navigation. Matt sighed again. He was looking forward to checking out his new skills, but they both seemed pretty useless until he leveled them up. But even if he was slightly disappointed, he still kept both of them active so that hopefully they would level up soon. I still need to check out the new quests, but I should probably head home first before I embarrass myself more. With that, he made his way back to his apartment at a not-running speed. 5 problems. As Matt made his way back home, he took his phone out of his pocket and checked the time. 2:05 p.m. It's later than I thought, but I guess I did sleep in. He put his phone away and finished the walk to his apartment complex. It was a large tan building fairly close to downtown. His apartment resided on the 3rd floor of the building, which had an old staircase leading up to it. The apartment had an elevator, but Matt hated how it rattled and was afraid that it would fall one of the times he used it. So he always used the stairs. It was probably the only thing that kept his physical stats from being even lower. Matt unlocked the door to his apartment and stepped inside. It was a mess with clothes thrown around and empty soda cans on the floor. He never had anyone over, so he couldn't find an excuse to clean up. He definitely wasn't the most disciplined person you could find. He headed over to his PC chair and sat down before recalling the system messages that showed up after the running quest. So it said that new quests were available, but they always showed up as a small menu. I don't see any menus now. Should I just open it the same way I do stats? Without holding off any longer, Matt shouted quests. General. New take a shower reward, plus 4 XP. New pick up laundry 0/14, reward, plus 6 XP. New wash dishes 0/23, reward, plus 8 XP. New clean up trash 0/43, reward, plus 12 XP. New do push-ups 0/100 reward. +2 strength, +20 XP. Daily. Daily quests not available in beta. Ugh. Are you my mom or something? Why is it all chores? Also, what's with 100 push-ups? Is this system trying to kill me? He sighed and took a second to calm down. The quest window flashed in front of his face while he wore an ugly expression. The last quest already wore me out enough. Why are all these physical? Am I just unlucky? Matt eyed the screen in front of him and noticed something strange. Daily quests aren't available. Apparently this is some sort of beta. Well, I guess it doesn't really matter right now. I have other problems. He complained as he picked up an empty soda can from the floor. Just as before, trash and clothes covered the floor, but there was also an assortment of used plates and other dishes on his desk. He tossed the empty can he was holding into the trash, and as he did, he noticed a change in the quest. Clean up trash 1/43. This is going to take forever. Fine, I'll play your game system. I'm used to grinding quests. After making up his mind, he got to work collecting the trash around his room first. He decided to take the quests one at a time just so that it would be more rewarding. He would receive the XP from the quests he finished first, and it would motivate him to continue. After gathering the trash into one spot, he dumped all of it into the trash can next to his desk. He then checked his progress again. Clean up trash 21/43. Okay, 2 more rooms to go. Matt made his way to the kitchen living room area of his apartment and started picking up trash again. He managed to dump most of it into the kitchen trash, but some of it wouldn't fit, which made him take out another bag and dump the rest inside it. Clean up trash 38/43. He entered his small bathroom and collected any trash he could find. He then took it back out into the living room and stuck it in the extra bag. Quest complete. Clean up trash 43/43. +12 XP 46/100. Nice, one quest done. Now which one should I do next? Matt looked through the quests again for a moment. I don't want to take a shower before I finished cleaning or else I'll just get dirty again. So maybe I'll try the dishes. Matt headed into the kitchen area of his apartment and got started on the next quest. It didn't take too long since he didn't have too many dishes anyway. Quest complete. Wash dishes 23/23. +8 XP 54/100. Nice, I'm already past halfway in XP. I'm kinda wondering what leveling up will be like. He made his way back to the main area of his apartment, but just as Matt was about to start on the next quest, he heard a loud knocking at his door. The banging echoed through Matt's apartment, followed by a booming voice. Matt, are you there? It's me, open up. Matt flinched before unlocking the door and looking up at the bearded man standing there with his arms crossed. You were supposed to drop off your rent in my office yesterday, Mr. Benson said in a calm but firm tone. Matt backed up slightly as the large man looked down at him. I can explain, Mr. Benson, he said. Then do it, Mr. Benson said as he tapped his foot quickly. Look, I promise I'll get the money soon. I've just been busy lately. Mr. Benson sighed and leaned against the doorframe. You said that last time and the time before that. Matt was trying to figure out how to respond when Mr. Benson spoke up again. I've about had it with you and your excuses, Matt. I let it slide the last 2 times, but if you miss another month of rent, I'm going to have to evict you. He hesitated to get the next words out. I'm nice, so I'll drop the last 2 months you owe me, but you better get me this month's rent by the end of the week or you're out. Got it? I'll get it. I promise I won't miss the payment, Matt said. You better not. No second chances. If you miss it again, you're gone, Mr. Benson said before sighing one more time and heading back down the hallway, leaving Matt alone again. A ding quickly sounded in the room. New quest available. Don't tell me. 6 rewards. Matt blinked a few times at the new pop-up in front of him. It felt like it was mockingly starting back at him. New quest. Pay the rent 43,800. Reward. plus mystery reward plus 30 XP. 7D9H 23M left. He quickly studied the quest until something caught his attention. Mystery reward? What does that even mean? Just tell me what it's gonna be, he exhaled, slightly annoyed. He was just being grumpy, though. The prospect of a reward made him excited, even if it was a mystery. So far, it seemed like the system only gave him XP and sometimes a stat point. This was the first time he had seen a different type of reward. Maybe it was dependent on the type of quest. It seemed like the XP amount kept changing, too. One last thing he noticed was that there was a timer on the quest. It seemed like he had to finish it in a week to get the reward. There was no way he was going to give up on such an interesting reward. He had to get the money now. He closed out of the quest and stared around his apartment. There were still clothes laying all over the ground, but other than that, it looked cleaner than it ever had. Even just with the trash cleaned up, it was looking significantly better. Well, I guess I better get started on the clothes. I don't know what I'm going to do about getting the rent money, but I guess I'll just have to worry about that tomorrow. With that, Matt went around picking up any thrown-away clothes he could find as the counter on the quest slowly ticked up. Pick up laundry 5/14. After a few more rounds around his apartment, he managed to gather all of the clothes and dump them into the laundry basket in his bedroom. Another ding sounded as the quest finished. Quest complete. Pick up laundry 23/23. Plus 6 XP 6100. The last cleaning quest is done. I hate cleaning, but that wasn't as hard as I thought it was going to be. Matt looked at his general quests again to see what was left. General. Take a shower reward, plus 4 XP. Do push-ups 0/100 reward, plus 2 strength, plus 20 XP. New pay the rent 43,800 reward, plus mystery reward, plus 30 XP. Matt glanced at the shower quest before looking down at himself. His clothes were nasty due to his recent run, and also just the fact that he hadn't showered in 3 days. He would often put off showering since he couldn't be bothered to wash laundry and prepare everything. I really don't want to live like this anymore. Everyone pushed him away because he just wasn't pleasant to be around. If I put in a little effort, I can be better. The system's just a bonus, or maybe a sign that it's time to change. With a renewed fire in his eyes, Matt decided which quest to do next. Push-ups it is. He made his way to the bedroom and laid down face first on the floor with his hands out. He lined up his legs and pushed away from the floor once, completing a push-up. Do push-ups 1/100. That wasn't very hard. This is going to be a breeze. A minute later, Matt panted and gasped for air as he pushed up with his shaking arms. Sweat dripped from his face and landed on the floor. Do push-ups 7/100. It keeps getting so much worse every time. Why is this so hard? He pushed up from the floor again, but his arms shook more this time. Do push-ups 12/100. How do other people do this every day? Is 100 a normal amount, or is it a lot? After a few more minutes, Matt collapsed onto the ground, out of energy. Do push-ups 14/100. This is no use. I can't do any more. He stared at the screen above him as he caught his breath on the floor. Do I have to do it all at the same time? There isn't a time limit, so I guess not. Matt stood up and noticed that his clothes and face were completely drenched in sweat. There was also a small puddle on the floor where he just was. I really need a shower. I stink bad. He got into the shower and thought for a while. It feels like a whole day has passed between the cafe and now. I can't believe it's the same day still. The system is incredible, and I still feel like I'm going to wake up and it's going to be gone. He opened his stats again just to look. Stats. Name Matt Peterson. Age 18. LVL 1 XP 6100, plus 6. HP 1010. MP 00. Status effects: sleep deprivation lesser, physical strain critical. Attributes: SDR 6. Con 8, Augie 9, Dex 11, Int 12, Luck 10, Skills, Inspect LV, 1 Map LV 1. He looked away from his stats and at the floor of the shower. I don't know how I'm going to pay the rent. I'm broke. My paycheck this week won't cover it either. Potential solutions ran through Matt's head, but he ended up with nothing that could get him out of the situation. I just need money. He sighed again. Oh well, I'll leave that to future me. Quest complete. Take a shower. Plus 4 XP 64 100. Matt made his way back to his bedroom, stretching his arms and yawning. He looked at the clock next to his bed. 9:46 p.m. I guess I could use some sleep. I'm exhausted from all these physical quests. He browsed through his quests again before closing out of the menu and sitting down on his bed. As he thought about the skills and the system, a smile formed on his face. This was the best day ever. I don't know who to thank, but I'm going to use this to change my life. Matt laid back in his bed, worn out from the constant exercise and cleaning. As he closed his eyes, he passed out from exhaustion. In a dark alley, somewhere in the world, a man stood with a wide smile on his face. He stared at the screen in front of him, full of pride. Quest complete. Defeat punks 10/10. Plus mystery reward, plus 50 XP 83 144. Ha, that's what you get for messing with me. I even got a nice reward for my efforts. He wiped the blood from his fists on his clothes and made a strange, glowing box appear in his hands. Now let's see what this so-called mystery reward is. 7 late. Matt slowly woke up again as his alarm rang and the sun came through the blinds. He stretched and yawned as he rubbed the sleep from his eyes. It was a nice sunny Monday morning. As he looked around the room, he glanced at the clock, which, once again, made him fall backward off the bed. 8:43 a.m. Damn alarm clock, I'm late. He threw on his work clothes as fast as he could and ran out the door. The bookstore he worked at was within walking distance from his apartment, but it would still take him at least 10 minutes to get there, even running. He made his way through the streets that led to his work, dodging people as he ran as fast as he could. The owner of the bookstore glared at Matt as he arrived at work. She stood at the entrance, tapping her foot impatiently. She was a shorter lady, always wearing reading glasses. She must have been in here late 30s, but Matt never asked. You should have told me if you didn't want the job anymore, she said. I'm sorry, I really didn't mean to be late, Matt replied. Don't apologize, just get to work, the owner said, before walking back into the store without giving Matt another look. Matt followed her into the bookstore, taking a moment to look around. The store had an ancient feel, with a distinct old book smell despite being stocked with new books. There were only a few people browsing the aisles at this early hour. As Matt entered the storage room, the owner turned to him and handed him a large box of books. The mystery section needs to be restocked with these, she said. All the other boxes here have labels with their genre. Don't forget to stock them alphabetically like last time. Once you're done with all of these, see me again. With that, she left Matt alone in the storage room with a heavy box of books in his arms. Just as he was about to get started, a ding sounded in the room. New quest. Stock the shelves 0/12 boxes, reward. Plus 1 strength, plus 12 XP. Another stat point, strength this time. I was already going to carry the boxes, but it created a quest anyway. Matt looked from the box in his hand and back to the quest. So quests seem to show up based on what I'm doing or plan on doing. Normally quests are just static in RPGs. He found it funny how a feature game developers have been trying to crack for decades was just built into his system, seemingly with no effort. Box in hand, he made his way back into the main section of the store and found the mystery section. The box was heavy enough for him to break a sweat, but it wasn't too much for his current strength. It seemed like his boss knew his limits based on how scrawny his arms looked and wouldn't give him too unreasonable of a task. This is already a lot easier than the push-ups and running quests. I'm surprised it's giving me a stat point. Well, I guess it makes sense since this involves strength. He finished carrying the box to the mystery section and quickly sorted the books onto the shelf. It only took a few minutes, and when he was done, he grabbed another box from the storage room and brought it to its section. He did this for a while and eventually checked the quest to see his progress. 10/12 boxes. Okay, almost there. Matt repeated this until clearing the quest, and his body was immediately filled with an amazing feeling. Some of the fatigue he gained from carrying the boxes vanished, and his legs were less wobbly. Quest complete. Stock the shelves 12/12. +1 strength, +12 XP 76 100. Wow, I still can't get over the feeling of gaining a stat point. Is this what it's like to be stronger? Matt looked over his body and also noticed that his arms were a tiny bit less scrawny. It seemed like they had more meat on them. His legs also looked like they were more filled out and less likely to snap in half with too much pressure. Not much of an improvement, but at least it's something. I think 10 is probably the average amount of points people have in every stat, so I'm still below average by 3 whole points. Finishing his assessment, he made his way back to the front of the store to find the owner. Once he saw her, he approached her for his next task. She glanced at him and then spoke up. "Oh, that was fast. I thought it would take you way longer." Matt ignored that remark. "So what should I do next?" She opened up an organizer and flipped through the pages for a moment before landing on one. "As you know, we're going to have a book signing in a few days, but the posters need to be put up on the front window and around the store. I don't think it should be too hard for you to handle." She closed the organizer and handed him a stack of posters. "New quest. Put up posters 0/30, reward, +10 XP. Matt only glanced at the quest that popped up for a second before starting. He had already gotten used to that screen every time someone asked him to do something. As he walked through the store hanging posters, he also used his inspect skill on anything new, including the posters. Small promotional poster. A poster. He continued hanging posters in random places around the store. He placed them anywhere that seemed like it would catch someone's eye. Once he was down to a few posters left, he put the rest inside the front windows of the store. With that, another quest was done. Quest complete. Put up posters 30/30. +10 XP 86 100. I'm really getting pretty close to leveling up. Only 14 points left. I can't wait to see what that does. If it's like the game, then maybe I'll get some stat points to spend. Matt wandered through the store, daydreaming about his future level up. 8 stat training. Lost in thought, Matt walked through the bookstore, occasionally reading the titles of books on the shelves he passed. Matt opened a random book out of boredom, even though he wasn't much of a reader. However, he found himself getting lost in this science book, which contained diagrams of gravitational fields, theories on black holes, and even a section on quantum physics. Science was the only class that Matt took seriously in high school, and this book reminded him of why he enjoyed it so much. But as he was reading, a noise suddenly chimed. Training successful. +1 intelligence. His jaw dropped in surprise as he felt a sudden wave of focus wash over him. His thoughts seemed to become faster and clearer, as if a weight had been lifted from his mind. It was a sensation similar to the alertness that follows a cup of coffee. I can raise my stats by doing things. He almost dropped the book he was holding. I guess it makes sense since that's how people raise their real stats, but this is way too fast. Without thinking, he picked up another book. This one was history. He sat in the corner of the bookstore reading for a while, but nothing popped up again. Was it a fluke? Maybe I just need to read more. As he was nose-deep in the history book, he heard a loud voice directly in front of him, startling him out of his trance. Matt. It was his boss. I was just taking a break. I finished everything. You did that fast? You usually take forever, and I wonder if you even want this job. Obviously, he couldn't tell her that XP was the reason for his newfound job efficiency. I guess I just got faster after working here so long. She gave him a look again, and then headed for the door. Help me close up. New quest. Close up the shop reward, plus 2 XP. Okay, come on, only 2 XP. Matt sighed and followed behind her and finished up his work for the day. He turned off the lights in the back and dumped out the trash cans. Quest complete. Close up the shop. Plus 2 XP 88 100. Why even give me a quest? Well, I guess it's still free XP. As he left the bookstore, Matt couldn't help but grin with excitement. The cool air outside only added to his good mood as he made his way home. Matt jogged down the sidewalk, skipping a step every so often. This system is awesome. I can't wait to see what else it can do. It seems like I can gain XP from training. But I didn't get free agility points by running, I only got the quest reward. I wonder what the conditions are for training. He looked around and noticed he was almost home. There were people walking past in all directions, seemingly with places to be. But suddenly he stopped in his tracks. Wait, what if I went to the gym? That would be a gold mine for strength points. He turned around and quickly headed for the local gym. Wait, where's the gym? He suddenly realized that he had no idea. It's not like he ever planned on using it before. He pulled out his phone but saw it was dead. Damn, I feel so lucky and unlucky at the same time recently. Then he had a thought. Wait, can I use my system map? I guess it wouldn't hurt to try. Map. A map of the surroundings popped up in front of him, though it only showed his icon and icons for anyone around him. I wonder if this will work. Show me the route to the gym. Errors. Map level does not meet the requirements. Okay, so I need to level it up. Too bad I forgot to turn it on this morning. I was in such a rush. At least I had it on all day yesterday. He turned on the map and walked down the street in a random direction, hoping he was close to leveling it up. He had never really done this before. He always had someplace he needed to be and never walked aimlessly. But it was surprisingly refreshing, and it was fun to take note of the people around him and the buildings he passed. About an hour had already passed, but he had yet to receive a level-up notification. If it doesn't level up soon, I'll just use my phone to find the gym. I don't want to waste all day on this. He used also inspect on anything he passed. Interestingly, using it on people seemed to make it error. Although inspect didn't level up, he did hear a ping. Map has leveled up. LV1, LV2. Awesome, I wasn't sure if it was actually gonna happen today. Okay, let's try this. Map. The map appeared in front of him again, but this time it was bigger. It showed the section of town he was in, and there were red dots all over it which had names. One of them said gym. Nice, the map is actually useful now. He tapped on the gym's dot, but nothing happened. Oh, I guess no auto-routing yet, so I'll just use the map to find my way. He headed towards the gym, leaving the map on to orient himself and also to level it up. After 15 minutes, he arrived in front of the gym. Matt stepped through the threshold and saw lots of equipment and a bunch of buff dudes doing their daily workouts. He walked towards the equipment nearest to him, but before he could reach it, he heard a shout. Hey, you need to pay for a pass. It was the receptionist. Oh, sorry, I've never been to a gym. He walked up to the counter and smiled awkwardly. So you want a monthly or a yearly? How much is the monthly pass? $60. That's way too much. He suddenly looked embarrassed. He didn't mean to shout that aloud. He looked back at her. Don't you have a day pass or something? No, can't have randos making the equipment dirty. Okay, well, I'll think about it, thanks. He stepped out of the gym with a glum look. Shit, I really need money. Just thinking about how much rent he owed made him sick. He even had one of the cheapest apartments he could find in the city. If he was kicked out, he would just be homeless, and that was that. Matt needed money, and soon. He already made about $300 a week from his part-time job, but it wasn't enough after bills, taxes, food, and his spending habits. Adding what he had in his wallet, he still needed over $400 more for his rent as well. Lost in thought, Matt didn't notice a huge figure slowly approaching him. 9, an old friend. As Matt was trying to figure out his money situation, a large figure stopped in front of him. "Wait a minute, is that you, Matt?" He looked up and saw a tall, muscled body towering over him. Even his shadow looked built. "Shit, it's Chad." The person who bullied him the most in high school was standing right in front of him, looking as smug as ever. A chill ran through Matt's spine as he recalled how Chad made his life miserable back in high school. It's trauma that wouldn't just disappear. Chad was always popular, had a lot of money since he was born into a rich family, and always seemed to be good at everything. Even though he was hurt by him, Matt was jealous of his life. He often compared himself to Chad whenever he had thoughts about not being good enough. This man was probably the main reason Matt ended up the way he was. "Oh, hey, Chad," he stuttered, just wanting the conversation to end as fast as possible and run. He could technically just walk away, but he didn't want to even consider making Chad angry. Just the thought made him tremble. "You're still built like a stick. Do you even know what a treadmill is?" Chad laughed and then put his arm on Matt's shoulder, putting him in a chokehold. "Hey, I know, why don't we work out together? It'll be fun. Reminds me of when we used to hang back in school." Matt knew Chad well, and this was another setup for humiliating him. You'd think Chad was an idiot if you only judged by looks, but his grades used to be even higher than Matt's. There was no way this was just a friendly invite. "Sorry, I don't have a pass. I guess I'll be going." Matt tried to go, but Chad held onto him tighter. "Why don't you have a pass? You could really use one, or else you'll be a stick man the rest of your life and never get any girls." "It's too expensive," Matt muttered. He instantly looked sheepish after he said this. He knew it would just be more ammo for Chad. "Can't afford it. No girls, no money, a twig for a body. Wow, you really are a loser just like you used to be." Chad laughed, amused by his new prey. Then his face lit up. "Hey, why don't I buy you one, and then you can repay me later?" This was typical Chad behavior. He loved extorting people. It felt like he ate misery for breakfast. Matt knew this wasn't going to end well if he didn't find a way to leave right now. "No, I really have to go, but thanks." With one quick push, Matt slipped out of Chad's grasp and sprinted as fast as he could. It definitely didn't look subtle that he wanted to get out of there, but he didn't care. "I can't believe I still have to deal with that guy's shit." Of course, he'd be hanging out around the gym. After having run about a mile, Matt started to calm down from his stressful encounter. His mouth grew into a grin as he had a thought. He had the system. It was going to be different now, if only he could get stronger. I actually have something he doesn't for once. Realizing this, he started to make his way home, more motivated than ever. "I'm gonna get strong using this system, and then no one is gonna push me around. I'm actually gonna do something with my life, not just be someone Chad can push around." After a few minutes, he reached his apartment. After stepping inside, he fully realized how much cleaner it was. It felt nice to not come home to a landfill. "Okay, so I still have a few quests I can do and get them out of the way. Now that I know I can train, I need to think about what I can do that will get me stats." Matt headed over to his bedroom, looking around at the freshly cleaned space before opening his quests. Quests. General. Pay the rent 43,800. Reward. Plus mystery reward plus 30 XP. Do push-ups 14/100. Reward. Plus 2 strength plus 20 XP. Nice, the push-ups quest saved its progress. Well, I guess I might as well finish it. I think if I take a few breaks, I can get it done fast. Matt got down on the floor and started the quest again. Do push-ups 18/100. Damn, this is hard. Even if this didn't give me a stat point, I think I would still get some muscle from it. Do push-ups 29/100. He was dripping sweat, and his whole body was in pain yet again. Do push-ups 36/100. He finally collapsed on the floor, arms and core too shaky to continue. Hugh, at least I got in a few more than last time. I think I might be able to do some more later, but for now, I'm done. He got up and changes his clothes, stretching a bit to work out the tension in his muscles. I guess I need to solve the money issue. Even if I got another part-time, I wouldn't get my paycheck in time. He looked glum again. If only the system could help with his money problem, but it only gave him stats and stuff. I guess I'll look online. He turned on his PC and started searching for ways to make money. He had done this in the past when he was short on money, but everything was always either a scam, barely paid anything, or was too much work. After searching for a bit, he realized that the only way he was gonna make the money by the end of the week was either odd jobs like food delivery or dog walking. If he did it enough, he could probably make what he needed by the end of the week. I guess it's my only choice. With that thought, he downloaded a common food delivery app and made an account. He clicked on one of the jobs and accepted it. Apparently, he would get $12 for it. Suddenly, a screen appeared in front of him, and it wasn't his phone. New quest. Deliver food 0/1 order, reward, plus 15 XP. Wait, so I get stuff from the system too? Awesome. This is like an XP cheat code. Now filled with newfound energy, he ran out of his apartment before stopping. His face dropped. I don't have a car. He yelled, his shout able to be heard by the entire apartment block. 10 level up. Matt ran through the streets, bumping into people every so often. He had to make it to the restaurant and then to the delivery location in a decent time frame. But the problem once again was that he didn't have a car or a bike. So instead, he ran. Training successful. +1 agility. Oh, come on. He saw the notification, and though he was happy about the extra agility, it felt like he was being mocked. Though he started to run faster as his body was filled with newfound agility, and after a few minutes, he finally arrived at the pizza place. The bell on the door chimed as he walked in and told them he was picking up an order. He then collapsed on one of the waiting benches to rest. Is there really no other way to make money? He looked around the restaurant using Inspect on random objects that entered his gaze. He also still had his map open. Both had yet to level up, though. I would have just canceled the job if it wasn't for the XP. Damn, I really need at least a bike, but they're usually over $100. The front counter worker waved him over and gave him his order. After resting for a bit while waiting, Matt felt a little more refreshed. I usually don't recover this fast. Is the new agility helping? So it doesn't just mean speed, but it seems to change my physique to allow me to run better. Checking his phone, he saw that the place he needed to drop it off at was around 1.5 miles away. In a car, that wouldn't be a big deal. But on foot, that was another issue. Welp, might as well start running, or I'll never get there. He stretched a bit and then started sprinting toward his destination. The wind on his face made him feel chilled as he ran. Wait, wind, I think this is the fastest I've run before. His speed was about equivalent now to the average healthy adult, but his physique used to be equivalent to an anemic elderly man. It was quite different from what he was used to. With a smile on, he finally made it to the delivery destination, which was a large apartment building. He saw a lot of doors to different apartments after he entered, but using the number on the app, he quickly located the right apartment number and handed off the food. With that finished, he headed outside back into the cold night air, hearing a ding as passed the threshold. Quest complete. Deliver food 1/1 order. Plus 15 XP 103 100. Whoa, nice, I finally got 100 XP. What happens now? Soon after that thought, another ding sounded, followed by a large menu appearing in his vision. Level up. LVL1, LVL2. +1 to all stats. plus 3 unassigned stat points, plus 10 max health, plus 0 max mana error, mana not found. Skills unlocked. Help LV1, storage LV1. He stared at the screen surprised. There seemed to be a lot of benefits for leveling up. Plus 1 to all stats, 2 new skills. Was all he could read before suddenly feeling a strange sensation sweep through his entire body. It was like he was undergoing some sort of evolution, and it was hard to keep up with the rapid changes. 3 changes, in particular, stood out to him because he had felt them before. His mind felt clearer, his muscles seemed to have filled out slightly, and he felt himself becoming more limber and agile. In addition, he noticed that his motor control seemed to become snappier and more precise. His body felt less delicate and more sturdy, which was a strange sensation. Matt's luck stat had also increased, but he didn't experience any particular sensation in relation to that change. One final sensation was the feeling of being more alive. The only way he would be able to describe it was when you recover from having a cold, but beyond any state of living he had experienced before. Whoa. He opened his stats menu again to check all this out. Stats. Name Matt Peterson. Age 18. LVL 2XP3 120. HP 2020. MP 00. Status effects. Physical strain moderate. Attributes. SDR 8 plus 1. Con 9 plus 1. Agi 11 plus 2. Dex 12 plus 1. Int 14 plus 1. Luck 11 plus 1. Stat points 3. Skills. Inspect LV1, Map LV2, Help LV1, Storage LV1. This is crazy. Every stat gets upgraded with a level up. Isn't that kinda busted? He looked over himself again, still shocked at the changes caused by the new stat points. He felt like a new person, but only slightly. Like he was heading in a direction that would eventually cause him to be beyond human if his stats kept increasing. Of course, he knew this before, but feeling it was a different thing entirely. Storing those thoughts, he decided to get back to business. Okay, this system is better than I thought. It's definitely not skimping out on rewards. He glanced back at the level-up screen. It doubled my health. I guess that's what that alive feeling was, and 3 free stat points. Now that's what I'm talking about. He had gone through so many RPGs that this wasn't new to him. It was often either good to boost stats that would help you grind the fastest, or to assign them based on whatever build you were going for. There was always a learning phase to every game, and you couldn't know which stats to choose until you played a bit first. But this is real life. None of these stats really seemed to help me with getting quests or completing them. I guess strength couldn't hurt. Strength, something he never had in his entire life, at least on the level of a normal human. Yeah, I'm gonna spend it on strength, at least 2 points. He hesitated slightly before pressing the plus icon next to strength twice. His body instantly started to feel stronger as his muscles fully filled out. They became a healthy width, slightly noticeable like you would see on a normal person. He finally looked like a healthy young man, instead of a shriveled balloon. He patted his arms, feeling the difference. It felt so surreal how the system could change his life and body so much. After taking a moment to appreciate his body, he looked back at the stats screen, wondering what he should spend his next point on. 11. Help. Matt studied the page in front of him, trying to figure out the best course of action. Usually, when he played RPGs, he would put a lot of thought into his stats. Most games had different classes that would require different stat builds, and so it was something he had often sunk a lot of time into thinking about. Honestly, extra agility could help me make deliveries, but that could be solved much faster with just a bike. I would probably need a ton more agility to compete with a bike, so it's not worth it. He looked back over the other stats. Most of them were useful in their own ways, and really any one of them could be a good choice. There really wasn't a right answer since it all came down to preference anyway. Really, nothing seems like it'll make much of a difference with 1 point. After thinking some more and comparing every stat, he came to a decision. I think I'll just put this last point in Constitution, and then I'll finally be at the level of a normal person and above. It never hurts to round things out. He lifted his hand towards the menu and pressed the plus icon next to the con stat. He once more felt a strange feeling of fortitude. It felt like his entire body became sturdier and denser. Though at this point, he only now had the durability of a normal, healthy human. It felt like if he were to be punched, he wouldn't just crumble. Wow, I can never get used to that. Increasing my stats sure is addicting. This is next level compared to games. He thought about the many games he used to play with similar systems, but they didn't even compare to this. Feeling his body evolve and change into something higher was incredible. For some reason, he never thought about how it would actually feel to increase stats. After having placed his final free stat point, he glanced back at his menu, remembering his two new skills. Help and storage, wait storage. Finally, I was wondering if this system was just cheap. Usually, system storage comes default. He excitedly looked at the storage skill and, not waiting another moment, he shouted in his mind. The storage. A small void started to form in front of him. After a second, it materialized into a black circle that hovered within his reach. It was roughly the width of his arm around. Above it was a line of text. 0/25 items. Okay, item-based storage. So is weight and size not a factor? Maybe it just isn't displaying until I put something in. Wanting to test it, he pulled a penny out of his wallet and then shoved it in the hole. After a moment, the number above it updated. Plus 1 penny, 1/25 items. So no wait, I guess it is just slot-based. Now the question is if it can stack. He took another penny and put it into the hole. Plus 1 penny, 2/25 items. Damn, so it probably needs a level up to do stacking. Hopefully. It would be kind of a pain to not be able to store anything with a lot of loose parts. He looked at it for a second before reaching his hand back in and pulling out a penny. Minus 1 penny, 1/25 items. Nice, so I just have to think about the item and I can pull it out. He removed the last penny and then looked back at the void. One last thing to test. Does this thing get bigger or is the opening stuck at the size of an orange? He studied the portal for a second and then reached down to untie his shoe. After taking it off, he brought his shoe up to the hole and tried to push it into the storage. But the shoe just didn't go any further and stopped right at the entrance. Yep, so it can only store things smaller than it. Damn, another skill I need to level up for it to be useful. Guess I could store pencils or something in here until then. Storing that thought, he imagined the portal disappearing. After a second, it vanished into a point. Well, one last skill to check out, and then I should probably do a few more orders tonight. Looking back at his skill menu, he found the last skill and shouted the name out. Help! A few seconds passed by and nothing happened. He looked for a screen or anything that could have appeared, but he found nothing. Isn't it supposed to activate? He waited some more, but still, nothing happened. Is it broken or something? Do I need to level something up first? But why isn't it giving me a message? Just as he was about to move on, heard a tiny voice from behind him. Yo, what's up, bitch? Did you request help? In shock, he turned around only to see a tiny blue pixelated fairy floating in the air, wearing sunglasses. It was literally the last thing he expected to see. What? Matt stammered, trying to find a foothold again for his words after his sudden shock. Even his 14 intelligence wasn't helping him right now due to the sheer strangeness of the situation. I said, do you need help? Are you deaf? The little blue fairy crossed her arms and stared blankly at him, waiting for his response. I guess, Matt eventually managed to say. So what do you need help with? Say it already. The tiny fairy shouted, spitting digital particles of spit in the aftermath. He didn't know what to think. Did the system go crazy? Why is there a tiny, angry fairy yelling at him? To not incite more of the fairy's rage, he quickly thought of a question. What are you? I'm Help, I exist to answer your questions. You aren't so bright, are you? Huh, that's strange, your intelligence is 14, seems more like 5 to me. That's it, he already couldn't stand this little brat. 12. Revelation. The digital fairy floated in front of him, still crossing her arms. Matt already had enough of her insults and was very close to stopping the skill and never using it again. But he managed to calm down and think logically about the situation. This must be the system's info dumper, but why is she so annoying? He decided it was best to just try to ignore Help's crude remarks and try to use this skill as was intended. It might be hard, but he was determined to make it through this. He decided to ask the question that had been on his mind since he received the system. Why me? How did I even qualify for this? I'm just a failure who had nothing better to do than play games all day and watch anime for hours. Help looked at him, seeming satisfied that he finally asked a question, but her answer was brief. Random. Matt stared at her blankly for a few seconds. Random, seriously, that seems stupid though. What if this got into the wrong hands? The system doesn't care who gets it, but that's all I know, it doesn't tell me much. She looked a bit frustrated as she said the last part. Matt was trying to digest this new bit of info. If it was truly random, then he really hit the system jackpot. Out of over 10 billion people, he was the one chosen. After that realization, though, he remembered another question that had been on his mind for a while. So how is this possible? Are we in like a simulation or something? The fairy looked amused, as if she expected this question, and her face became even brighter like she couldn't wait to say the punchline of a joke. No idea. Okay, she's useless. He had thought that he could get some real answers from the system now that he had this new skill, but so far, it seemed like trash. Not only did she not know anything, but she also had a bad personality. This skill really couldn't get any worse. Oh, I forgot, this skill also had a level next to it. Wait, how would that even work? Would she just know more or something if it leveled up? All of the other skills had pretty obvious outcomes for their level up. Storage would probably get bigger, inspect would give more detailed info, map would be more map, but help was a strange one. The only logical answer is it would get more helpful, but that was a vague concept. He looked back at her and noticed she had an ugly look on her face like she was getting irritated that he ignored her for an entire minute while he was thinking. So he decided to ask one more question for now. Do you know anything about the mystery reward? What's that all about? She seemed surprised by this question for a second before looking smug again and answering. They're called mystery rewards for a reason, idiot. He was done. She had called him stupid 2 times now, and that was 2 times too many. He quickly imagined the help skill deactivating, and she quickly vanished to a point with a loud pop. But just a microsecond before she vanished, he could make out 2 words. Smooth brain. What's her problem? I'm never using that damn skill again. Calming down from his irritated state, he decided he had been hanging out around this apartment building for long enough. He checked his phone once more and quickly accepted another delivery job. He hoped to do a few more before heading home. But after he accepted the job, nothing happened. Isn't there supposed to be a quest? He waited for a good 5 minutes, but still nothing. He realized something that made his stomach turn. He was going to use help again. He sighed before yelling help in his mind. She materialized again and floated in front of him. She looked at him like she was looking at a peasant. Well, that didn't take you long, she said with a smirk. Yeah. So why didn't I get quest for this job that gave me a quest earlier? Because you can't just do it over and over for free XP. There's a cool down. If it was a repeatable quest, then you could. He realized that he probably should have expected this. It wouldn't make sense to be able to grind a level in only an hour on the same quest. A lot of quests in games also either never reappeared or had cooldown periods. Wait, there are repeatable quests. He just noticed her mentioning this. Yeah, but they aren't available until public release, but that's all I know. He stared at her in shock. She said something so casually that shook his whole world. Public release. He looked amused again. His negative reactions seemed to fuel her joy. Oh yeah, you didn't ask, so I didn't mention it. This system is a world system. You're a beta tester. Actually, it should have been mentioned in the welcome message. Or were you too dumb to notice that too? Damn, I did remember reading something about a beta, but I was half asleep. Not to mention, I didn't even think it was real. He took a second to calm down. If the system was going to be released to everyone, that meant that it was going to be chaos. Well, it could turn out fine, but there was really no way to know. At least the world and society would change a lot. What's money when there's XP? When stats make you physically and mentally more powerful. He was freaking out a bit since he never really thought about these implications. I was just treating it like some sort of game. Why didn't I question it? He realized that he was going to have to prepare. It was time to stop playing games. 13 deliveries. Matt continued to think, stuck in his own head. He was completely absorbed in his train of thought due to the weight of the new information he just learned. Help was starting to get annoyed at his sudden inner dialogue again, and so she shouted. Snap out of it. Are you just gonna stare into the distance all day? He was startled out of his thoughts by her sudden outburst. He had even forgotten she was there for a second. Regathering his thoughts, he looked back at her and asked a question that he felt the answer to would change his entire strategy going forward. So, how long until it becomes public? She flapped her little wings before answering. The system doesn't tell me that. All I know is it'll be public. Matt thought about everything for a second. He realized that even though he should prepare, not knowing how long would make it a lot harder. I guess the best thing to do is just level up as much as I can, as fast as I can. Without an exact time frame, the system could go public in an hour, a day, a year, or even 100 years. In the worst-case scenario, getting at least another level would be beneficial. Hey, listen, are you still there? He had just noticed a tiny squeaking sound that he had been zoning out again. It was help, and she looked furious. But he had all the info he needed, so he decided to just deactivate the skill again, getting tired of her constant yelling. She vanished into a point again with a tiny, angry shout. So I should probably at least finish a couple more deliveries. I'm not even sure if it'll matter soon, but I still need the money now. With that, he set off again. The next deliveries were basically the same. Deliver food from point A to point B, it was pretty repetitive. I guess I'm grinding in real life. I never realized that's what food delivery would be like. Though unlike a game, his legs were starting to kill him. He was getting really sore from all the running, but he still took a couple more deliveries after that. While he was running his last job, he suddenly got a notification. Training successful. +1 agility. That took a lot longer than last time. He had gained 1 agility for running about 2 miles at the start, and then nothing for 6 miles until now. It seemed like the training rate was slowing down. I'll have to ask help about that later. He stored the thought and managed to finish his last job. He had made a decent amount that night by just doing delivery, and his agility had kept increasing, which only meant that it felt easier and easier. At this point, he might not ever need a bike. Wow, I think I'm starting to really feel the effects of stats. Exhausted and tired, he started to head home to get a good night's sleep. Though on the way, he decided to ask help about the stat training. He activated the help skill again, and then she appeared next to him once more. She floated in front of him, looking grumpy. So, I was wondering, why did my agility take longer to train after the first time? Really aren't using that 14 intelligence, Of course, it takes longer. The more you have in a stat, the harder it is to train. Simple. He forgot how much she got on his nerves. Did she really have to insult his intelligence every time? His eye twitched as she continued. If you want to train strength at a high level, you can't just lift weights. You would need to lift boulders, if you don't want it to take a long time. Okay, that's all I needed to know. With a thought, she vanished into a point again, yelling. He sped home, his entire body sore from running, and it wasn't like he was going to sleep on the street. And so he pushed through. This last stretch felt harder than the entire rest of the night. It felt like his body would break soon if he attempted even one more delivery. He was still just human, of course. He still had a limit even if his stats were above average. After stepping past the threshold into his apartment, he was almost ready to collapse. But he managed to keep himself up long enough to climb into the shower. The hot water was just what he needed to loosen up his sore muscles. After taking a nice hot shower, he felt a bit better but still incredibly tired. He was so tempted to just crash, but before heading to bed, he cashed out from his delivery app and then checked his total balance. Just under $70 for 5 jobs, not bad. But is it even enough? I would need to repeat this like 5 more times to even get close to paying my rent. He would probably have to do this every night and finish at least 5 deliveries if he wanted to make his rent on time. Again, his part-time job would cover roughly $300 of his rent, but that was if he only ate scraps for the next few days. He had already been eating really lightly his past week. But I don't want to miss out on that mystery reward or get evicted. I just need to figure something else out. After thinking so much, not just his body, but his brain was also tired. He was just going to think about all this tomorrow and leave it for his future self, something he did often. He headed over to the bed and basically passed out on it. He was fast asleep in seconds. But as he slept, the door to his apartment unlocked and then slowly opened, creaking slightly, and a figure stepped past the threshold. 14 family. A shadow entered past the doorway of Matt's apartment. Then another followed. 2 shadows made their way into the main living area and then towards the hall leading to his bedroom. The smallest shadow sprinted towards his bedroom door and pushed it open with intense force. The door swung open and slammed into the wall of the room, waking Matt. He quickly looked around for the source of the noise and saw a figure standing in the doorway. Then she yelled with joy as she leaped towards him. "Big brothers." A girl leaped into Matt's arms, giving him a big hug. "Ashley, what are you doing here?" He looked surprised, but also happy that his sister was there and hugged her back. "We came here to check on you, and we wanted to see you too." After she said this, he noticed another figure standing in the doorway. He was tall and well-built. It was his older brother, Jay. "Yo," he said with a wave and then smiled. "Sorry for coming here so late, the traffic was insane," Jay explained. "No, it's fine, I'm really happy to see you guys. I see you used that spare key I gave you." Ashley looked excited and spoke up. "Yeah, Jay wanted to knock, but I wanted to surprise you." Matt sighed. She almost gave him a heart attack earlier, but she isn't good at thinking things through. He gave her a pat on the head, and then Jay spoke up. "So have you talked to Mom and Dad recently?" Matt looked a little sheepish at the mention of them and replied, "I haven't since the fight, but I will soon. Actually, there's something I need to talk to you all about when the time comes." Jay narrowed his eyes and wore a grin. "Oh, did you finally get a girlfriend?" "No, nothing like that. You'll find out when I tell you." Matt decided that he would help them with their systems when it went public. But if he tried to explain it now, they would just think he was crazy and worry about him. He realized that there really was no way to prove the system was real. Hell, he didn't even know if it was real, and he was just insane. The system was mainly internal, so he doubted they could even see the portal for storage. But an item disappearing could be slightly convincing. But for now, he would just avoid telling them. "Hey, wait for a second." Jay looked surprised and then continued. "Have you been working out? You don't look like a sick old man anymore. You actually look fit." Ashley also looked surprised and realized he looked much healthier than before. Matt hesitated for a second. He forgot completely about the fact that his body changed so much. Before, if his hair was gray, he probably could have infiltrated a retirement home. Yeah, I wanted to focus on my health recently. I couldn't keep living like that, you know." Jay walked up and patted him on the back. "Well, good for you. Are you still obsessed with those games too? You kinda played those things way too much." Matt laughed in his mind. If only they knew he was actually playing a game more than ever. "Nah, I only play on the weekends now." He talked with his siblings for a bit longer, just catching up since they hadn't seen each other in a while. Ever since he left home, he had been so busy trying to find a part-time job and an apartment that he didn't see them much. Near the end of the conversation, Jay mentioned their parents again. "You know, you really should take up their offer. I know you want to be independent, but the job market is rough. College would really help." Matt flinched when he heard the word college. That was the main reason he left home. High school was literally hell for him, and so when his parents wanted him to go to college, he instantly refused, even though they would pay for it. I just need to think it over more." His situation was different now. The system was now his top priority, and he was struggling to even just pay his rent. If he went to college, he could focus his full attention on leveling up. Studying wouldn't be a problem with being able to raise his intelligence. There was just one last barrier he had to overcome. He needed to be able to defend himself. If he went, he wouldn't be bullied. He had the system now, maybe it could be different than high school. "Well, I hope you do think about it. I know it's a sore subject for you, so I won't push any more." With that, Ashley gave him another big hug, and then both made their way out of his apartment. Matt helped them out the door, and Ashley ran ahead, crashing into everything on the way out. Jay stopped at the door. "Just so you know, I heard your friend Fen is going to college, the same one Dad works at. Well, see ya." With a smile, he left and ran after his sister, since she had already gotten so far ahead. Matt thought about what his brother said for a moment. If Fen really was in college with him, it sure would make it a better experience. Fen was the only reason he didn't drop out of high school and made it fun when he was there. Matt sighed. He wouldn't have even considered going if he didn't get the system, and now Fen was going too. Damn, why am I hesitating so much? His heart felt fast and his body was tense. That's just what the word school did to him. It just wasn't easy getting over trauma like that. I promised myself to change. Avoiding college was just another one of the ways I was dodging my fears. I have the system now. That's it, I'm going. Though he said this, he was mainly trying to convince himself. At least it was a step in the right direction. With a big yawn, he stumbled back into his bedroom and flopped on the bed. His body was still very sore from earlier that day, and he needed to get up early. After a few minutes, he fell back into a deep sleep. 15 next steps. Sunlight shined through Matt's window and straight onto his face. It was morning again, and he had finally recovered from the exhausting events yesterday. His alarm was blaring again. He yawned and stretched before grabbing a quick breakfast from the supplies that were running low in his apartment. Luckily, his alarm actually went off this time, so he could take his time getting to work. Well, I guess I need to figure out a plan, he thought as he chewed his unhealthy breakfast cereal. So step 1, I need to level up as much as I can. 2, I need to pay off my rent so I can get that mystery reward. 3, I'll prepare to go to my parents' place and then college. This is gonna be a busy week. Matt sighed like he usually did. Things had gotten a lot more stressful since he got the system, but in no way was he regretting it. Things were just more complicated now. He mainly didn't want to go to college due to his past, and also because he wanted to be independent of his parents. But things had changed. The system could go live any day now. He didn't have time to worry about rent. Though it did give him a good quest, it would only happen once like help mentioned. So going to college would probably also open a bunch of new quests. Honestly, moving every once in a while, or traveling often would probably be a good way to generate quests. I should probably learn how to generate more quests. I know it has to do with events and stuff, but surely there's a way I can trigger them more easily. Matt got up from the table, put on his work clothes, and stepped out the door. He still had some time, and so he just walked to work. Wait, running would be better anyway just to level my agility. With that, he set off running instead. He quickly zoomed toward his workplace due to his new speed. He had 12 agility, so he was decently faster. It seemed pretty straightforward for a game system. He liked that kind of system, compared to the ones in some games where there were complicated math equations that made stats exponentially weaker, or there was some linear bend, and they were a pain to figure out. This type of system was easy to metagame because the formula was right in the open. Matt was pretty sure he had even played a few games with this exact type of stat increment. I've already been playing this system for 3 days. It sure feels like it's taking a while to level. If I played a normal game for 3 days straight, I would already be level 50 at least. He finally arrived at work and saw his boss standing at the door, but she looked surprised and spoke. "You're actually early." She also did a double take. "Shit, I keep forgetting I look different now. I gained 3 strength last night." He decided to break the silence. "I wanted to get here on time, I don't know." She didn't comment on how he didn't look like a deflated eel anymore, probably because it would be awkward. They both headed inside, and then she gave him roughly the same tasks as yesterday. None of the quests he had gotten yesterday appeared again. Just like Help said, they won't unless they were specifically dailies. But during his workday, his boss did give him a task that was different than the last day, and it was a big one. New quest. Organize books 0/120 books, reward. +1 intelligence, +25 XP. Awesome. If I didn't have the system, this would be such a pain. I probably just would have given up and taken the scolding later. Another stat point in the bag. He quickly started sorting the books into their respective categories. Each box was labeled with a genre, and he was supposed to sort them alphabetically by author's last name per his boss's instructions. A half hour passed. 54/120 books. Damn, this sure is taking a long time. There was no way he was going to miss out on a stat point, but he sure was getting bored. 69/120 books. What? 105/120 books. Another hour had passed. Just a few more. Quest complete. Organize books 120/120 books. +1 intelligence, +25 XP 28 120. His mind cleared again, and he felt he was able to focus even more than before. Though he had been a bit tired mentally from sorting all of the books, his mind felt well-rested again. Nice, I'm at 15 intelligence now, so I guess I'm 50% smarter than the average person. Not bad. His mind felt like it worked significantly better than when he started with 12 intelligence. But it didn't feel like he was smarter, probably because he didn't attempt to learn anything new. I guess it makes sense. It would be weird if it filled my head with knowledge, but I should probably study something to take advantage of my intelligence. He looked around and remembered stat training, but with the amount of intelligence he had, it would probably take forever to gain just one. Help said that training harder meant faster results, so the reading equivalent of a boulder would be. He looked around and spotted the perfect book. It read, Intro to Quantum Physics. Perfect. He picked up the book and quickly started to read through it. Though he only had 3 more intelligence than he was used to, the rate he was able to read and pick up information felt a lot faster. He felt like he could probably get through a math or history book without dying of boredom now. In high school, even though he used to get decent grades, he just hated studying with a passion, mainly because it took away time that he could have been gaming or watching anime instead. Learning is awesome. He never thought he would ever say those words in his entire life. 16 calculations. The bookstore was quiet and barely anyone was browsing the aisles. In a corner, sitting in one of the lounge chairs, was Matt, head buried in a quantum physics book. He scanned the page with his eyes at a decent speed and then flipped to the next one. This repeated until he finally finished the last page and closed the book. Phew, that took a while, but at least I got through it. He glanced around for a second before looking disappointed. That wasn't enough to train my intelligence. Well, I guess it is 15 now. He grabbed up another book from the same section labeled 3 Controversial Quantum Theories. He used inspect on it like he always did with everything he picked up. He often used inspect on anything he passed by as well. He had kept using it frequently with the hope of leveling it up soon. He continued the same process as he did the first book, scanning all of the relevant information on a page, and then flipping to the next. Though this time, halfway through reading, he heard a notification. Training successful. +1 intelligence. His mind surged again. At this point, the world just felt clear. Like a filter had been removed from when he used to have 12 intelligence, but now had 16. Finally, that one sure took a while. How am I supposed to keep leveling this when I'm at like 50 intelligence? Oh well, I'll worry about that when I get there. Satisfied with his stat increase, he closed the book and then checked back in with his boss, finishing his work for the day. After stepping out onto the busy sidewalk, he stretched and started walking while using inspect on everything. So today is Tuesday, I'll be paid on Friday, and my rent is due on Sunday. So I have 5 more days. My paycheck will cover exactly $320. I have $112 in my bank right now, which adds up to $432. Matt kept walking as he brainstormed. People often gave him weird looks since he looked a bit crazy. With those added, I just need $368 more, not including food, which I will need to buy soon, so that would be probably around $75 more if I want to eat healthily. I'll just risk the nutrition debuff, so it'll cost me like $40 for junk food. His thoughts almost left a dark trail behind him, and people kept looking at him a bit scared as they passed. So to factor in unexpected expenses and taxes, I'll need to earn around $450 in 5 days. So split in 5, each day I need to earn an extra $90. If I do food delivery, each order usually pays between $5 and $30 depending on the distance. If I take the average, and then I can earn $17.05 each. So about 6 deliveries per night are needed to reach $90 on average, which means that. Bam! He had run straight into a street light while thinking. -1 HP. 19/20. Shit, that hurt. He rubbed his head, which now started to grow a small red bump. I got a little too caught up in my thoughts. But basically, I need to do a lot of deliveries every day if I want to get that mystery reward. He opened his delivery app and then checked the available orders. There were about 8 right now, but of course, it would change throughout the night. Well, I better get started. I can train my agility at the same time, too. Matt ran through the streets at a decent speed. At this point, he could probably start a career as an amateur athlete. His speed was 20% faster than the average person, which was a good start if he really considered that career. If all of his stats got to 20, he could probably be able to have a solid career in any he chose. Though, with the system going public, he didn't know if careers would even matter soon. He finished delivery after delivery, but of course, no new quests started since he had already finished a quest for this. As the sun was starting to set, his agility finally leveled up on the 3rd order. Training successful. +1 agility. As this notification showed up, his speed picked up slightly as his legs felt less tired. Not bad. I've been getting a decent amount of stats lately. He glanced down at his legs, noticing how they looked a little stronger, as well as he continued to his next drop-off. I'm not really tired. If I can do a ton of deliveries tonight, then that'll just mean I won't have to do as many in the next few days. And my agility will only keep increasing, which means it should get easier. As he was running, he suddenly heard another ding which surprised him. Training successful. +1 strength. His muscles became a little more defined, and the weight of the food he was carrying became lighter. Oh damn, I guess carrying enough food last night and tonight was enough to give me a strength. I was only really thinking about agility. Well, it probably won't be as easy to get another one since the food isn't really that heavy. Matt finished his 7th delivery and decided to sit on a park bench to regather some of his energy. With his strength and agility, he wasn't too tired, but resting couldn't hurt anything. He casually browsed through his stats again and noticed his health was back to full. Regeneration, I kinda forgot completely about health since I never got hurt. I wonder if that was just my natural regeneration or is it accelerated? Maybe I should test it at some point. It would be useful to know. He swiped through his menu, looking at his quests and skills before closing his menu. I might as well cash out on my delivery money. I think 7 deliveries are enough for now. It's getting a bit late. He yawned and then checked his phone. 10:34 p.m. Yeah, I should probably go home. Maybe one more delivery, though. He clicked the cash out button on his app and then saw his rent quest update. 223,800. That was a good haul, but I think I'll do one more. He sat up from the bench, excited. He was filled with energy again and ready to go. Click. He felt something cold pressing against the back of his head. Give me everything you have, kid. 17 encounter. A man that Matt couldn't see was holding a gun to his head. He couldn't think of anything else it could be, but he didn't dare to turn around. Matt was screaming internally. This whole situation was too scary, but he knew it would be best not to scream aloud, or else the man might actually shoot him. Matt managed to speak up after a few seconds. Okay, no problem, man. He was trying to sound casual, but in reality, he was more scared than he had ever been. He noticed the feeling of cold metal went away as the man spoke up. Good, you can reach into your pockets, just don't try anything funny, or you'll look like Swiss cheese before you can figure out how to pronounce Bologna. Matt reached for his wallet, but he suddenly heard a ding. New quest defeat Ned reward, plus mystery reward, plus 1 unassigned stat point, plus 50 XP. The quest almost gave him a heart attack. Oh, come on, not now. Matt glanced at the details while slowly reaching for his wallet. Why do I need to know his name? Who cares? He sighed internally, moving his attention to the rewards. A stat point XP, and there was even a mystery reward like his rent quest. But he wasn't happy. There's no way I'm gonna risk my life for this, and I'm already getting a mystery reward from my rent quest. I'll just have to fail this one. Matt finished his motion and gave his wallet to the robber. He did it slowly so as to not seem threatening, but somehow he felt less scared than before. He laughed in his mind. Ned is not a very scary name, I guess. Ned took his wallet with an excited grin and rifled through it, but then he suddenly frowned. Hey, there's no money in this thing. Matt thought for a second before saying, Of course not, who carries cash anymore? Ned's brow furrowed and he looked furious. He lifted the gun and aimed it straight at Matt. Oh shit, fuck. Matt started to freak out. He hadn't realized this guy would be so impulsive. He basically dug his own grave. Why did I say it that way? His mind went blank as he saw the gun pointing at him. He was so scared. He was trying to figure out if there was any way to live. It happened in an instant. There was the sound of a gunshot, but Matt was unharmed. He had his hands raised with his storage portal between him and where the gun was aiming. +1 used bullet, 1/25 items. Ned looked confused. He was sure he didn't miss. Holy shit, that was awesome. Matt had a rush. He literally stopped a bullet and adrenaline was running through him. He looks confused. Can he not see the portal? While Matt was thinking, Ned snapped out of it and aimed the gun again. Oh shit. Matt quickly pushed the portal forward, and in an instant, Ned's gun was gone. +1 gun, 2/25 items. Ned looked confused, but also furious. What the fuck is going on? Matt realized this power was pretty OP. It was basically a shield, as long as the object wasn't too big and his storage wasn't full, and of course, if he could aim it properly. Ned pulled out a knife and charged at Matt, filled with fury. His face was red with anger and he was breathing heavily. I don't what you fucking did, but it's over, brat. He swung the knife at Matt, and it was aimed at his chest. but he simply moved the portal in the way of the swing. +1 knife, 3/25 items. Matt grinned, reveling in his intelligence and op powers. Okay, that's IT. Ned shouted as he put up his fist and swung, hitting Matt in the stomach, as he was already close to him. It caught him off guard and sent Matt reeling back, clutching his stomach. The punch hurt so badly, he threw up. -3 HP. 17/20. Matt looked up and saw Ned standing over him, but he realized something he hadn't before because he had only been worried about his weapons. Ned had muscles for days. Oh shit, wait, I can't beat this guy. He's built like a cliff. Ned attempted to kick him in the stomach while he was on the ground, and he barely rolled out of the way. Stop squirming and let me kill you, Ned shouted. Who would stop when you say that? This guy was way too scary. He didn't even think about trying to fight him. Matt got back onto his feet and avoided another punch before running as fast as he could. He was so thankful for his agility stat. If this was before, there was no way he could run this fast. He turned and saw Ned was chasing him, yelling obscenities but not keeping up. Matt breathed a sigh of relief. That was all way too stressful for him, but then he slowed down. He looked at the ground, deep in thought. Ned saw him slowing down and ran to catch up with him, anger still filling his bones. But Matt looked strange, so he became cautious. Matt sighed. I can't believe I was about to run away. There's a mystery reward right in front of me. The guy isn't even armed anymore. How could I ever call myself a real gamer if I ran from this? Matt turned to face Ned, his eyes dark with a serious expression on his face. Ned was still angry but smiled. Haha, you finally grew some balls. Come here, time for you to get a beating. Matt continued to stare at the ground as he walked slowly toward him. Ned put his fists up, ready to strike. But in an instant, there was a horrible crunching sound. Matt had kicked Ned straight in the balls, hard. Ned collapsed in pure agony on the ground. He clutched his balls while wailing and crying. I'm sorry. As a fellow man, I understand your suffering and I will cry for you later. But it had to be done. Matt stared in the distance with a stoic look as Ned rolled on the ground in pain. Quest complete. Defeat Ned. +1 mystery reward, +1 unassigned stat point, +50 XP 78 120. 18 mystery reward. In a darkly lit park, Matt was standing above Ned, with a quest notification floating next to him. Quest complete. Defeat Ned. 1+ mystery reward, +1 unassigned stat point, +50 XP 78 120. Finally, I got a mystery reward. He was buzzing with excitement. Ever since the Rent quest showed a mystery reward as loot for completing the quest, he has been curious as to what it could be. Whatever it is, it has to be good. Matt clicked on the X to close the pop-up. As it closed, a bright golden light started to form in the air next to him. At the same time, the system chimed another notification. Dispensing mystery reward. The golden light started condensing down and solidifying into a shape. It took the form of a small crystal shard with a bright yellow color. It glowed slightly in the air. A shard. Matt grabbed the shard from the air, and once he grabbed it, it started obeying gravity and now seemed like a normal shard. But it still glowed slightly. So what do I do with this? Suddenly, Ned on the ground seemed to be recovering. He stopped moving around as much and let out a groan. I should, probably get out of here before he gets up. With that thought, Matt shoved the crystal shard into his storage. He readied himself and started sprinting away from the dark park, leaving Ned on the ground alone. After about half an hour, Matt arrived at his apartment and closed the door behind him. It had already been a long day, so he was feeling pretty tired. As much as I want to sleep, there are rewards waiting for me. Matt had an excited smirk on his face, as if he just won the lottery. He headed to his kitchen before checking out his rewards. So besides the weird crystal shard, I got 50 XP and one more stat point. I guess I could always save it, but I think it's better to spend the point now so I can utilize it to help me finish more quests and stuff. He opened his stat screen and focused on his attributes. Attributes: STR 11, Con 10, Augie 13, Dex 12, Int 16, Luck 11, Stat points 1. I don't think increasing Int would be a good move for now. I noticed that when I increase my intelligence, it doesn't seem to make me instantly smarter. It's like my brain just becomes more efficient. I guess I would need to actually study to become smarter, but it'll probably be much easier to study now at least. He looked over the rest of his stats and quickly decided which one he should increase. I really should increase strength because that fight tonight was kinda scary. It would be good to be able to defend myself. He pressed on the plus sign next to SDR and added his unassigned stat point to it. It went from 11 to 12. He felt his muscles increasing again, and now he felt much more prepared to get in a fight. His body was much more toned now, much like a healthy adult with a good exercise routine. It kind of feels like cheating. I didn't even really have to exercise, and it looks like I've been going to the gym for months. After he finished assigning his stat point, he decided it was time to finally check out the yellow shard from the mystery reward. Matt opened his spatial storage and pulled out the yellow shard. He turned it in his hands, looking at it in more detail. It was natural looking, like a real crystal, but it was also strangely symmetrical to the point where it looked man-made. It was a golden yellow hue, and the one thing that really made it look strange was it was completely opaque. You couldn't see anything through it. This is the weirdest thing I've gotten as a reward so far. It kinda looks like it shouldn't belong in this world. The final thing he noticed every time he saw it was that it had a slight glow. His apartment was pretty dark, since he didn't turn any lights on yet, and the crystal acted like a glow stick, illuminating his hands as he held it. Well, is it supposed to do something, or is it just a cool-looking rock? He placed it in his storage again to see what the system called it, since he was in a bit of a rush before to see what it said. But it was way too simple. +1 yellow shard, 4/25 items. Well, that's useless. I guess I should probably ask help, but she can really be a pain. He decided to try a few things before resorting to using help. He tried hitting it on his kitchen counter, but it just made a small dent in the countertop. He grabbed a knife and tried to cut it, but it, of course, was as hard as a rock. He kinda felt like an idiot. Okay, fine, I'll just use help. With that thought, he summoned help again. Help! Blue air started forming in the kitchen until it materialized into a small blue fairy. Once again, she was wearing sunglasses, even though it was dark. She floated there, crossing her arms, not saying anything. Hey, tell me what this is, and how do I use it? Help looked at him and replied. No. Matt sighed. Why not? She looked angry. Stop sending me back when I'm talking. Matt had the urge to plug his ears as she shouted at him. He was just tired and needed to know what this reward was all about, so he didn't want to have to argue with her. Fine, just tell me what this is. She looked at him skeptically. Really? Matt sighed again. Yes, I promise, now explain. He said as he held up the yellow shard in front of her. She looked it over and then quickly responded. Oh, you already have one? That was fast. What do you mean? She looked at him with a grin, like she was proud every time she knew more than him. It's called a skill shard. It gives you a random skill. Matt looked at the shard with wide eyes. A random skill, like being good at cooking, or are we talking about shooting fireballs? She pushed up her sunglasses, trying to look cool, and replied. Both, but also not really. Skill shards are mainly for practical skills or magic that isn't combat-focused, but you're not gonna find a dumb skill like cooking in there. Wait, magic, really? Matt had been hoping in the back of his mind that somehow this system would lead to magic. If it was based on a game, it would make sense. But so far he hadn't really seen anything point to there being magic. His inner nerd and gamer were screaming right now with excitement. 19 New skill. Matt was in his apartment nerding out about the potential that the system could have. Help just looked annoyed. Of course it's magic. Technology can't just let you open a map that'll show you every important location around you. It can. It's called a phone app. Help just looked more annoyed. Shut up, that's not the point anyway. Whatever, who cares? Send me back already, I don't want to talk to you. Hold on, you still didn't answer my question yet. How do I use this? Just say use, what else did you expect? Send me back. Matt felt a bit dumb, but in his defense it could have been like activate, or spend, or something. He deactivated the help skill and sent her back to wherever she goes. He looked down at the crystal in his hand and held it up before shouting. Use. Skill shard used. Skill wheel unlocked. The crystal quickly started to glow brighter until it was like the sun was in Matt's apartment. Then the world around him started to change. Stars were forming in his apartment, and the walls, floor, and ceiling were starting to look like the night sky. The stars started to gather together, and what seemed to be a galaxy began to form in front of him. But it was taking on a strange shape. It was like a wheel-shaped galaxy. There were many notches and words forming on the wheel. Whoa, this looks kinda crazy. The galaxy wheel finally finished forming, and it seemed to have millions of words on it, one in each section of the wheel. The words were blurred, though, and so he couldn't figure out what they said. Wait, how can I even make out the individual sections? It's like I can see every part of it at once, even though it's so big. He noticed an arrow that was pointing down, hovering over one of the blurred words. The final thing he noticed was a big sparkling button at the bottom of the wheel that read, Spin. What is this, a pay-to-win game? Although it was weird, he was still excited to get his skill. It must come from this wheel somehow. Well, guess I'll spin it. With that thought, he pressed the large button, and the wheel instantly started spinning incredibly quickly. The arrow made a loud chime every time it passed a word, which made it kind of annoying. The wheel started to slow down, and Matt started leaning forward in anticipation. He was finally going to get a skill, and he was super hyped to find out what it was. Now that the wheel was spinning more slowly, the words near the arrow unblurred, probably to build suspense. He still could only see the words a couple of sections before and after the selection arrow. He quickly made note of some of the names that flew by. Lunar regeneration, replenishment, concrete transmutation, suspension. Wow, these all sound pretty good. The wheel finally began to finish spinning. It slowed and came to a complete stop. Matt nervously and with anticipation looked at what it landed on. At the same time, the system sent a notification. Skill learned, Mind Palace. Matt stared at the result, instantly interested but also a bit confused. Mind Palace, isn't that a technique people use to remember stuff? Is there more to it since it's a system skill? He thought about what this could mean but decided it would be best to just test it out. As he thought this, the wheel slowly faded away and the stars around the room were gone. Well, here goes nothing, Mind Palace. In an instant, he was in a grassy field with a blue sky. Strangely, the grass was also blue. There were white clouds in the sky, and it looked very beautiful. What is this? He looked around but didn't see anything else. It was just grass and sky all the way into the horizon. Matt was really tempted to activate help again, but he realized that he really is relying on her too much. He had a brain for a reason, and he was starting to get a bit tired of her constant yelling. Okay, I'll try to figure out how this works on my own, and I'll just let her rest for now. If I really can't figure it out, I'll bring her out tomorrow. He started walking in a random direction, curious as to how far the space would go. But no matter how long he walked for, he didn't find an end. Okay, so it doesn't seem like there's a limit to this place. Now I wonder, when people talk about mind palaces, it's usually for storing information. Maybe I can try that. He tried to recall one of the quantum theory books he had read earlier, seeing if anything would happen. To his surprise, a book appeared in his hands. Intro to Quantum Physics. I kinda didn't expect that to work. He looked at the cover and the outside of the book. It looked pretty authentic. When he opened the book, he realized something was strange. It was too perfectly written. He had barely remembered half of what he had read, but it was all in there. Wait, so does this kind of work like photographic memory? He set the book down in the grass, and then he tried to remember one of the other books that he really had a hard time grasping. He had barely understood or remembered any of it. The book suddenly appeared in his hand. 3 Controversial Quantum Theories. When he opened it, he noticed how it was all there. He was shocked. So I just need to glance at the pages of a book, and I can store it here. As he thought that, he noticed how halfway through, the pages became blank. The book was completely blank the entire second half. Oh, I forgot I didn't finish this one, so if I didn't look at the pages, it won't save. He put the book down and then sat in the grass to think. This power seems kinda op, but also is that all this power can do? It's kinda lame. He looked around at the grass and sky. It was like a perfect place. He could imagine some rich CEO paying a ton of money to vacation here if there was a house or something, of course. I have to admit, at least it's pretty relaxing. As he sat in the grass looking up at the sky, he suddenly had a weird idea. He thought it was strange how physical it was here. If it was just for storing information, it would have just been a void with text. But he actually made physical books appear. He decided to test his idea. 20 Boss. Matt focused on visualizing just a basic pencil. He had seen so many that it wasn't hard to imagine. In an instant, a pencil formed in his hand. Yes, it worked, so I can make anything appear here. He imagined a piece of paper as well, and it showed up just as the pencil had. He wrote on it, and it worked just as it should. I can write stuff here, and no one can see it. It could be useful for keeping track of discoveries I make about the system. He had another idea and decided to try it. He stood up and looked at the empty grass field in front of him and just imagined a basic room with wood walls and a simple roof. He added a door on the front to enter it. Now in front of him stood a humble-looking shack. It looked cozy. Okay, this will be good for organizing. He stepped into the little house and looked around. The whole house was about the size of an average bedroom. I just want to keep it simple for now. If I end up needing more space to store stuff, I'll add on to it. He made a basic desk and chair appear in one corner of the room with a lamp. He also added a bed, just in case he wanted to chill in this fake reality. When he went to turn on the light, nothing happened. Oh, come on, do I need power for this thing? He realized he knew what a lamp looked like, but lamps he knew needed power. If he could invent a lamp that didn't need power, he could summon it, but that didn't exist. I guess I can't just make stuff up. He thought of something that could work. He imagined a wood-fueled generator with outlets and some chopped logs. He put the wood in the generator and let it go. After plugging the light in, it worked. So something weird is, I don't know how to build a wood-fueled generator. So why does it work? I've probably seen a picture of one before. Is that really all that's needed? He was a bit confused by this power, but decided to fully figure it out later. If it worked, it worked. He imaged a bookshelf on one side of the room and put his 2 quantum physics books there. He imagined a paper label and wrote "incomplete" on it, and stuck it to the side of the book he hadn't fully read. Okay, so what now? Honestly, I should sleep. I've been in here for a while, so it's probably super late. He thought about deactivating the skill, and he was suddenly in his normal apartment again. He stretched and headed to his bedroom, but he saw something that was weird. Is my alarm clock set wrong? 11:23 p.m. It had barely changed since he had gotten home. If he remembered correctly, he had gotten home around 11, but there was no way he was only in there for 20 minutes. He quickly checked his phone, and it also displayed 11:23. I was at least in there for an hour. He realized something and decided to test it. When the clock changed to 11:24, he activated his mind palace. Now that he was inside the skill, he imagined a stopwatch and quickly pressed the start button. It ticked away as normal. Okay, if what I'm thinking is really the case, this power would be stupidly op. He waited in the grass until the stopwatch passed 10 minutes. Okay, that should be good. He deactivated the ability and was sent back to his apartment. He looked at his alarm clock and was shocked and excited. It displayed 11:24 p.m. No way. He shouted aloud. He had been curious as to what happened to his body when he used the skill. If he just passed out in real life or what, but now he knew the answer and it was busted. So no time passes at all when I'm in there. Okay, that's stupid. How strong are these skills? He started to realize what this power could fully do. He could retreat whenever he wanted to think a problem through. He could store information and retrieve it whenever he wanted. This was practically like photographic memory, but better in every way. But then he also became slightly afraid. If powers like this exist, I can't even imagine having to fight someone else with a system. Just the thought made him shudder. While he had learned a lot and improved his life with the system, he was awful at fighting. He only defeated Ned because he got lucky with the skills he received, and then ended it with a low blow. But he was not a fighter. Maybe I should change that. He decided it was best to just head to bed and think about his situation in the morning. A burly man with a grim look on his face limped through a series of dark red-carpeted hallways. The walls were adorned with paintings and gold inlays. Overall, it was a very fancy-looking place. He made his way to a set of large, double doors, where a man in a suit was standing. The burly man nodded at him and pushed the doors open. Beyond them was an even fancier room, with a large dining table in the center that looked like it could fit dozens of people. The table had no food on it, besides a meal for one on the far end of the table. A man sat there, eating the food. Although the food seemed high class and delicate, the man was very barbaric in his eating habits. He tore through the food as if he were a wild animal. The burly man who had entered looked toward the end of the table, but from this distance, he couldn't see him clearly. He raised his voice, and it echoed throughout the dining hall. "Boss, there's this rotten guy we need to kill. He is scum, and he will do anything to win. He disrespected us." The man at the end of the table stopped eating, and he slowly looked at the burly man who had entered. "Oh, I know all about it, Ned. I never miss anything." Ned became a bit nervous, as he thought he was breaking the news to his boss first. The man stood from the table and smiled, though he was still so far away, it was hard to make out. "I'm disappointed, Ned." As the man said this, Ned started sweating bullets. He was starting to shake as well. "B-boss, please give me another chance." Ned had wanted to rally more members to hunt the guy who beat him, but now his goal had changed. He now needed to leave this room alive. "Boss, I promise I'll kill that guy. Just let me borrow 5 members. No, at least 3. Wait, even 1 is fine." Ned continued to lower the amount he requested as the man just stared at him, giving no response. After what felt like an eternity for Ned, the man finally spoke up. "I don't care how many you bring with you. Just make sure to not tarnish my name. Do not enter my vision until you succeed." The man sat back down and continued eating as if nothing had happened. Without any hesitation, Ned Speed walked out of the room, glad that he was still alive. 21 new quests. Matt woke up the next morning as the sun was rising. When he noticed the sun, he was a bit surprised. He usually slept in late because he always felt tired. But he wasn't feeling bad at all. He actually felt very refreshed. Wow, maybe it's all the stat increases. I guess I am overall much healthier now. He looked over at the alarm, and that only surprised him further. 7:14 a.m. I guess I still have an hour before work. He got up from the bed and headed to his kitchen. He looked around for some breakfast, but could only find an almost empty box of chocolate-flavored cereal. But it was enough to feed him for now. As he sat and ate his dry cereal, his thoughts started to wander. He began to recall all the events that happened the day before. Now that the adrenaline's worn off, I'm starting to realize how dangerous of a fight that was. I really could have died. He put another spoonful of dry cereal in his mouth before continuing his thoughts. I wonder how much HP a bullet would make me lose. If that punch drained 3 HP, then a bullet would probably drain all of it. Maybe, speaking of which. As he said that, he looked down and felt that his stomach didn't hurt at all anymore. He opened his stats and noticed his HP was already back at 20. That region's super helpful. It's good that I don't have to worry too much about getting a bit beat up. But I don't want to take any chances. I don't want to think about what would happen if my HP reached 0. He finally finished his cereal and stood up. He walked to his living room area and stared out the window as he thought about his new skill. I'm a bit nervous. I have one skill and it's already pretty superhuman. If the system really releases, it's gonna be bad. He looked down at the people walking by, and it was starting to sink in that every single one of them would have a system soon. I have to do something. I don't know how long I'm going to have this advantage, but I need to take it. Sure, my life is great now, but I'm still too weak. I need to be strong enough to protect my family. I feel like I haven't really changed these past few days. I'm not gonna wait until it's too late. I'm done doing that. He opened his quest screen with a new sense of determination. He spoke aloud this time as he finished his train of thought. I'm going to be so strong that nothing could ever hurt my friends and family. He was determined more than ever. It was like someone poured gasoline on the fire that was lit when he first got his system. He stared at one of the quests in his system. Quest in progress. Do push-ups 36/100, reward, +2 strength, +20 XP. He also looked at his current strength, which was 12. I just added another point yesterday. I also gained a point doing deliveries. Not to mention, I got 3 from leveling up the day before. So the last time I did this quest, I was at 7 strength. Wow. He laughed to himself. He had been so busy it had basically forgotten about it. But he was like a different person now. With no hesitation, he got onto the floor and started doing push-ups. He got to 10 without any effort. He kept going without feeling any sort of fatigue. The number on the quest just kept ticking up until he heard a ding. Quest complete. Do push-ups 100/100. +2 strength, +20 XP 98 120. In an instant, his body felt like it was on fire. It felt like all his muscles were tightening and reforming. He felt incredible and light. He was a bit surprised because his muscles only got a tiny bit larger, and it mainly felt like his muscles were more compressed now. Oh good, I guess after a specific point, it increases my strength without adding muscle size. I was hoping I wasn't going to look like one of those bodybuilders who look like a pile of boulders. He swung his arm a bit, hoping to somehow tell how strong he was. While it felt fairly effortless to move his body, he couldn't really tell the extent of his strength. I should probably find something to punch later. It would be good to know the extent of my abilities in case I get in another fight. As he was thinking that, the system started sending message after message. System has assessed your competency, quest difficulty increasing. Attempting to activate daily quests. Error, activation failed, reason. System still in beta. New quests available. Cool, I got some new quests. I guess I have to finish all of them to get a new batch. He opened up the quest menu to see what the new quests were. General. Pay the rent 223,800. Reward. Plus mystery reward plus 30 XP. New reach LVL 525 reward. Plus 10 unassigned stat points plus 1 artifact. New make a stranger believe you are a celebrity reward. Stat unlock plus 30 XP. New climb to the top of a tree reward. Plus 1 SDR plus 1 AGI plus 20 XP. New compete in an event and win reward. Plus 1 all stats plus 75 XP. New intense training. Do 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10-mile run timed 0/100, 0/100, 0/100, 0/10, reward. Plus 3 SDR, plus 3 AGI, plus 50 XP. As he scanned the menu, his eyes just went wider and wider. Those rewards are insane, but also what's with these quests? Climb a tree, convince someone I'm popular. He felt like the system was trolling him. Some of these quests are pretty stupid, but the rewards are really good. He noticed in particular that the quest to reach LVL5 gave him a ton of stat points. Makes sense. By the time I'm level 5, I'll probably have a ton of points already. But what's with the other reward? He focused back on the quest and noticed the artifact reward. Artifact may be an item. He finished looking at the other quests as well. Compete in an event and win? Does just any competition work? Also, 1 point to all stats is nice. It's basically a level up. He decided he would look at them in more detail later. For now, he had to go to work. 22 Book Collection. After receiving his new quests, Matt ran to work. While he was heading there, he realized something. I'm already halfway there, and it's only been a couple of minutes. I kind of forgot about my new speed. At this rate, I'm gonna be early. He remembered since yesterday he even got another agility point, so he was a little faster. I still can't get over how cool this system is. He arrived at the bookstore in only a few short minutes to see his boss wasn't waiting for him. He looked at the time. 7:38 a.m. Yeah, I'm way too early. I don't even know if she's here yet. He decided he might as well knock. After he did, he heard a noise from inside and his boss opened the door. Matt, you're earlier than yesterday. They both headed inside, and she asked him to do the usual around the bookstore. After she left him on his own, he quickly went through the tasks, but something caught his attention. There are a few tasks she asked me to do that I haven't done before, but no quest showed up. She had asked him to organize the foreign languages section, which was something he had definitely never done before. The system did mention quests would be harder. I guess it won't activate anymore for small things. He felt like that was a good explanation, but he thought it could be good to ask help later if he felt like it, but he didn't really care. After finishing everything the store owner had asked him to do, he decided it was time to try something. I should try to grab some books for my mind palace. I'll start with the one I didn't finish the other day. He headed over to the theoretical physics section and looked for the book from before. In a few seconds, he found it where he had left it. 3 Controversial Quantum Theories. He opened it up and wanted to test his theory from earlier. Instead of reading it, he just looked at each page briefly and then moved to the next. He closed the book after a couple of minutes, having roughly scanned every page. Okay, now for the second part. He activated his mind palace skill, and he was instantly transported to the grassy field where his home away from home was. Okay, where is that book? He went into the house and grabbed the book from the table, flipping to the last pages. It worked. All of the pages were comprehensible. It didn't really make sense to him, since he didn't actually read them, he just looked at the page. I guess all the words were in my view when I saw a page, but this is just op. He realized this would be perfect for saving books to read later. It also helped that no time passed in his mental space, so he would have all the time in the world to read them. Can I even remember that many books? I guess if my intelligence keeps increasing, I'll probably be able to keep up. He put down the book and left his mental space. Looking around, he noticed there were way too many books. Just this section alone had probably hundreds. I guess I can just do it slowly, but I have to start somewhere. He picked up the next theoretical physics book and scanned the pages. He was a little faster this time as he got the hang of just making sure he saw the page, but not reading anything. He closed the book, this time finishing saving it to his mind palace in only 2 minutes. Okay, not too bad, though this was a kinda short one. I guess I'll do this for a while. He realized he should get a few different subjects as well, so he went around the bookstore saving books into his mind. He saved a few science ones, like biology, physics, math, etc. He then moved onto languages and saved one for about a dozen languages. After that, he went around randomly and saved any that he thought could be useful. Wilderness Survival for Idiots. Important Wars, A History. Political Impacts on Environmental Awareness. He did this repeatedly until he had saved a decent amount of books into his mind palace. He felt a little bad because he realized he could have bought the books and it would support his boss. But he didn't have the money anyway, so he tried to reassure himself that it didn't matter either way. It also wasn't stealing. He was just memorizing them basically, and from the outside, it just looked like he was skimming or not reading it at all. Sorry, boss, it's just so I can get stronger. I promise I'll pay you back later. He made a mental note that if he ever had money, he would buy some books from this place so that his conscience would be satisfied. He noticed that even though he had gone through a ton of books, he never got a stat increase, but he knew it was because he wasn't actually reading them. Okay, that should be enough. I'll read them later since I'm a bit tired of seeing books right now. He told his boss that he was done and prepared to leave. As he left the bookstore, it was time to decide what he should do today. I have a bunch of new quests, but a lot of them are hard. Still, I think there are a few I could do. He pulled up the quest menu again so he could judge his options. General. Pay the rent $223,800. Reward. Plus mystery reward plus 30 XP. Reach LVL 525. Reward. Plus 10 unassigned stat points plus 1 artifact. Make a stranger believe you are a celebrity. Reward. Stat unlock plus 30 XP. Climb to the top of a tree. Reward. Plus 1 SDR plus 1 AGI plus 20 XP. Compete in an event and win. Reward. Plus 1 all stats plus 75 XP. Intense training. Do 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10-mile run timed 0/100, 0/100, 0/100, 0/10 reward. Plus 3 SDR, plus 3 AGI, plus 50 XP. Honestly, the tree one might not be bad, but what kind of quest is that? Climb a tree. He sighed. It seemed kinda stupid, but it was probably the easiest one, besides the one where he needed to make something think he was a celebrity. But he was procrastinating that one because it would honestly be super embarrassing. Well, I guess I'll just go with the tree then. He decided on the quest and started looking around for a tree, but all he saw was concrete since he was in a city. 23 Tree. The city Matt lived in wasn't one that seemed to care about aesthetics or the environment, so there were no trees anywhere in sight. Oh, come on, so that's why this quest is considered hard. He was surprised that it hadn't occurred to him that he didn't see trees too often because he lived in a city. He had assumed there would be trees since most cities have trees, but he never stopped to notice that there really weren't any. I guess I could try to find a park. He opened up his map skill. He had forgot to open it this morning and keep it open to level it up. He sighed and told himself to try to remember next time. He looked on the map for an area labeled park. In a couple seconds he saw one, and it was only around a mile away. He noticed that it was a pretty large one, so it should be possible to find a decently sized tree there. As he headed toward the park, he thought more about his situation. I really should learn how to defend myself, and if it comes down to it, I need to know how to fight too. He felt like he hadn't prepared nearly enough for the eventually public release of the system. He was worried that once it was released, the world would be a very dangerous place. He remembered how in every game he played, there were always people who somehow made it to the top incredibly quickly. There are bound to be people like that once the system releases too. They just grind until they can't grind anymore. They're no-lifers. He realized how funny that term was. In reality, if the system was released, it would be life now. You couldn't really call them no-lifers. They may actually work harder than they ever have since it actually matters, instead of just a fake reality in a game. When I get home, I'll try to see if I can try to learn some self-defense. I don't really have the money to buy classes for it, but maybe I could find some basic videos about it. After a couple minutes of running, he finally reached the park. It was a large green area with trees, a lake, and a few statues and benches scattered around. It was like an oasis in the middle of a concrete wasteland. I wonder why I never came here before. It's kinda nice. As he entered the park, he saw there were a lot of trees. The quest didn't seem to mention any specifics, so he guessed any tree would do. He walked up to the closest one and grabbed onto the bark. Is it just this easy? He pulled himself up and grabbed onto more of the bark higher up. He noticed how it was a bit tricky to hold on to the bark without any branches or anything to grab onto. All of the branches were higher up and about 15 or more feet off the ground. Luckily, he had increased his strength stat by a lot. Although his hands shook as he held on using just his pure grip strength, he still held strong. He slowly made his way up the tree. I should probably be careful. I might have more constitution and health now, but I'm pretty sure if I fell, it would hurt a ton. He looked down as he thought this. He was just a few feet up, but it still looked pretty far down from this perspective. It made his heart jump a bit. Matt didn't really have a fear of heights or anything. He hated falling about the same as anyone would, and so he took his time, carefully climbing. Once he made it about 10 feet up, he seemed to be in range of one of the branches now. He grabbed onto the lowest branch and pulled himself up once more. He finally had good footing. He paused to rest a bit. He checked his quest and was a little annoyed. Quest in progress. Climb to the top of a tree reward. +1 SDR, +1 AGI, +20 XP. He was kinda hoping he would only have to climb this far, but he saw that it said he had to go to the top of the tree. He was already pretty high, so he was getting a bit nervous. I shouldn't die if I fall from the top, right? I have 20 health, so it should be fine, right? He tried to reassure himself, but it didn't really work. Either way, he wasn't going to just go back. He just needed to be careful. I literally fought a gun-wielding maniac yesterday. I'm not going to lose to a tree. He took a deep breath and continued climbing. He made his way up the branches, carefully choosing which one to grab. Every time he chose wrong and there wasn't much of a path up, he simply went back to the previous branch and chose a different one. He was so high up now that he didn't dare to look at the ground in case he would wimp out. So he just kept looking up and finding new branches to grab. The leaves above him were getting brighter, so he assumed he was getting close to the top. I have to admit, even though this is a bit scary, it's kinda fun. I could have never done this with my strength before. He sighed and calmed down a bit. He was pretty close, but he also didn't want to think about how he was going to get down once he reached the top. I really didn't think of that. Oh well, I'll not worry about it for now. He had to push the thought out of his mind, or else it would start freaking him out. He was so close that he might as well finish the quest before trying to figure it out. The quest still hadn't gone off, so he assumed he really had to get to the very top. He saw that he was almost there and pulled himself up one more time. He had made it to the top. But he saw something weird. He hadn't noticed before because leaves were blocking his view. A woman was sitting on a branch at the top of the tree. She stared at him and he stared back at her. An awkward silence followed. 24 awkward. Matt was like a deer in headlights. He didn't expect there to be anyone here, and since he hadn't mentally prepared to see or talk to anyone, suddenly seeing someone paralyzed him. What he saw was a woman with a book in her hands. She had brown hair and blue eyes. That was about all he could see before she started to talk. Hey. But before she could say anything, Matt started to climb down as fast as he could. It was too awkward. He wanted to just leave the situation as fast as possible. But as he was rushing to climb down, he lost his grip and started to fall. His heart jumped again as he felt gravity take hold of him. As he fell, he landed on a large branch, knocking the wind out of him. -2 HP. But he couldn't recover in time, which made him slip off. He fell more, and a few more branches hit his limbs and head until he finally caught himself on one of the lower branches. -1 HP. -1 HP. -1 HP. He heard another notification. As he caught his breath on the branch he was hanging from. Training successful. +1 constitution. But he didn't stick around. He still had one goal in mind, and that was to get out of there. He slid down the rest of the way, holding onto the tree like a fire pole. Once he hit the ground, he picked a direction and started running as fast as he could. He didn't even want to look back to see if the woman was watching him or not. As he ran, he cringed internally. Ah, why did I run? Did she see me fall? Shit, I really should have just played it cool, but why was she even up there? He was very embarrassed, not only because he wasn't prepared to see anyone, but because he was climbing a tree like an idiot. Then he fell. He was cringing so hard and knew this would be one of those memories that would keep him up at night 10 years later or something. He had been so distracted that he hadn't seen the notification that was floating next to him. As he kept running, he looked at the menu that had popped up. Quest complete. Climb to the top of a tree. +1 SDR, +1 AGI, +20 XP 118 120. He forgot that he had gotten a point in con and realized his body felt a lot sturdier, though he was still in pain a bit. Now with another point in SDR and AGI, suddenly felt faster and a bit stronger again. His muscles tightened and he felt more capable. His speed picked up more as he was running away. He started to push his cringe away. As he focused on an important detail, he noticed about the quest finishing. I only need 2 more XP to level up. He realized that he hadn't been paying attention to the XP amounts, and he didn't realize he was so close to leveling up. Wait, what can I do to get that XP as fast as possible? Can I just trigger an easier quest? Because the quests I have right now are pretty annoying. He remembered how the quest difficulty had gone up earlier with the new batch of quests, but he hoped he could somehow still trigger a quest that wasn't as hard as the ones he got in the new batch. Matt thought about it some more, but realized there really wasn't a way he could predict what would trigger a quest. He would have to wait for something to happen to him, but not much usually happened to him. He sighed. I guess I should try to finish one of the quests I already have. He was too excited about leveling up, but he calmed down. He realized there wasn't an easy way to do it, even though he only needed 2 XP. So he decided to just do what he was planning to do today like normal. He looked at the quest menu again to really go over his options, and picked the one he thought he could finish in a short amount of time. General. Pay the rent 223,800. Reward. Plus mystery reward plus 30 XP. Reach LVL 525. Reward. Plus 10 unassigned stat points plus 1 artifact. Make a stranger believe you are a celebrity reward. Stat unlock plus 30 XP. Compete in an event and win reward. +1 all stats plus 75 XP. Intense training. Do 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10-mile run timed. 0/100, 0/100, 0/100, 0/10 reward. +3 SDR, +3 AGI, +50 XP. I am definitely not doing the celebrity one. I already had enough embarrassing social interaction for the day. Looking through the menu, the only one that seemed feasible was the intense training quest. He wasn't exactly sure if he could do it, but with his new stats, he might be able to. I'm worried about the part that says timed. The last push-up quest let me just do them whenever, but this one seems trickier. Although he had his doubts, he decided it was his best shot at completing another quest today and leveling up. He started to slow down since he felt like he was a very good distance away from the park already. He decided it would be best to start with the 10-mile run and then do the rest in his apartment. He noticed the quest hadn't started yet, even though he had been running. Wait, how do I start this one? He tapped on the quest to look at it individually and noticed that there was a big Start Quest button on it. Oh, I never got one of these before. Is it just for timed ones? He pressed the button and a large timer appeared at the top of his vision. It was visible enough, but without being in the way. It started ticking down, and the time it displayed made him let out an annoyed sigh. 59 minutes left. 25 intense training. Matt was running as fast as he could, trying to hit the quest running goal quickly so that he could move on to the other goals and finish them on time. But he wasn't doing well. 39 minutes left. 4/10 miles. I'm going as fast as I can, and I even have 14 agility. I should finish on time, right? What am I doing like a mile every 2-3 minutes? He had never really jogged or run to exercise or anything before, so he wasn't really sure how fast people usually ran a mile. But judging by the wind on his face and the things streaking by, be assumed he was above average at minimum. He had decided to take back alleys and routes that seemed more deserted since he had realized his speed was becoming a bit inhuman. It would only bring attention to him if he was zooming past people at like 15 miles per hour or however fast he was going. When the system is released, I probably won't have to worry about it as much. He had run another mile by now, and the minutes were ticking away. He had hoped he could finish the run fast enough, and due to the short time limit, he would just drop to the ground and start doing the other exercises. I wanted to go to my apartment first, but I definitely don't have time. He hoped no one would see him, since it was a bit strange to speedrun push-ups on the sidewalk. He checked the status of the quest again. 36 minutes left. 6/10 miles. He decided to just focus on finishing this. He kept running for a few minutes before hearing a light ding. 29 minutes left. 10/10 miles. He instantly stopped running, his feet creating a bit of smoke as he stopped too quickly. He almost lost his balance due to the momentum. Just as he finished his run, he heard another notification. Training successful. +1 agility. I really could have used that before the run. Oh well, it's kinda crazy how many stats I've been getting recently. Without taking time to savor the new stat point, he immediately dropped to the ground and started doing push-ups. After that run, his legs were a bit sore, but with his stats, it wasn't that bad. I kinda feel bad. This system is too good. 63/100 push-ups. Am I really allowed to just use this? It's like cheating at life. 89/100 push-ups. Well, I guess everyone will have one soon, though, so I should just enjoy it. As he finished that thought, he heard another light ding. 24 minutes left. 100/100 push-ups. Not bad, so I really can finish it on time. He started the next set. He had never done sit-ups before, so he just tried his best to replicate what he saw on TV or videos. He very quickly got the hang of it, making sure the quest counter started tracking it to know if he was doing them correctly. 12/100 sit-ups. He decided to focus a bit more since he didn't want to run out of time and have to do all of it again. Actually, he wondered if the quest would be gone and he wouldn't be able to do it again. That would be awful. Well, I don't want to find out. Too many rewards on the line. 43/100 sit-ups. He thought that actually, the rewards would probably only get better in the future, so this would be the best timed quest to test how it works. But he decided to just finish it and hoped he would never have to deal with a failed timed quest. It's probably not that big of a deal anyway. His muscles were definitely burning now as he was nearing the end of his sit-ups. The stats he had now made it much less tiring, but he was still human. He heard another notification as he was almost done. Training successful. +1 strength. I was wondering when that would happen. He felt his muscles become even denser, and the workout suddenly got a little easier. He quickly heard yet another light ding. 19 minutes left. 100/100 sit-ups. Wow, I really got a lot of time to spare. He surprised himself a bit. He hadn't expected his stats to be this effective. He had assumed that they were a static multiplier like 15 strength would equal 1.5x, but it seemed a bit better than that, though he wasn't sure by how much. There wasn't really an easy way to tell either unless he bought or made testing equipment or something. Well, just one more set, 100 squats. After that, I'll get some rewards and I'll level up. He was super excited. With the system, it was like his birthday every day. He just kept getting more gifts to unwrap. He felt the same as when he had rolled a rare character from a loot box, but it was real rewards now, not fake loot. He started to do squats, again hoping he was doing it correctly. After the new point in strength, most of his fatigue was gone, but it was starting to come back only a tiny bit. 27/100 squats. He kept going, nothing really holding him back. Before he started this quest, he really thought he was going to fail. So it really was a nice feeling to have completed it fairly easily with time to spare. I wonder what stats I should invest in when I level up. I don't really know which ones would be important right now. I guess I could always save them in case I get into a tight situation. He thought about it and weighed the pros and cons in his mind. If he did hold onto the unassigned stat points, he might be able to assign them more usefully later instead of just guessing for now. But he was also thinking about one stat he hadn't really leveled. I wonder if luck is worth it to level. Would it affect my luck a lot or only a little? Also, how could I even tell? What if I was already going to get lucky and it actually didn't affect anything? As he considered his options, he heard a light ding, then a loud ping, and then a third loud notification. He also felt his body changing. So many things happened at once. 26 Stat Evolution. It was like a whirlwind of sounds as the system started to deliver many notifications one after another. Matt just watched as they all rolled in. 15 minutes left. 100/100 squats. Quest complete. Intense training. Do 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10-mile run. +3 SDR, +3 AGI, +50 XP 168/120 XP. There was a pause for only a second before the new stats hit him. His body felt like it was exploding. 1 second later, another notification went off. Level up. LVL2, LVL3. +1 to all stats. +3 unassigned stat points. +10 max health. +0 max mana error, mana not found. Skills unlocked. Error, no new skills available at current level. Then it happened again. His whole body felt like it condensed and became more efficient in every aspect. It almost felt like it rebuilt itself, of course. All that happened was he had gained a ton of stats at once. In addition to that, he once again felt strangely more alive. Okay, that was too many stats. That just felt weird. He felt like he would have felt exhausted after that whole process. But of course, since the cause of it was his stats increasing, he felt better than before. He quickly opened his stats to see what the numbers were like. Attributes. SDR 20 +4. Con 12 +1. Agi 19 +4. Dex 13 +1. Int 17 +1. Luck 12 +1. Stat points 3 +3. Holy, these stats are crazy. Also, I have 20 strength now. Matt looked down at his body and noticed that it didn't look much different, besides a few small, unimportant details. Like his body was refined and was now a perfectly fit, toned, and healthy version of what it was before. He had good muscle definition but wasn't beefy. His skin was a healthy full tone instead of sickly pale like before, and his face and skin seemed smooth. Since the physical changes were becoming minimal, he imagined this was basically his physical peak. The stats seemed to be applying more to my ability now, instead of my physical body. He imagined it was like how in movies, superheroes seem pretty normal but had strength far beyond their own body weight, like an ant. As he was considering this, he heard another notification. Congratulations, player Matt. The system has detected that you have reached 20 points in a single stat. Stat evolution will now begin. Stat detected, SDR. Before Matt could react, his body felt weird. A bright light started to envelop him and then focused on his form. The light hovered right above his skin and then condensed down and started to push against his muscles. It felt a bit like when he increased a strength point, but it felt much weirder, like his muscles were getting boiled, but with no pain. Okay, I hate this. What even is this supposed to be? I've never heard of this in a game before. As it continued, it started to feel less like boiling and more like melting. It was a very gross feeling, and he really wanted it to stop. He felt like his muscles were reforming themselves and becoming much more powerful. Finally, after around a minute, it felt like it was stopping, and the light started disappearing. Eventually, it completely stopped, and he heard another sound. Stat evolution complete. He wasn't exactly sure what happened, but he did feel different. He was more curious than ever about his strength and considered trying to test it somehow. Was that somehow better than just increasing my stats? I really should ask help about this one. I'll ask them later, though. He turned back to his menu and looked at his strength stat, which was still 20. I honestly thought I was going to reach 20 intelligence first because that used to be my best stat. It's funny to think that I'm stronger than I am smart now. His whole life, his small advantage in intelligence had been his main point of pride. But now it didn't really matter. He realized he was getting off track and refocused on his level up. Okay, first I'll deal with this, then I'll test my strength. I also really need to earn more money to pay my rent for that mystery reward. After making a plan, he looked at his unused stat points. He had thought about not spending them and saving them for an emergency, but figured that increasing his stats would help him level up, especially in the early stage, which was usually the case in games. He realized that if he hadn't invested in his strength, he probably wouldn't have been able to finish the last quest. He knew it would probably come in handy to just be as stat-heavy as he could be. Now that he knew what he wanted to do, he checked the menu again to see what he was working with. Attributes: SDR 20, Con 12, Augie 19, Dex 13, Int 17, Luck 12, Stat points 3. If I put a point into agility, it should evolve like my strength did, right? But honestly, I don't even know how it's different from getting a stat point. He decided that even though he wasn't sure specifically what it did, he at least knew it was some sort of enhancement or boost. So there was no reason not to go for it. But I'll spend the two other ones first since the evolution took some time. As he looked over his stats, he figured that the most useful ones right now were either int or con. Dex seemed a bit vague, and luck was probably good, but it was hard to tell if it was helping, so he would rather invest in something solid. My intelligence stat is only 3 away from evolving, but I'm really lacking in con. Eventually, he settled on his con stat. He realized that no matter how smart he was, if he could be killed easily, it didn't matter. Building his con increased the durability of his body, and he assumed that at some point it could stop a bullet. Putting points into it really seemed like a good idea in the long run. Okay, that's it then. He assigned the points, starting with putting 2 in Constitution, and then 1 in Agility so that the evolution would happen last. First, his body felt tougher once more. While his skin was still soft, it felt like it would be harder to pierce or cut it when he touched it. He realized this really was one of the most superhuman stats. While it was possible to increase strength naturally or be highly intelligent, increasing physical durability wasn't really a thing. The closest thing he could think of were calluses, but they were hard and tough, unlike his skin, which was staying soft, but becoming resilient. Also, calluses had a limit to how effective they were, and he was pretty sure he already passed that level of defense. Again, he felt really weird. But this time, it wasn't exactly his muscles. Every time he increased his agility, it kind of felt like his muscles, but it also felt more vague, like it increased his general flexibility, his general ability to move quickly, and a few other things he couldn't really pinpoint. Stat evolution will now begin. Stat detected, AGI. The light this time moved into his body and settled. He felt a chill like there was cold water moving around inside his bones. After around a minute, it faded, and so did the light. Stat evolution complete. Well, the last hour has been a weird experience. He was glad that he had leveled up again, but was weirded out by the evolution thing. He looked around and noticed he was on some random back street with no one around. There was still some time in the day, so he thought about what he should do next. Okay, time to test my strength. 27 Gym Arc. Matt walked through the city, heading toward a specific building. He had located it again on his map and decided it was the perfect place to test his strength. The gym. He had thought about running there, but this part of the city was fairly busy, and there were a lot of people around. Also, it never hurt to take a stroll. He wasn't too worried about time either. He still had at least a couple hours before sunset, and while he was a little worried about the events of last night repeating if he stayed out past dark, his new strength helped ease his mind a little. Also, in the worst-case scenario, he planned to just use his 20 agility to run away from any danger. As he walked, he made sure to use Inspect on everything he passed by. The past couple of days, he had been a bit distracted and kept forgetting to use it. Considering the amount of time and use it had taken to level up Map, he had assumed Inspect was very close to leveling up. He was correct. After a couple of minutes of scanning things as he walked, he heard the sound he was hoping for. Inspect has leveled up. LV1, LV2. Finally, that took quite some time. Excited to test out his upgraded Inspect skill, without hesitation he yelled the words in his mind, remembering not to yell them aloud while in public. Inspect. He had again aimed at a random rock on the ground, hoping it would give a different, more detailed description than before. Concrete fragment. A small chunk of concrete that resembles a rock, broken off from a larger concrete tile. Well, that sure is a lot better. I guess that's everything I'd want to know about a rock anyway, right? He felt satisfied that his skill was finally a bit useful. He suddenly had an idea. A couple of days ago, he had tried to use Inspect on a stranger walking by, but it just errored. He wondered if it would work now that it was level 2, and what kind of information it would display for a person. He tried to use it on someone walking by, but he carefully tried not to stare for too long so he wouldn't seem like a weirdo. From the outside, it just looked like a passing glance. Error entity not in the database, using general entity data. Species, human. Age, midlife. Biological sex, male. General info, a bipedal creature that is common on Earth. The creature seems to be wearing textiles to cover themselves. What's up with the description? It's just phrased weirdly. He looked at the info that showed up, and it caught him off guard how unspecific and unbiased it was. It was actually a bit creepy. What does it mean that the entity is not in a database? He thought about it, and because his intelligence was decent, he didn't have a hard time coming to a conclusion even without help. It's because he doesn't have a system, right? When he considered it, that really was the only explanation that fit, at least with the current info he had. But it wouldn't hurt to bring it up with help later. But for now, he continued walking to the gym. The last time he went, he didn't have enough for the gym. Honestly, it was a bit pricey, and he considered just not going, but he knew how op it could be. All of the gym equipment was perfect for getting stats. They were literally designed to train strength. Though the last thing he needed right now was strength, it still wouldn't hurt to train it more. Also, it would be the perfect place for testing how strong he actually was. And the price, he had an idea that could help him get more money more quickly. He thought it was about time to try it, later tonight or tomorrow. If it worked, he wouldn't have to worry about paying the rent. He would even have money to throw around. Once he arrived, he entered the main doors and headed to the front desk. Once again, he saw the gym receptionist, and they looked up toward him as he approached. "How can I help you? Are you here for a membership?" Matt noticed that they didn't recognize him, but he assumed it was because he literally only talked to them for 5 minutes, and they get hundreds if not thousands of customers a day going through. But he'd like to imagine it was because he looked way different than before. It was only 2 days ago, so I think maybe my second idea is right. He started to realize how strange it must have been for his boss, since it basically looked like he grew muscles in 3 days. He got a bit nervous thinking of that, and how he really needed to be more careful. Who knows, maybe some scientists would try to kidnap him and experiment on him or something. With his new intelligence, his thinking was faster as well, so he had only been staring at the receptionist for around 4 seconds. But it still left an awkward silence in the air for a bit too long. Yes, I'd like to buy a membership. Monthly, please. He paid for the pass, and she handed him a gym card. She explained he could use it to come and go whenever he wanted unless his pass expired. As he looked around, he saw a lot of people there. This gym was in the center of the city, so it was fairly popular. He started realizing if randomly lifted a stupidly heavy weight in front of all these people, it might draw too much attention. So he went further in to find a quieter area where there were fewer people. He managed to find a corner that was pretty sparse and looked at the equipment there. So should I just lift this or? He had never been to a gym, but he had seen it on TV and the internet throughout his life. He recalled that people bench-pressed weights, as well as people lifting smaller weights in each hand. He also, of course, knew what a treadmill was, but everything else was a bit foreign to him. He looked at the wall where there were dozens of single-hand weights of many different sizes and colors. Okay, this one says 5 lb. He picked it up. Oh, weightless next. As he set it down, he looked around for a larger weight. This time he picked up a weight that said 20 lb. He hoped that it would at least feel like a weight instead of a feather. I do feel this one, but it's pretty light, to be honest. He was surprised. He realized that he must have been a lot stronger than he had originally thought. Matt only appreciated the system more now. It could make a complete weakling like he used to be into someone this strong in only 3 days, though he was a bit of a tryhard. This time, he decided to go for one of the biggest ones he saw, which displayed 50 lb. He picked it up, and it felt like it actually had some heft to it. Is this a good one? It wasn't exactly heavy, it felt just right. He imagined it would do nicely to try to train his strength. I guess I'll just try this and see if I get any points. He wasn't sure if his form was good, but he just lifted the weight over and over anyway. He repeated this for a few minutes, but no notification had sounded yet. Determined to wait it out, he kept going, and about after 30 minutes, he heard a ding. Training successful. +1 strength. It worked. 28 self-defense. Matt set the weight back onto the rack and wiped the sweat from his forehead. It's nice to know I can still train my strength at a gym even with 20 points. I thought it might have been too high to see any results. He remembered help mentioning that you needed more intense training the higher level a stat is. But it would be super inconvenient to have to find some other way to train if the gym didn't work. So I guess 20 strength seems to equal super strong dude, but not inhuman. He wasn't exactly sure what the average gym goer could lift, but he assumed someone lifted ones these heavy. Otherwise, they wouldn't even be in the gym. He also noticed that the heaviest one-handed weight on the rack was 100 lb. I'll make sure to come back here to fully use the full month I bought, but I should get going for now. He looked outside of the window and saw it was sunset. It would be dark in just over an hour. I think it's too late to do the money-making plan I was thinking, so I'll do it tomorrow and do some deliveries tonight. The plan required a lot of people around, and now that it was going to be night, it would probably be less effective. He walked back toward the entrance of the gym and exchanged goodbyes with the front desk person. He walked out onto the street and opened up his phone. Okay, there are a few deliveries. Time to start. He accepted a job and began his night of delivering food. As he completed one after another, he noticed his stats weren't increasing at all. I guess this wouldn't be enough by itself anymore. He knew that if he did enough deliveries, he could level a stat. The stat training system seemed to be more based on mileage than the effectiveness of training. Even if he never ran again and always walked, he assumed that with time, he would eventually get another agility point. It was nice that he didn't have to go out of his way to train, and with patience, the stats would follow. But I'm not gonna take the slow way. I'll make sure to find a better way to train my agility later. I really should think of different ways to train all of my stats. He had wondered for a moment how he would even train luck. Gambling, he didn't have nearly enough money to waste on that. As he finished more deliveries, he noticed that he was reaching each destination much faster. It made it so that he could take the next job sooner. He had already done a decent amount of them in half the time. The orders on the food delivery app kept refreshing, some going away and others appearing. He imagined since the city was pretty big, these orders would keep coming. I wonder how many I can do. With my new speed, I really could make a lot tonight. Other people have to worry about gas prices for deliveries, but all I need are my legs. He felt confident that he could earn a decent chunk of the money he needed with tonight's work. After a couple more hours, he had finished a total of 17 orders. He thought it was enough for the night. He checked the app to count the total profit. Overall, he had made $148 tonight. That's almost enough to pay the rent. Maybe I could pay it tomorrow. He looked at the total amount he had in the quest now. $309,800. With my paycheck tomorrow, which is $300, I'll just need a little under $200 to pay my rent. When he thought about it, he was going to need another day to pay his rent. He had wanted to pay it tomorrow so he could get the mystery reward faster, but he needed to be patient. Matt decided it would be best to head home for the night. After a few minutes, he arrived at his apartment. As he got home, he was a bit surprised that he didn't really feel tired. Even though he did more deliveries in one night than he ever had, he was feeling fine. It's not too late, so I'll try a few things before bed. He opened his stats screen and thought about what he wanted to do. He found it satisfying just looking at his stats. It felt nice becoming more powerful, and his stats represented his power. He always enjoyed the feeling he got when he leveled up or increased his stats in a game. And the feeling wasn't any different now that he was doing it in real life. Actually, it was much stronger. He thought about yesterday's events again, and remembered what he had thought about earlier. Just having high stats isn't enough. I really need to know how to defend myself. He had never considered learning self-defense or how to fight, even when he was getting bullied by Chad in high school. At the time, he just put up with it. He thought if he fought back, it might only get worse or he might be expelled. But now he thought differently, not just because he had the system. All I was doing was running away and hoping my life would improve on its own. He had a scary thought. If he had never gotten the system, his life really could have spiraled into a bad place. Regardless of the powers it gave him, the system was just a spark, the push he needed to get his life on track. I'm glad I got that wake-up call. Now filled with new motivation, he decided it was time to learn how to learn self-defense. He searched online for some sort of guide, but he couldn't find much besides random clickbait articles. So he searched for some videos instead. He found one that was posted by a middle-aged man who looked pretty tough, describing what he should do if he encountered danger. Matt watched the video as he showed, in the worst scenario, how to disarm someone who was pointing a knife at him. Matt tried to imitate the man in the video, and he seemed to quickly shove the assailant's hand to the side, proceeded to step next to him and twisted his arm, causing the other man he was demonstrating on to drop the knife. Of course, Matt couldn't practice on someone, so he just pretended someone was in front of him. The man in the video showed a few more useful methods, including a few for someone who is attacking him unarmed. It seemed like the techniques were focused on being as safe as possible. This is actually pretty useful. Why didn't I learn this earlier in my life? The final part of the video was about what to do if someone had a gun pointed at him. While the video briefly mentioned how to grab it and redirect it if they're holding it incredibly close to him, he wouldn't recommend it. They mentioned that it's much safer to talk to the attacker and attempt to defuse the situation with conversation, and give them your money or belongings if that was their goal. Matt wasn't sure if this guy knew what he was talking about, but he decided to practice the moves anyway. But while reenacting the moves, he suddenly heard a sound. Skill training successful. New skill. Self-defense LV 1. 29 fighting styles. Matt was standing in his apartment staring in awe at the pop-up that had just appeared. New skill. Self-defense LV 1. New skill, I can get skills naturally. This realization really shocked him. He had assumed the system would only boost stats and give him preset skills, but he hadn't even considered the idea that it could make skills based on what he learned and experienced. When he thought about everything he knew about this system, though, it started to make sense. I really should be testing out the system or asking help more, but to be honest, she would probably give basic answers. Help was currently just level 1, so he guessed that she might be more useful later. Every system skill he seemed to get usually started out basically useless and improved when it leveled up. Matt wasn't exactly sure what that would mean in Help's case, since she was a talking, apparently conscious being. At least he assumed she was. He hoped it wouldn't just erase her or anything. As much as she got on his nerves, he wouldn't wish that on anyone. He also had to admit he had grown used to her, and she had helped him out a lot. Seeing that the skill was in his system menu as well, he decided to test it out. But he quickly realized nothing happened when he activated it in his mind. Is it a passive skill? Based on his guess, he tried to imitate what he learned from the video again, and the results were incredible. His body moved efficiently and performed the actions with ease. It almost looked like he had been practicing these moves for at least a month. Instant muscle memory. He realized he didn't know any more about self-defense besides what the video taught him. It seemed to be only his execution of the moves that was improved. He figured it would have been too cheaty if it filled his head with new knowledge of self-defense. So I can improve my proficiency but still need to learn it. Good to know. He instantly knew what he wanted to do next. He searched online for videos about boxing. He opened the first one, which went over basic form, footwork, and a few simple punches. The video went over the different types of punches like jabs, hooks, uppercuts, etc. In the second half of the video, they went into strategy and where you should hit to optimize damage. The video ended, and Matt was confused. Where's the notification? He realized he hadn't gotten a skill for watching the video, but he quickly understood what had happened and what the difference was from last time. I need to actually act it out. Now knowing what he needed to do, he imitated what he had learned about boxing. After a few minutes of practicing the moves, he heard the sound he was expecting. New skill. Boxing LV1. Now that he had gotten a skill for it, his footwork and technique felt a lot better. Again, it was like he had practiced for at least a few weeks to a month. His punches felt like they had a tiny bit more force behind them, too. This feels like a glitch in a game. He now only feared the public release of the system more. It wasn't gonna be good with people just spam learning skills. It only motivated him to train harder from now on. He pulled up another video, this time karate. He decided he would start with the most popular skills and go down the line. An hour passed, and so far he had gotten skills for karate, kung fu, wrestling, judo, and kickboxing. But he noticed something interesting about the name his kung fu skill had. New skill. Kung Fu Unspecialized LV1. After searching for an answer online, he realized Kung Fu was an umbrella term for a large amount of different martial arts. So he imagined it mentioning unspecialized meant he had learned something that was more general in concept. He imagined himself fighting a non-existent opponent and tried mixing and matching a few of the moves he had learned from each skill. He pretended to sidestep an incoming punch, deflecting their hand and putting them in a wrestling choke hold before using a technique he learned from judo to throw them to the ground. All of these actions in one swift movement. I feel like a badass. I can't wait to actually try these moves out. But then he remembered this was the real world. There weren't just people he could fight unless he wanted to go straight to prison. The energy left him as he realized he probably wouldn't actually be able to use what he learned, besides the rare instance of him being attacked. He wondered if maybe it would apply more after the system launched, but he also realized he wished the world would just stay peaceful. As cool as it would be to fight people every day like one of those action movies or anime, he knew it probably wouldn't be a pleasant reality to live in. Also, if they have a gun, I'm pretty sure none of these skills would do anything. He wondered how much con and health he would need to get shot and be fine. He imagined he would need a lot, but it actually seemed like a feasible goal, unlike before the system. After collecting a few skills, he was starting to get a little tired. Matt decided it would be best to get some sleep and try out his plan tomorrow to get the rest of his rent money. Then he could finally get the first mystery reward he was offered. Now he knew how good they could be. He wasn't planning on just sitting around and missing it. The Mind Palace skill he got from the last reward was great, but it wasn't very combat-focused. He hoped the next reward would have something cool like throwing fireballs or using darkness magic or something. With the thoughts of what powers he might get in the future, he drifted off to sleep. 30 Internal Struggle. Matt woke up before his alarm again. He rubbed his eyes and saw he once again had a lot of time before he needed to go to work. It seemed like he really only needed around 6 hours of sleep now with his healthier body. He headed to the kitchen and quickly ate breakfast. He subconsciously tried to finish it up fast because there was something he wanted to test out. But then he remembered that time didn't move in the Mind Palace. Ever since he found out he could learn skills and level them up from watching videos, an idea formed. Okay, might as well try it. He activated the Mind Palace and was transported back to the familiar world. He walked outside the small hut he had made and stood in the grass. Since time doesn't pass here, this could be super op. He activated his karate skill and started going through the motions, punching and kicking the air. He kept going and it felt like hours had passed, though he wasn't concerned about time obviously. In this space, he didn't get physically tired either, since all he was doing was thinking basically. But it had been a few hours and he was starting to get bored. Doing the same set of moves over and over was a bit repetitive. He knew if this were to work, he at least needed to give it a few hours. But after that, he would claim that the experiment had failed. He kept going and the minutes kept passing. He had started to think it wasn't going to work and he was just wasting all this time for nothing. But he was determined to find that out. If he had given up after only a few hours, he would have learned nothing. He assumed that after around 10 hours, if it hadn't gone off by then, it would never happen, because training in his mind must not have counted toward skills. But after a total of 6 mental hours of practicing karate, he finally heard a sound. Karate has leveled up. LV1, LV2. Yes. He was sick and tired of doing the same thing for so long. For him, it felt the same as actually doing it for 6 hours straight in real life, just without the physical exhaustion. It was mind-numbing. I can't believe it actually worked. I was about to give up too, but I'm definitely not doing that again for a bit. That was miserable. Though he had gotten tired of the moves, he did them once more to see how much his proficiency had increased. After performing a few kicks and punches, he noticed that he was much more accurate, and his attacks had more force as well. Though it wasn't by a ton, he seemed to now have the karate skills of someone who had practiced for roughly 3 months. It was a nice increase at least. Not bad. He felt a bit annoyed since he realized, now that he knew it worked, it meant he'd have to do this again. Many times. He wasn't the type to let advantages slip through his fingers. But he decided he really needed a break in between at least, or else he'd go insane from lack of entertainment. I didn't get a stat point for training that long, but it's because I was just doing it mentally. I'm glad because that would have almost been too cheaty. He deactivated his Mind Palace and his apartment appeared around him again. He saw that the clock hadn't changed. He had almost forgotten he had to go to work since it had already felt like half a day had passed. But it was still only 7 a.m. It's so weird being in there for so long, and it's still morning. He started to get ready to leave and headed out of his apartment. The fresh air felt nice as he ran to work. One thing that he started to appreciate after getting the system was how nice it was to get fresh air. On the weekends, he used to stay home all day, and on weekdays, he would go home right after work, and so he often spent most of his time inside his stuffy apartment. He started to remember how last weekend he had been excited to play that game where he was trying to get in the top 10. It seems like such a waste of time now. Why did I burn so much time doing pointless things in games? When Matt really thought about it, since the rest of his life was mediocre at best, he needed something that would make him feel like he was important. Being a top ranker in a game made him feel like a celebrity or special. But he realized now that he had been just wasting his time. Being a top player in a game didn't really matter. Sure, there were people who had gotten paid to do that, like streamers or esports players. But he was just aiming for top rank by himself, with no way of turning it into income. I think I wanted to do great things, but I didn't know where to start. The only thing I ever really knew were games and how to be good at them. The system was really perfect for him. It was like he was finally able to use his skills for something that mattered. Like the world had changed to favor people like him, when before it was built for other people. As he thought about this, he realized he had already arrived at the bookstore. Once again, he was very early. He talked with his boss, and again she gave him his tasks for the day. No quests showed up, but he expected that. He quickly finished up everything he needed to do. With his new stats, it didn't take too long. He wanted to finish it quickly, so he could do what he actually wanted to do here. Time to download some books. This time, he planned to find some books that could potentially teach him skills. He imagined the one he had already collected about surviving in the wilderness could possibly give him a skill. But he wasn't sure since it seemed fairly knowledge-based. So far, he had only gotten skills for things that mainly used muscle memory. He wondered if certain types of skills would apply in different ways. So he started his search for any books that might teach him a skill. 31 Scammer. Matt searched around the shelves of the store for books that sounded like they could give him a skill. The store was full of basically every type of book, since the owner wanted to keep a diverse stock for any type of customer. He knew this because he was usually the one sorting them. Matt went over the different sections in his mind and remembered that there was a section of the store that was full of how-to books, and he thought that would be a good place to start. He headed there and started reading the titles. There were many about crafting, like woodwork and knitting, but he didn't think those skills would really come in handy, at least anytime soon. He thought about how he could potentially make money using them and selling what he made, but that would take a long time, and he would need to figure out where to sell them or who to sell them to. He could always come back here if he needed them, but for now, he looked through the section to see if there was anything immediately useful. He remembered he also had a book already stored that was about wilderness survival, but he wanted something that would actually apply to living in a city. Wilderness survival was not applicable at all to his daily life. While looking around, he mainly only found language-learning books, fishing guides, and a lot of niche things that weren't too beneficial for him. He thought about moving to another section, but then noticed one book in particular. Commanding Conversations. He was instantly interested and started reading through it. He didn't just commit it to memory because he wanted to see if the content of the book would be helpful or not first. It seemed to explain not only how to converse properly with people, but also seemed to discuss how to move conversations in the direction you want them to go. There was even a section about appearing more confident in conversation. It seemed to be one of those instant charisma books, but it actually had some good advice, unlike a lot of those clickbait videos that seemed to be popular. This one might come in handy, especially for that one quest. He remembered how one of the new quests wanted him to convince someone he was a celebrity. It seemed like an annoying and difficult task, let alone embarrassing. But he thought with an actual skill based on controlling a conversation, it might be more feasible. Though he didn't need to control a conversation, he needed to flat-out lie. He wondered if it would still apply, though. He saved the book to his mental space by once again going through it and glancing at every page. After that, he decided it wouldn't hurt to save a few of the other how-to books that weren't instantly helpful but could be good to learn later, in case he ever needed them. He finished collecting the books to his mental space and went around saving more random books that were unrelated to learning skills, just to have more. Once he had a decent amount, he clocked out of work for the day. It's time for my plan. Matt headed toward downtown and tried to find an area that was busy. For this to work, he needed enough people walking by so that at least a few people would try it out. He found a nice-looking plaza with a lot of people going about their days. Once he found a spot, he just needed supplies. Okay, so I'll need a table, a big piece of paper, maybe some tape, and something to write with. He went to a general supply store nearby and bought everything he needed. He ended up getting one of those folding plastic tables, but it was still a little expensive. Overall, everything cost a total of $59. It was a little more than he was expecting to spend, but he couldn't do anything about it. He also went to an ATM and withdrew $100 from his bank account. He set up the table in the plaza area, but off to one side, so it wouldn't be blocking the way where people walked. Using the paper, he wrote on it to make a bit of a sign. Finally, he used the tape to attach it to the front of the table, hanging it down where people could see it clearly when they passed by. Matt stood on the other side of the table, a bit self-conscious. But he knew this could be a great way to make money, so he put up with it for now. After a few minutes, a tough-looking guy approached the table. He smiled and looked very confident. He looked directly at Matt and spoke. "Are you for real? If I beat you in arm wrestling, you'll just give me $100. Matt cleared his throat. "Yes, but remember it costs $10 to challenge me." The guy stared at Matt like he was looking at a fool. From the outside, Matt looked like an average guy with barely any muscles. He had intentionally worn a long-sleeved shirt to hide his muscle definition. Due to the system, his muscles were strong, but not big, and so no one could clearly see that he was fit at all. The guy who had approached the table had a decent build. He looked like he went to the gym a ton. Matt was honestly a bit nervous. He still hadn't adjusted to the fact that he was strong. His whole life he had been weak. Also, sure, he could lift a heavy weight, but those numbers didn't mean much to him. He had never actually applied his new strength in the real world yet. Due to this, he wasn't sure if he should hold back or go full strength. He didn't want to hurt the guy, but he also didn't want to underestimate him and lose $100 in a flash. So he decided he would try to exert roughly half of his strength and adjust from there. The buff man paid him without hesitation, thinking it was a steal. He was going to get $90 for free. "Well, if you're just giving away money, I might as well take it." The guy confidently laughed as stepped up to the table. They both positioned their arms on the table, and Matt counted down. 3, 2, 1, go. Matt had tried to exert around 50% of his strength, and he was glad he did, because the moment he said go, he pushed the other guy's arm down, slamming it into the table with no resistance at all. 32. Revenge. A line of people formed around a random table in a random plaza in the city. At this point, it was a contest to see who could beat this young man in arm wrestling. Some would loop back in line to try again because they didn't want to admit the young, weak-looking man on stronger than them. Some speculated he was an arm wrestling expert and that somehow strength didn't matter. They guessed that was how he was winning every time. I didn't want to attract attention, but I guess that's over. Matt set up the table hoping to trick a few arrogant guys who thought they could easily beat him and make a quick buck or two. But it seemed like not only did people come over to see what was going on, but the people who lost often called their friends to try, so they could get their $10 back and win the $100 Matt was offering. It's like they're gambling addicts. He thought about how, in the worst-case scenario, he could always make the excuse that he was simply good at arm wrestling. Also, he did have muscles, he just hid them. With the level of strength he was displaying, he wasn't being overly superhuman or suspicious. Really, the worst possible outcome of this is people thinking he's a scammer, which he didn't really care about. He wouldn't even see any of these people ever again. The city was so big, he wasn't concerned about building a bad reputation. He swiftly slammed another arm into the table, leaving another tough-looking guy walking away with his head down. Some reacted well and just laughed or were cool about it when they lost. But some seemed ashamed or embarrassed, like a lot of their pride stemmed from their strength. Some also became angry and shouted. Those were the ones who usually brought their friends to try and beat him. It's funny how they care so much about looking strong in public. And when they lose, it matters so much to them. They don't realize that soon they could just pour points into their strength stat. He occasionally looked down at the cash he had made so far, and it was a decently thick stack. But the line moved so quickly he didn't have time to count it. Suddenly he heard a voice that sounded familiar, and it brought him back to reality. When he looked up, a chill went down his spine. It was Chad. "Look who it is. Matt, what are you doing here?" He had apparently joined the line and was now his next opponent to arm wrestle. Chad laughed as he saw Matt's expression and spoke again. "I thought there was gonna be some tough guy at the end of this line, but it was just you. Don't tell me, are you trying to become broke? How many times did you lose $100? Is that why they're all lined up?" He smiled and used his fake kind-sounding voice, but he was just mocking him. Chad had often used this voice when teachers would show up, and for some reason, they would always think he was the good guy. Matt was wondering if he should just pack up and leave. He didn't want to have anything to do with Chad. The world just felt like a darker place when he was around. But he realized that his fear was coming from a weird place. It wasn't logical, it was emotional. "I should be so much stronger than Chad now. Why am I scared?" He started to calm himself down. He still hadn't responded to Chad yet, but that only seemed to fuel Chad. It looked like from the outside that Matt was frozen in fear, which was why he wasn't responding. And it wasn't that far off. Matt responded just like he did with the other people who had come to beat him in arm wrestling. "Hi, Chad, did you come to challenge me? If so, you need to pay $10 first. If you beat me, I'll give you $100. Chad just replied casually, "Oh, come on, Matt, don't be so cold. Here, I'll tell you what, I'll be nice. If you win, I'll give you $100. See, aren't I a great friend?" Matt wasn't exactly sure how to respond. Chad was doing his classic setup to make other people look bad and him look great. He never expected to lose, and if Matt complained about it, he would make Matt seem like the bad guy. But Matt could only smile. He has no clue how strong I am now. He doesn't realize he's walking right into losing $100. He doubted Chad would actually give him $100, but maybe he would. If it was in public like this, he might do it since he wouldn't want to look like a jerk. He seemed to really value his appearance and usually was only an asshole in private. Matt replied with a jolly tone. "Sure, if you don't mind losing that much." He was starting to feel amazing. That was the first time he had ever been passive-aggressive with Chad. It was like when you thought of a good comeback 5 hours later, but had been thinking about what he would say to Chad if he ever had the courage to for years. Chad's smile started to fade. It seemed like the last comment degraded some feeling of control he had. He realized Matt wasn't as afraid of him, or else he wouldn't have talked back like that. Chad leaned in and quietly whispered, "It seems like you forgot your place, after not seeing me for so long." Chad stood straight again and put his arm on the table. "Come on, Matt, I'm waiting. Or if you don't want to do it, I understand. Sometimes things are hard and it's okay to give up." Matt felt a weird sort of inner peace. He also moved into position and looked at Chad on the other side of the table. When he saw him, he just saw a sad man who had gotten joy from torturing others for years. Without strength, he would be nothing. Matt didn't respond. He just counted down like with any other challenger. 3, 2, 1, go. But this time, he didn't hold back his strength. There was a primal feeling of rage and adrenaline running through his body. He couldn't hold back even if he tried really hard. It's like his body wouldn't allow any ounce of empathy for this man who had tormented him for years. When the count ended, Matt slammed Chad's arm against the table with a loud smashing sound. Everyone who was watching could see that the plastic table had been split in half. And then they saw something else. 33 social skills. Matt and Chad were on the ground. Matt was holding Chad's arm against the ground in a clear win. The crowd was shocked by how much force it would take to break the table while arm wrestling. But Matt stood up and looked around nervously before announcing, Everyone, It seems the table was faulty. Oops. He realized that he definitely looked superhuman now unless he made a good enough excuse. He had been too in the moment to think about the repercussions. The crowd started talking. Oh, that makes sense. There's no way that kid is that strong. That's not even possible. Yeah, he's right. That makes more sense. They seemed to agree that the table really did break accidentally because it was manufactured wrong or something. Or maybe it just couldn't handle the weight of people arm wrestling on it. Chad sat up. He quickly checked to see if his arm was broken, but it was fine. It seemed like it just hurt a little. He stared at Matt with a blank expression. Oh shit. Matt realized that Chad had definitely felt the force of his arm. As he was trying to think of how to explain, Chad looked sheepish. His face was pale. He quickly turned around and ran. Matt tried calling after him, but he didn't stop. Soon he was gone. Shit, I hope he doesn't tell anyone. When he thought about it realistically, even if he had felt how strong Matt was, it was still within human ability. So it's not like anything was too bad. Also, if Chad did try to spin some crazy tale, who would even think of it as more of an urban legend? Reality hadn't changed for millions of years. Anyone talking about superhumans or anything like that would only be criticized as conspiracy theorists. Besides, the system would go public soon. He really wasn't concerned when he fully thought about it. He breathed a sigh of relief and realized his table was broken and the line was starting to disperse since there wasn't really a place to arm wrestle anymore. There were still a few, though, who stuck around, so Matt spoke to them. That's it, guys. I can't keep going until I get another table. Sorry. After that, even the remaining hopeful ones started to leave. They must have thought their chances of winning the $100 was higher since there were fewer people now, but Matt was done for the day. He already had a stack of cash and hoped to count it soon. He could have bought another table right then and there, but he couldn't be bothered. Matt decided that he wasn't going to count the money in public. He was still a bit spooked by the last time he got mugged, but back then he didn't have real cash since everything was in his bank account. Now if he actually got robbed, they could actually steal his profits. He pocketed the money and quickly ran back to his apartment. He wasn't sure if he was done for the day, as it was actually pretty light outside, so he would just go back out if he needed to. But for now, he wanted to evaluate things from the safety of his home. He also brought what was left of his supplies back with him. He couldn't bring the table since it was ruined, but he could at least bring the rest. Once he arrived, he went to his kitchen table and started laying out the bills, sorting them by amount so he could count them. He was a bit shocked when he calculated the final amount. He had been out there arm wrestling for at least an hour. More people than he ever expected showed up at his table, and he wasn't really sure why. He imagined most of the people came from people seeing what was happening and just stepping in line. It was a busy area after all. Overall, the total was $330. He realized he now had more than enough to pay his rent. He may not have even needed his paycheck tomorrow if he did more deliveries tonight. But he was receiving a paycheck the next day, so he decided he wasn't going to do deliveries tonight. If I keep doing that, I won't have to worry about money. But I guess they could catch on. If I did it every day, there'd definitely be a rumor about it or something. He put away his cash and decided since he had so much time left in the day, he could do something fun with the system. He thought about doing quests, but the ones that were left were all hard. He opened the quest menu anyway, though, to look at them. Quest, General, pay the rent $689,800, reward, plus mystery reward plus 30 XP. Reach LVL 53/5 reward, plus 10 unassigned stat points plus 1 artifact. Make a stranger believe you are a celebrity reward, stat unlock plus 30 XP. Compete in an event and win reward, plus 1 all stats plus 75 XP. So I can't force the level up quest and paying the rent is for tomorrow. I would probably need to sign up for an event to do the event one, and that takes time. But if I did do that, a strength-based event would be perfect. Finally, the stranger won. He realized that convincing a stranger he was a celebrity quest didn't seem too hard. At least it physically wasn't as hard as the other ones. but without any planning, he wouldn't be able to do it. I did get that book. If I learn that skill and then come up with a good situation or excuse for me telling them, maybe it could work. He would really have to make it seem natural. It would be weird for someone to walk up to you and tell you they're a celebrity. It would be more convincing if it seemed circumstantial. He couldn't really think of anything, but he decided he would try it. So, he entered his mind palace and found the book he had saved earlier. Commanding Conversations. He started reading through it, and as he reached the halfway point, he heard a notification sound. New skill. Interpersonal Communication LV 1. He was a bit confused. With the other skills, he had to act them out for him to learn them, but this one just popped up by reading a book. I guess some skills only need to be comprehended rather than practiced. Good to know. He theorized that physical skills that required muscle memory had to be attempted, but mental skills only needed you to grasp their concept. He tried to tell if he was better at talking or not, but there really wasn't any way to notice a difference since he had no one to talk to. He tried doing a fake conversation with himself, but it didn't work. He just felt like an idiot for talking to himself. Well, I guess it's time for some social interaction. 34 Fen. Matt walked outside down the sidewalk. He was a bit nervous since the quest he was going to attempt was pretty stupid. He thought it seemed like a prank quest that was just supposed to humiliate him. He kept imagining the conversation he was going to have, and every time he thought about himself walking up to a stranger and telling them he was a celebrity, he always imagined the same response. Who asked? That response just sent chills down his spine. It was the ultimate social comeback. He wasn't really sure he could handle the embarrassment if someone actually ended up saying it. He would slink away and never talk to anyone again. The problem was, this quest would just produce responses like that. Any way he imagined trying to convince someone he was a celebrity, it always ended badly. Okay, I'll just try not to think about it. I'm being paranoid. I'm doing this for the reward anyway, so why should I care what people say? He tried to push out any negative thoughts because he knew they would only get in the way. He headed toward the local cafe he always went to. Once he arrived, he saw it was busy like usual, and he sat at one of the tables by the windows. He looked around at all of the people and instantly was doubting doing this quest. No one looked open to conversation. They were either on a laptop, eating, reading, or talking to friends. Of course, there was the person at the counter where you ordered, but they were probably a seasoned socializer. He imagined they would see through him in an instant. Maybe I could just save this quest for later. Why later? He got up and started speed walking to the door, but that was when he heard a familiar voice. Matt, is that really you? I knew I'd find you here. He turned around to see someone he had known for a long time. It was Fen, his best friend in high school. Fen, why are you in town? He was shocked. Matt had attended high school in a completely different city where he had also grown up, Naescent. When he graduated, he only had one goal in mind, and that was to go far away. The main reason was that he wanted to get far away from his old life, where everything always went bad, including the drama he had with his parents. So Matt moved to this city, called Veron City. The last thing he had expected was his best friend, the only good thing in his life besides his siblings. He had always been there for Matt, even in the darkest times. Fen was probably the reason Matt wasn't a hardcore introvert, since he always dragged him to conventions and things. I was just in town. Actually, I'm moving here. I didn't know your address, but your sister told me that this was your favorite cafe. So I came over and you were here. They both talked a bit. Matt hadn't realized how much he had actually missed Fen. What's funny is that it was Fen's idea for Matt to move away since he had seen how much he was struggling. And so then we all looked up and this dude was hanging from the top of the fish taco sign. Bro, we were all dying laughing so hard. They were both laughing as Fen told Matt random stories he had apparently experienced after he had left. After a few minutes more of catching up, Matt had a strange idea. Hey Fen, is there any way you can help me with something? Yeah, anything, Matt, you know that. Matt glanced over at someone sitting in the cafe who was sitting reading a book. This is gonna sound weird, but can you help me convince them that I'm famous? Fen looked confused for a second, but then a smile crept up on his face. He elbowed Matt in the shoulder. Trying to get a girl, you really have come far, Matt, Fen laughed. No problem, I'll be your wingman, just go over to her and I'll do everything. When he realized Fen had misunderstood his intentions, he thought about explaining, but realized that the reality was much more complex and annoying to explain. So he decided to just go with it. Fen had always been good with girls. His appearance helped a lot since he had sandy blonde hair and a smile that would make anyone's heart flutter. He also had green eyes, which contrasted well with his hair. Not to mention, he had always been trying to drag Matt to the gym with him, so he was fairly fit. Matt got up and walked up to the table where a woman was sitting reading a book. He felt nervous, but decided to try his idea for how to make it seem natural, even though it was dumb. He had decided to talk to her because he had noticed earlier what book she was reading. It was one he had stored in his mind palace. He had thrown in a few random novels whenever he had started spamming books into his mental space. He entered his mind palace where time didn't flow and found the book he was looking for. Helmet of Brabaloon. He started to read through it, but quickly realized it was a 500-page book. He sighed. This is gonna take a while. He knew he had infinite time, but he was still annoyed that he had to read this whole thing. She seemed to be a decent way in, because most of the pages were on the left of the book she was reading, so she was probably around 400 pages in. He kept reading for a few hours in the mental space. He actually needed to read it, so that if he talked to her about it, he would know what was going on. Due to his improved int stat, he was going through it much faster than a normal person. After about another hour, he had finally finished the book. He also had to admit the ending was really good, and the characters were genuinely well made. He finally exited the Mind Palace, and in reality, nothing had changed. He was still mid-walk to her table, while Fen was grinning, watching him from their table. Matt walked by her and then feigned surprise with a gasp. Is that Helmet of Brabaloon? The woman looked up in surprise as well, and then her face lit up with excitement. It is, do you know it? Know it, I just finished reading it. It's one of my favorite books ever. They started to talk about the characters and some of their favorite moments in the book. He already felt the skill he had learned earlier working. It seemed to activate automatically since it was a passive skill. He found himself not hesitating in conversation and using subtle things to change how he appeared socially in conversation. He was a bit amazed by this since he had never been good at socializing. All of a sudden, Matt heard a Fen's voice behind him. Holy shit, are you the Matt Peterson? 35 Charisma. Matt felt kinda awful that they had to lie so much, but it was for the quest, so he was going to do anything he could to finish it. Fen continued his spiel, and Matt pretended to act like this was a genuine encounter. I follow you on all of your social media. I even bought a ticket to your next event. Hey man, can I get your autograph and a picture if it's not too much to ask? Fen was really playing up the excited fan role. Matt didn't realize Fen would be so good at acting. He thought he really should think about pursuing it as a career. They went through the rounds and Fen started to leave, and just as he did, Matt heard a notification. Quest complete. Make a stranger believe you are a celebrity. Stat unlock, plus 30 XP XP 78 144. New stat unlocked, Charisma. Calculating base. Adding points per level. He made note of what just happened, but wanted to finish what he was doing first. He looked over and saw the woman he was speaking to before was acting a little differently, like a little bit more nervous or excited. I guess she really thinks I'm some sort of celebrity. He thought it was funny, but also felt a bit bad. But he talked to her a little bit more about the book. Well, I'll have to be going. It was good talking to you. Matt decided it would be best to leave quickly since he just wanted to remove himself from this situation. He wasn't actually a celebrity, so he hoped she would just forget about all this. He made his way onto the street where Fen was waiting. "Hey, did you get her number?" Matt didn't because that was never his real goal. Also, even if he did, she would eventually find out he wasn't a celebrity. It was just a recipe for disaster and would be mean. "Yeah, man, thanks for the help." They started talking and catching up more, and Matt found out Fen was actually moving here for college. "I'm going to be staying in the dorms here. Hey, Matt, I was thinking, I really missed hanging out with you after you left. What do you think about going to college with me?" Matt blinked a few times. He had thought about this before but wasn't really sure. Now Fen was even asking him. "Why? Come on, man, it would just be like old times. And I know that you and your parents haven't been getting along, but do you really want to be stuck here working a low-paying job your whole life? Remember when we used to talk about being rich when we were older?" Matt had always wanted to go to college, but he really didn't want to have to talk to his parents. And that was really the only way unless he wanted to go into debt. They had even left the offer open to pay for his college. When he thought about it, he was planning on helping them once the system launched. They were family. He wasn't going to abandon them when there might be an actual apocalypse. He had to get over it and try to get along with them eventually. Not to mention, the college has tons of textbooks and classes where he could easily level his stats and learn new skills. It was a gold mine for him. He imagined it was basically inevitable for him to go anyway. "Okay, Fen, I'll go. I probably just needed a few months to think, but now I'm ready." "All right, here I'll tell you what dorm room I'm in. When you register, ask for that room. We can be roommates." They talked a bit more and then said goodbye. Matt was really wanting to check out what had happened after he completed the last quest. "I unlocked charisma. There are unlockable attributes." He had noticed that after the notification, it felt like more eyes were on him. He wasn't sure if it was just a placebo or not, but he had a hunch that it was his new stat. So he opened his stats screen. Attributes: SDR 21, Con 14, Augie 20, Dex 13, Int 17, Luck 12, Nucha 9 plus 2. Stat points 0. He noticed the new stat, and he also noticed how it said plus 2. He was confused as to why 2 more points were added, but then remembered what it said. "Every time I level up, I get a point in all stats. I guess it adds those points every time I get a new stat." He thought it was very convenient. He would be worried about trying to unlock new stats before leveling up to get the most out of it, but they were just added anyway after. "So if I got a new stat when I'm like level 100, I'll get so many points at once. That'll probably feel weird." He was curious about his new stat and if charisma had a more vague effect or if it was more physical. He was a little concerned, so he quickly found a window to see if he looked any different. He was a bit shocked at what he saw. His skin looked a bit nicer and less unhealthy. The same could be said for his complexion. Even though his strength stat had made him look healthier, he was still a bit too pale, but now he looked more normal. After the points he had gotten, his face also seemed to become ever so slightly more symmetrical and a bit more appealing. It wasn't a big difference at all, but he was concerned. If he increased his charisma stat too much, people might not recognize him. He was worried people would catch on that something was going on. It wasn't unfeasible for someone to change, but it would take months for it to happen or surgery. With the changes that happened, he imagined it wouldn't actually change how he looked. He would still look like him with 100 charisma. He would just look like a perfect, more attractive version of himself. He sighed and decided that it wouldn't matter soon anyway. He would just have to come up with excuses for now, but he wouldn't stop increasing his stats just because he was scared of being found out. Also, he was probably just paranoid. People didn't actually get kidnapped by scientists like in those movies. Matt looked at his XP and noticed he was basically halfway to leveling up again. The rest of the quests are a bit of a pain, though. He also realized that for him to finish the level 5 quest, He would need to finish every quest he had, and then some. So he might need to rely on situational quests to finish it. He started to head home, and as he did, his mind wandered back to college. If he was going to go, it would be better to do that sooner than later. I guess it's time for change. He decided since he would be too busy with classes, it would be best to quit his job. His parents would be paying for him anyway, and he could make any extra money he needed using the system. He quickly arrived at his apartment while he was thinking. Now that he thought about it, since he was moving into a dorm, he would also need to leave his apartment, so this was a perfect time to pay his rent and then go. If he had still owed the landlord, that would have been tricky. He was looking forward to college now. In high school, he had been bullied and never really got to experience the fun things about it. Now, he got to have another chance at a similar place, and this time, he had an advantage. Not to mention, no one could even mess with him now that he had high stats. Well, I guess that's it then. I'm going to min-max college. With that thought fresh in his mind, he headed to his bed and crashed, falling asleep within minutes. 36, the headline. Matt started to wake up as he got a notification on his phone. He blinked a few times before reading it. Direct deposit received for $300. He had gotten his paycheck from his bookstore job. Nice, now I can finally finish the rent quest. He got up from his bed and instantly checked the quest. Quest in progress. Pay the rent $989,800. Reward. Plus mystery reward plus 30 XP. Okay, so I guess I actually need to pay it for it to work. I assumed that anyway. He closed the menu and got dressed for the day. He realized that, if he was really going to leave for college, this would be his last day of work. He felt a bit sentimental but remembered that this was the best choice. The world wouldn't be the same soon, and so it would be better to level faster. The bookstore didn't really give him quests anymore, so being in an environment like a college would be more beneficial. I really want to get that mystery reward, so I'll just head over to pay now. He counted all the cash he had, and realized he needed to withdraw the rest he needed from an ATM. So, he headed outside and checked his map skill for the nearest ATM machine. But he realized it didn't display any. It seemed to only display locations. Oh, I guess I need to upgrade that again. He put away his map skill for now and just used his phone. He found the closest one and started to head over. After a few minutes, he arrived. He withdrew what he needed and then headed back to his apartment block to drop off the rent in the front office. But as he was walking back, he heard something strange in a passing conversation. Did you see the article about that flying guy? What? You need to stop getting into those conspiracy theories. No, I'm telling you, bro, it's real. Everyone's talking about it. Look, they even got a video. Come on, man, that looks so fake. Look, it's even blurry. They were trying to cover up the CGI. Matt paused and his heart jumped. Normally, he would have brushed off something like this as a fake rumor, but he knew about the system. He instantly knew what it could mean. Why did I never consider that there were other beta testers? He searched online for the article and found it instantly, and the headline read, "The Flying Man, Superhero, or Something Else." It seemed to be popular. It described that many eyewitness reports talked about seeing someone flying, not using a plane but with their body. He clicked on the video, and while it was a bit blurry, he saw a figure flying from building to building. He wondered why they didn't just keep going and instead kept landing every block or so. But he imagined it was some sort of limitation of their ability. He was familiar with games and knew that closed beta releases usually involved a few thousand people. It had just honestly slipped his mind that this system would work like that too. He was too obsessed with preparing for the public release. He had forgotten to watch his back for other players now. He assumed they probably wouldn't be aggressive, but it would still be better to be safe, just in case. He planned on really trying to lay low from now on. Who cared about scientists? He needed to worry about players. I should ask help. And he did, but when she appeared, she seemed to have a digital drink in her hand and a game controller. Oh, come on, I was just about to beat my high score. Matt ignored her yelling and showed her the video. Hey, do you know anything about this? Why are you showing me a crappy fake CGI video? Matt was confused. So it isn't a real player. She started to look annoyed. How should I know? I'm a system helper, not a video editor. Matt realized she was just as unhelpful as ever. He really needed to level her up. Okay then, what skill are they using if it were real? IDK bro, I don't know every single skill. Put me back. Matt sighed and put help away. For now, he would try to be careful and just do what he was going to do anyway. He headed back to his apartment block and opened the door to the main office. It was usually where his landlord stayed. Hello, are you here, Mr. Benson? I got the rent. After a few seconds, he heard a reply, and his landlord came out from a room in the back. Matt, really? You actually got the rent money? He looked shocked. Matt had missed the rent a couple of times, but he hadn't thought it was as shocking as Mr. Benson was making it out to be. Yeah, it's all here. Also, sorry about not giving you notice, but I might have to move. I'm going to start college. Matt was ready for another reprimand from his landlord, but when he looked at him, his landlord just laughed. Wow, I didn't you of all people would go to college. Haha, don't worry about it, I'll find someone else to rent in no time. Go on, start your life. Mr. Benson patted Matt hard on the shoulder while laughing. Oh, thanks. He wasn't exactly sure why he was acting this way, but Mr. Benson picked up on Matt's confusion. You were a shitty renter, but you really livened things up around here. I'll put an ad up for your place, so make sure to move out by next week. Matt handed him the rent and they parted ways. As he headed back, he thought about what happened. I always thought he hated me, huh? As he was walking, he suddenly heard a notification. He had almost completely forgotten about it. Quest complete. Pay the rent 800. Plus mystery reward, plus 30 XP 108/144. And as soon as it sounded, light formed and something started to materialize in the air in front of him. 37 goodbyes. After finally finishing the rent quest, Matt saw light forming in front of his face. It was gathering and swirling into a point, and it seemed like it was starting to condense once again into an item. But this time it didn't have the same shape as before. It started to form into the shape of two large lumps. He recognized the shape. The light was turning into a pair of shoes. As the light started to settle, he saw a pair of white running shoes floating in the air in front of him. They looked pretty normal, but he noticed that they had no brand name on them, which was the only thing off about them. Random artifact generated. He grabbed the shoes from the air, and they started to obey gravity. Shoes, is this my first real equipment? He was trying to figure out what they did, and remembered that his inspect skill had leveled up. He wondered if it would work on the shoes at its current level. Sports shoes of bursting speed. Sports shoes with a clean white appearance. These shoes provide a minor increase in defense and speed, but their main function is allowing the wearer to shoot forward in a sudden burst of speed. Ability, Speed Burst 10m cooldown. Passives, plus 10% speed, plus 10% defense. Whoa, nice, I got myself some loot. He was impressed by the features of the shoes and was glad that they looked fairly normal so that he could wear them all the time. The shoes he was currently wearing were also starting to become worn, and he never had spare money for the past few months to buy new ones. He immediately put them on and was about to put his old shoes in his spatial storage, but realized the hole was too small. I wonder when that will level up. He sighed and decided to just carry his old shoes for now until he got home. Okay, so I guess I should try the ability. He started to walk and then run. He made sure there was no one around and then activated the shoes ability by just thinking about it. Suddenly he was pushed forward incredibly quickly. It felt like he went from 0 to 100. He almost didn't recover after and barely avoided falling flat on his face. I didn't expect it to be that fast, though it was only like a split second long. It seemed like it could be helpful, especially if he needed to make a long jump or dodge something. Though for travel it wouldn't be so effective since it was very short, not to mention the 10-minute cooldown. Well, I guess this is what artifacts are all about. He remembered that one of the rewards for one of his quests was an artifact. While they seemed cool, he was hoping they continued to look like normal clothes when he got more in the future. It would look super suspicious to be walking around in a suit of armor or something. The 10% bonuses are really nice. It's not a lot, but it adds up. After he finished experimenting with the shoes, he realized that it was getting late. It was already almost 8 a.m., and he really needed to get to work. He felt a bit bad because he was planning on quitting. It seemed strange to quit since it was free money, but his thought process was that it took up too much time in the day and he had other ways of making money more quickly. He could be using that lost time to do quests or train his stats. Soon he'll have college classes, but at least those will probably give him skills or stat points, so it was worth it. The textbook should be a breeze as well since he had the mind palace and increased intelligence. He quickly stopped by his apartment to drop off his old shoes and then set off again into the city. He started to head to the bookstore, possibly for the last time. He knew it was rude to quit on such short notice, but he wanted to transition as fast as possible. Although it was unlikely that the public release would happen right now, he wanted to make as much progress as he could quickly. The more he remained here, the more he was spinning his wheels. Once he arrived, he knocked on his boss's office door and she opened it. "Oh, hello, Matt. You're early again." "Hey, I wanted to say something. I really appreciate you letting me work here and increase my work experience, but I have decided to go to college, and working here at the same time would be challenging. So, sorry for the short notice, but I've decided it's time I move on from my job here." Matt had searched online while he was walking here. He had read about how to quit a job while not sounding rude or like it was anyone's fault, but his boss just looked amused. "Sure, Matt, I wasn't expecting you to stay here your whole life. You're young, I'm glad you're prioritizing your education." "Oh, that was easier than I thought." They both headed into the main bookstore area, and she spoke up again. "When you first came here a few months ago, I noticed you looked sad. I was a little concerned, but these past few days you seemed like a new person, so I was kind of expecting this." "Oh, was I really putting off that kind of vibe before I got the system? I guess I was a bit stuck." He didn't realize that the people around him noticed his mental state that much. He always thought he was good at hiding his emotions. "Okay, Matt, you don't have to work today. It would be tricky to figure out the pay since you'd only be working one day. I hope that's okay." "Oh, sure, I guess I'll be going then. But I'll make sure to come here and buy some things every once in a while. It really is a nice store." "I'll be looking forward to it." With that, he left and started to walk down the street. He wasn't exactly sure where to go. So many things had changed that he didn't exactly feel like there was anywhere to go. It felt strange, but change always did. Why are they all so nice? I used to never do anything right. He had forgotten what it felt like to not have the system. It felt like he was in a place that was hard to climb out of. He didn't really have a goal, and so he was just living day by day. The system allowed him to just focus on something important. It was basically a distraction. He started realizing that everyone around him saw his worth when he didn't. He thought he needed the system to be worth anything. "I didn't realize how much I was relying on the system, but it's different now." He started to understand that it was him that mattered, not the system. If he lost the system today, he was determined to still get strong without it. His boss and his landlord helped clear up his doubts. "I'll make sure to help them once the system releases." He vowed to not leave them behind. They were good people. Now he had more people to worry about, but he didn't mind. He would carry everyone to safety if he needed to. A sharp glint reflected in his eye. He finally understood he needed to become strong, regardless of the system or anything else, so that he could protect everyone. He was now more determined than ever. He remembered the news about the flying man. He probably wasn't the strongest currently. He needed to start training seriously. I'll bend the system to my will and become the strongest. 38 New destination. As Matt walked, he thought about what he should do next. He wanted to get strong quickly. I do have that gym pass. I could train a couple's strength. He looked over his quests, and the only one he could really do was the win an event quest. But that would take some time. He needed to find an event and then be prepared to win it. Gym it is then. As he headed to his new destination, he knew what else he should do. I need to go see my parents. Hopefully they'll still pay for my college. If not, I guess I could pay. It felt a bit easier to make money now with the system. He had only thought of one way to use it to turn a profit, but there were probably many other ways to do it. He thought about his parents again. He wasn't sure why it was so hard to talk to them. They probably just wanted the best for him, but they always approached it the wrong way. He sighed he would just have to get over it. The world was going to change, so he needed to as well. He was at least glad he didn't have those super awful types of parents. He at least had decent ones, and so he felt like he needed to just appreciate that fact. Oh, I almost forgot. I should use Mind Palace too. Maybe I could train some skills and also read some books for the knowledge. He decided to use Mind Palace while he was walking. It didn't really matter when he used it since time didn't pass in there, so he thought it wouldn't hurt to use it now. Once he entered his mental space, he looked around and decided to first read some books. His goal in reading them wasn't getting skills or stat points. He just thought it would be useful to pack his brain full of information in case he ever needed it. He could always use Mind Palace and read them whenever he encountered something relevant, like what he did in the cafe. But he just felt like reading a few ahead of time. It could change how he made decisions in general, depending on the book. He went through a few classic subjects like math, biology, and humanities. Overall, it took him a couple of hours. Suddenly, a sound chimed. Training successful. +1 intelligence. Oh, I almost forgot that happens. He noticed he was fairly close to hitting 20 int. With the new point, he was now at 18 intelligence. When he finished reading, he looked over at the pile of books he had saved and tried to find some that could give him skills. He once again found the Wilderness Survival one. Might as well. He read through it at a lightning-fast speed. The new point in intelligence only helped make his comprehension speed faster. After finishing it, he got the skill. New skill. Basic Survival LV 1. Not bad, not bad. He went through some more of the books but decided that was enough for now. He canceled the Mind Palace, and overall, he had spent around 5 hours of mental time there. He had thought about training one of his already existing skills, but he was starting to get bored. He could always do it at any time, since no time passed while he was in there. He finally arrived at the gym and went inside. He greeted the front desk person again and went to his secluded corner once again. It seemed like people never went back there. So I should try the heaviest weight I can handle, so that my strength would train faster. He looked around and noticed the weight bench. He had always been tempted to try one, at least it always seemed fun. All the tough guys on TV used the weight bench. He noticed how the last person who used it left 2 100 lb weights on it. He wasn't sure if that was normal or not. He laid down and pushed the weight up, but he was disappointed. Too light. It almost felt weightless. He set the weight back on the bar above him and got up. He wanted to find some heavier plates for it and managed to find 2 more 100 lb weights. So does it go like this? He slid the weights on. Now it was a total of 400 lb. He tried it again, and this time he could feel the weight for sure, but it wasn't close to his limit. This is kinda ridiculous. What is even the multiplier per strength point? I'm at 21 strength, so it's at least a lot more than a 2 times increase. He speculated, due to how much he could lift, that it was probably upwards of a 4x increase or higher. He was a bit shocked by those numbers. He planned on attempting to test himself eventually to figure out the real algorithm. It would be useful to know. He used to do that in games as well, since knowing the equations that they used for XP and stat bonuses. Always, allowed him to think more critically about how to build his character. He did a couple of reps with the 400 lb weight, and while he felt it, it wasn't straining him at all. No strength point notification had happened yet. He set it back down and looked around. I could probably put another 200 on it. He felt like that would be around where his limit was, so he put another 100 lb weight on each side and started lifting. He was now lifting a total of 600 pounds. That's much better. He could feel the pressure on his muscles, and it felt like he actually had to work hard now. It felt good to push his strength to the limit. After only a few minutes, he heard a familiar ding. Training successful. +1 strength. That was fast. I guess I'll just keep doing this for a while. He continued doing reps, and every so often he received another strength point, though they became more and more uncommon as he continued. After about an hour, he heard one more ding and decided that was good for the day. Overall, today I got 3 more strength points. Sheesh, I really should have done this sooner. He felt a bit stronger once again, but since he has been accumulating so many points recently, it didn't feel like an insane increase, but still decent. This level of strength is just too much. But I know it feels like cheating right now, but I imagine once others start leveling, that'll become the new normal. He realized, though, it had only been a few days since he got the system. He couldn't believe how much had happened in the short amount of time since he got it. He left the gym and headed toward his apartment once again. There wasn't much he could do in town, so he thought it would be best to just stay home and train his skills. Once he arrived, he sat on his bed and trained. He was a bit annoyed that if he trained in his mind palace, time wouldn't pass because he seemed to have too much time now. He wasn't sure what to do with himself. They always say that things are the most exciting when you first get them, and then you become used to them. He increased his boxing skill to level 2, and then became bored. What's missing? He felt like he had been so absorbed in the system for the last few days, and now that things had settled down and his leveling had slowed down, he felt like a hermit or something. If he wanted to, he could train in the mind palace forever and become very strong. But he felt like he would go insane if he did that. I need to do something. I don't just want to sit here. Maybe I really should just go see my parents. It would be better to do it sooner than later anyway. When he thought about his past, he really didn't want to go back, but now the world was going to change, and so he would need to make exceptions as well. Also, if he was going to teach his family how to use the system, it would be better to start talking to them rather than avoid them. With that in mind, he got up from his bed and headed out of his apartment. He didn't have a car and his hometown was at least a few dozen miles away, but he felt like he could just run there with his new stats and shoes. It might take a little longer than a car ride, but at least he could train his agility. I've never gone long distance before with my speed yet. Should be fun. It was still light out, so he made it his goal to try to get there before dark. He used his map to figure out which direction he needed to go and sprinted full speed through the city. 39 alert. Matt ran through the city with his new agility. He was making sure he stuck to back alleys and areas devoid of people so that he wouldn't draw too much attention. Every once in a while, he had to make a quick change of direction to avoid sudden objects in his way. He was trying to save the shoe's speed boost to change direction for situations where it would be hard to dodge something. As the buildings sped by, he kept receiving new notifications from his system. Training successful. +1 agility. That's the second time now, not bad. Matt wondered why he was getting more agility now than when he was just delivering food. Maybe it's because I'm not only running but also dodging things. He decided to go with that for now. If that was the case, he wondered what other things might be able to increase his agility. Probably gymnastics and stuff like that. As he was lost in thought, he slammed straight into a street light pole. At the speed he was going, it didn't feel good. -6 HP. I really need to stop doing that. Training successful. +1 constitution. Yeah, I get it. Matt waved dismissively at the pop-up, but he was glad his stats were leveling at least. Constitution would not be fun to train. He was glad he had more health now after his last level up, so hitting the pole wasn't that big of a deal. He also noticed that it didn't feel as painful as falling out of the tree earlier. Is my pain tolerance scaling too? He assumed that was the case, but he didn't know if it was due to his HP going up or his con. He rubbed his face where he got hit and began to sprint to his destination once again. He casually checked his stats on the way, but made sure to stay more aware of his surroundings this time. He wanted to use this time to multitask instead of only sprinting since his hometown was decently far away, and he would get bored easily. He checked his system and started trying to figure out what he should prioritize. So I don't really know how much a stat evolution increases its effect, but it wouldn't hurt to aim for stat evolutions. Raising my stats is a decent idea anyway. He looked at the stat which was the closest to evolving, which was int. It was at 18, so he decided he should focus on increasing his intelligence before the other stats. After 20, I'm not really sure what stats I should prioritize. He looked at his quests and was considering putting points into whichever stat could help him complete his current quests. One quest is to just reach level 5, so no specific stat matters there. The other quest wants me to compete in an event and win. Well, I guess it depends on the event. He thought about different types of events. He could always increase his strength and agility to compete in some sort of physical event like sports, a race, or something else. But also, if he invested points into intelligence and used his mind palace to study the relevant subject, he could win a chess event or something similar. I probably wouldn't even need to increase my intelligence for that. Mind palace would work well enough. He continued to consider his stats as he ran, and eventually he was getting closer to his hometown, and the buildings were starting to look familiar. He had lived there his whole life, so he had gotten used to the layout of the town. Now it was starting to feel real. He was going to see his family again. As he was running, he received another point in agility. Maybe I should have prepared what I was going to say? Well, either way, they'd be excited that I'm accepting their offer to pay for my college, so it'll probably go smoothly. He cringed internally thinking about the conversation, even though he knew it would probably be fine. It would just be a bit awkward. Should I apologize? He wasn't really sure if his leaving warranted an apology, but everyone always leaves home when they're 18. I guess the last time I saw them we were fighting, so I probably should open with a sorry at least. Suddenly he heard a strange noise. It sounded like the system, but nothing he had heard before. It was like a loud alarm. Alert! An unknown player was detected nearby. He stared at the notification with wide eyes. What? He remembered the headline he had read a little while ago, but he didn't think he would run into another beta tester that soon. Wait, if I was notified, then they know I'm here too, right? He thought about what he should do. If they are friendly, which is probably more likely, then he would have someone he can talk to about the system. But if they aren't, then he could die. Right now, either way, I should try to figure out where they are. He was wondering how he should do that and eventually decided to just look around. If they were hostile, he would run. He started by walking out of the alley he was in. It was night, so there weren't many people out. There were a few people scattered around, some enjoying the nightlife. A bar was close by, which is probably the main reason why this street wasn't empty. A car or truck passed by every so often, but the road was deserted of traffic besides that. They could be anyone. Isn't there a better way to do this? As he was trying to think of solutions, he remembered the map. That might just work. It showed me locations, so maybe it'll show players. He opened the map and scanned it to see if he noticed anything different than the usual location markers. And notice he did, but what he saw startled him. He saw a large blue dot with an intricate design on the map, and it had been moving slightly. But the moment he saw it, it turned red and started moving very quickly toward him. Shit, maybe my location can only be seen if I have the map open. He felt like this was probably correct, or else why would they not have already been heading toward him? Also, why did it turn red? He very quickly got his answer. Warning: hostile intentions detected. PvP in progress. 40 respite. The dot was moving toward him quickly. I closed his map, hoping it would maybe remove his own dot and make him harder to find, but it wasn't a guarantee. Just as he was trying to figure out what his next step should be, a notification sounded. New quest. Survive. Reward: unassigned skill point, +5 unassigned stat points, +100 XP. That doesn't seem good. After he read the quest name, he felt paranoid and decided the best course of action was to use his mind palace. After he thought the activation word, Matt was suddenly in a grassy field once more. He tried to take a breath and calm down, but it wasn't really working. So, I have a hostile beta tester heading right for me. He was still trying to process his situation. Just a few hours ago, he didn't even know that there were other beta testers. He probably should have assumed so, but it just didn't occur to him. He started realizing he should have prepared more for this outcome sooner. I can't stay in here forever, so I should think of something. He considered just running away from the other player. With his agility and boots, he was probably faster. But if the player is at a higher level, he might have a lot more agility. And my shoes have a cooldown. Also, what if he has a power like flight or paralysis? He realized that there were too many unknowns. Confronting the player would probably reveal a lot more, but it would also be a death wish. He realized what he had to do. I guess I should just stay here. I'll drill skills and try to use them to escape. He wasn't sure how long he would be stuck here, but he was prepared to do anything he had to survive. He went into the small hut he had created earlier in his mind. He saw the pile of books he had collected before and sat down next to them. Matt dug around and tried to find anything that seemed useful. Cooking probably won't help. I don't think career advice is useful here either. He dug around and kept chucking books behind him until he finally found a few that could be helpful. How to Run from Zero to Olympics. Parker for Cool Dudes. These will probably help, but I'm not sure if they'll be enough. There's no way to tell what level the other player is. He realized that maybe he was overthinking it. Right now he had the speed boost shoes and evolved agility. Not to mention he got 3 points just running here. Usually in games, the aggressive players would spec into strength and defense. Unless they're an assassin type, they probably don't have a lot of agility. But that's assuming they are around my level, and it's way too risky to base everything off of a guess like that. He checked his menu again just to confirm his own level. He was level 3. Did all beta testers get the system at the same time or at different times? If they did get it at the same time, then I might be fine. I basically trained my stats non-stop the past few days since I got the system. Matt sighed. This was all starting to feel real now. Normally, this kind of stuff wouldn't happen if he just lived a normal life. I'm probably not gonna catch a break. It's all downhill from here. This situation really solidified his goal to get strong enough to protect himself and the people he cared about. Right now, he had some strength and maybe knew a few fighting moves, but it wasn't much. I wish I had an offensive magic skill or something. He was just complaining to complain. In reality, the system was just a boon, regardless of fancy magic spells or not. I really do think I'm overthinking. Well, it's a matter of life or death, so it's fair. I'll just grind some skills and then make my escape. He realized he could always activate the Mind Palace again if whatever he tried didn't work. With that comforting thought in mind, he sat down and started reading. He wanted to at least learn these 2 skills first, and then maybe grind a few of the skills he already had. After around an hour in mind time, he finished the first book from cover to cover. He put the book down and waited for a skill pop-up, but nothing came, but he felt like he knew why. So I learned the martial arts through videos, and those skills are all physical. Then I learned the social skill through a book, but that's mostly mental. So, I probably need to always act out physical skills to learn them like I thought. He stood up and headed outside the hut. Now the question is, can I learn a new physical skill mentally? I know I can practice my existing physical skills in here, but maybe they draw the line at learning new ones. Matt remembered everything he had read in the book about running. It talked about proper running form, how to conserve energy while running, and much more. He visualized what he needed to do and then started sprinting around the field. At first, he was a bit sloppy, but then he felt like he had it down. Well, I guess I'll keep doing this, and if it doesn't pop up in a couple of hours, then I'll assume it's not possible in the mental space. But after only a few more minutes of running, he heard a notification. New skill. Running LV1. So it does work. After he received the new skill, his running form instantly improved and his speed increased greatly. His legs felt very steady and he felt like he could run forever. Once again, he seemed to now have the prowess of someone who had trained running for around 3 months. Matt realized that if he collected a ton of books, he really could just keep grinding skills mentally. If I really wanted to, I could stay here forever and get really good at random stuff. But I guess I would run out of books at some point. Also, I'd actually go insane or become a hermit. With that thought, he decided to start reading the next book, which was the parkour book. He went back into the hut, sat down, and started the grind once again. 41 skill grinding. Matt read through the parkour book, which was a bit shorter than the last. It took him around 40 minutes to finish it completely. After he finished it, he headed back out into the grass and realized there was a bit of an issue. He couldn't practice parkour in an empty field. It was a skill of maneuverability through a highly dense environment like a city or a jungle. I'll just make some props then. He imagined random poles, fences, and other obstacles appearing in front of him. Since he was in his mental space, they started to materialize in front of him. Strangely, though, everything was made of wood. I guess I can't make anything too complex like concrete or metal. He looked at the mess of constructs in front of him and smiled. This would be perfect for his training. He recalled everything he had read in the book and started. Matt jumped over a fence and then grabbed a pole to swing off of and gather momentum. Then he slid under a wooden barricade and finally landed on a wooden platform. He looked across the gap toward the next platform and focused, before running and catching the ledge of the other wooden platform. I think I'm using the book's advice decent enough. He also attempted a technique to disperse momentum on a landing. Once he landed on another platform, he tucked into a roll. When the roll finished, he used the momentum to jump up a bit and land on his feet. They mentioned in the book that you don't want to end up on the ground after a roll. It'll just waste time and momentum because you have to stand up after. So it's much better to roll in a way where you end it standing up. He noticed how they mentioned it was hard to get the hang of, but he got it down pretty quickly. It was probably due to his high agility, which helped his coordination. After a few more minutes of parkour, another notification appeared. New skill. Freerunning LV1. Freerunning? Oh yeah, I guess that's another word for it. He attempted a few of the moves again and noticed that he performed them much more efficiently now. It felt very natural. Oh, I almost forgot. I want to read the details of that quest I got earlier. He opened the quest with his mind to view it. In progress. Survive. Reward, unassigned skill point, plus 5 unassigned stat points, plus 100 XP. Most of it looks normal, but I noticed that there are 2 types of points. I thought they both said stat at first, but the other is a skill point. He wondered what the difference was, but they did seem similar. Oh well, I'll find out soon. The only way I can fail this quest is if I die, and I'm not planning on that. Matt thought about what he should do next and decided it would be best to level up some of his skills. Any help would be best if he was going to run or fight. So he started grinding, one skill after the next. First, he decided to focus on his self-defense skill. He repeated what he had remembered from the video and his new experience level, and after a few hours, it leveled up to level 2. When a skill was at level 2, it seemed to give him equivalent experience as someone who had trained in it for around 6 months. He now felt very familiar with self-defense. Since this self-defense was intended for normal people, I feel like it won't be too helpful. Sure, if he pulled a knife on me, it would help. But he's probably going to be throwing fireballs or something. With that thought, he decided he would level his most recent skills, running and freerunning. After a few more hours, he heard the level up for running, so he switched to parkour again, i.e. freerunning. At this point, he had been just training for the past few hours. He guessed it had probably been over 15 hours since he had entered his mind palace. Normally, he would have gotten bored and stopped by now, but since he was in a bad situation, he didn't mind staying here that long. I think with all of this, I'll at least be able to outrun them. I think it would be way too risky to take them head-on. After a couple more hours, he finished training his freerunning skill and felt confident that he could navigate faster through a city now. Next, he decided to get his normal running skill to level 3, but something strange happened when he started running. Errors. Running LV 2 cannot be leveled further without further teaching. He saw the message but didn't really understand it at first. But then it clicked, and he realized that he should have known that a skill limit like this existed. So I need to read more about running. When he thought about it, he realized that usually someone at his level of skill in running would probably find a coach or mentor. So he assumed this message meant that he needed to digest higher-level running techniques to advance it further. Is this the case for all of my skills at level 2? He tried boxing again and got the same message, but for his boxing skill instead. I see, well, that makes sense. He decided it would be good then to level his level 1 skills to level 2 instead. But just as he was about to start, a loud alarm sound blared through his mental space. Alert! Mind Palace LV 1 is nearing the continuous usage limit for its level. Time left 4:00:00. 42 getting help. Matt stared at the message that had just appeared. As he scanned the words, he felt like an idiot. How could I have not realized? Of course, this skill has a time limit. He felt like he should have considered this possibility, because not only did the skill always seem way too OP, but it was also only at level 1. Now it made a lot more sense. He had almost been worried about how strong other players' skills could be, but now he knew there was at least a cap. He knew, though, that in hindsight, he should have tried to get more info out of help, but she was always a pain to deal with. I really should be asking her more questions, like how to get mana. He looked at the timer slowly ticking down on his mind palace skill. Time left 3:54:43. So I only have 4 hours before I'm kicked out. When he thought about it, he did train both his running and freerunning skills to level 2. That might be enough in addition to his agility and shoes to get away. But he wanted to find at least one more skill that could be useful. I don't think training my combat skills will be a good idea because I don't plan on fighting them. It's just too risky. He realized that he could be forced to fight them, but either way, he was scared to think of trying to take down someone with another system. He was worried they'd gotten the system much earlier and might be many levels higher. It was just fear. One thing I want to do before finding another skill is to talk to help. He wanted to try to convince her somehow to help him. He was a bit annoyed that she didn't automatically want to help, but he thought, in this situation, he would try his best. With determination in his eyes, he activated the help skill. Suddenly, a small blue holographic fairy appeared in the air once again. She looked annoyed that he had brought her out again and was about to start shouting, but before she could, Matt spoke up. "Help, what do you want?" She seemed a bit surprised. She didn't prepare for a question like this at all. "What do you mean?" She crossed her tiny arms. "You never want to help me, and I really need to know more about the system. What can I do to convince you to help me out, unconditionally from now on?" Matt had never been a subtle person, so he decided to just ask her directly and explain what his intentions were. It was just easier this way as well. Help seemed like she was thinking. Matt just waited for her and stood there quietly. This was the first time she wasn't shouting at him, at least. It seemed like progress. She looked like she finally had an answer. Internet access. Matt looked confused. She noticed his confusion and started to get annoyed. Wi-Fi, World Wide Web, the net, whatever you want to call it. When I was trained, one of the things I learned about modern Earth was the internet. I want to try it. He was trying to think of how that would work. Does she have a router in her head or something? So how do I give you access to the internet? She looked at him like he was stupid. You have a phone, right? Let me see it. He pulled out his phone and held it out in front of him. She grabbed it with inhuman speed and started using it like a human would. Am I dumb for not realizing she could just use it like normal? He watched her get annoyed trying to use it and quickly realized why. What's your phone password? He sighed and told her what it was. She looked excited that it finally worked, and she now had access to anything she wanted online. Okay, now stop playing with it. You need to hold up your end of the deal. Also, I'll need my phone back later. She looked a bit angry but didn't say anything. Fine, I'll help you. Matt smiled. He realized he was actually going to be able to learn things about the system now, and maybe it could help him escape the other player as well. Now he was thinking about all of the questions he had wanted to ask for a long time. He thought for a second before asking a question he thought could help him get out of his bad situation. Did every player get the beta at the same time? She answered instantly. Yep, what else? She seemed to want to get back to browsing the web as fast as possible, so she gave a short answer. Matt didn't mind, though. He just needed confirmation. The next answer he wanted to ask was a more irrelevant question. Who created you and the system? She had to think for a second, as if she was accessing data. All I have here is it says I was created by the system, so I can't really tell. Matt thought about that answer and realized that there was a more important question to ask. What information do you have access to? She blinked a few times before answering. I don't know. I only get access to info when you ask a question. I can't see it all at once. Matt sighed. So that means she's just as in the dark as I am. I need to ask questions to get the info I need. Useful to know at least. He realized he was going to run out of time if he just kept asking questions, so he thought about what he really wanted to ask her. Can you help me live? She looked at him confused. It was a strange question, but she realized something was wrong. Explain. He decided it would be best to start from the beginning. 43 countdown. Matt told Help about how another beta tester had seen him, and how he had used his mind palace skill to escape, but only temporarily. So that's why I need your help. I think I might be prepared enough, but there are too many variables. Help seemed to understand what he wanted now. I can only give you info relating to the system. How am I supposed to help? Just deal with it. It's only another player. Matt's eye twitched. Remember you said you would help, or should I take my phone back now? Fine. She crossed her arms before looking like she was deep in thought. From what you told me, you should probably escape, not fight. Matt sighed. Yeah, well, I already knew that. She continued. If you don't have the map open, they won't be able to track you. Matt sighed again. Yeah, I guessed that already. She looked at him with a strange expression. Couldn't you just pretend to not be a player? There was silence in the air for a few seconds. Though, Matt realized that it had been so simple the entire time. If his map wasn't open and they weren't able to track him, there's no way they would know who the other player was. Did you seriously not think of that yet? Matt looked embarrassed. Okay, listen, I've had a lot to think about, so don't judge me. Help just looked irritated. So if that was all you needed, I'm going back to browsing. After she said that, she started typing on his phone again, but then she looked angry again. It says there's no Wi-Fi. Wait, this thing is barely functional. Where are the apps? Matt remembered they were in his mental space, so when he pulled his phone out, it was just a mental recreation of it. He looked like he was about to burst out laughing. From the expression on his face, Help seemed to realize why it didn't work. Whatever, I'm going back, but you better let me use your phone when you get out of this. Yeah, a deal's a deal. With that, Help disappeared back into the system. Matt looked at the faux phone with interest. So far, he had only been able to create wooden objects or basic electronics, but a phone is pretty complex. Granted, it only turns on and then shows a lock screen and then a blank screen. So maybe if I'm familiar enough with an object, I can create it here. He realized that he didn't know how to make a book, but he was able to create the books here from his memory. So he at least now knew that the Mind Palace wasn't knowledge-based, but familiarity-based. That's a lot easier, though I don't have much of a use for things in here. Only the books are really useful. Matt stared at the timer on his Mind Palace skill again. It was already down to 3 hours remaining. He decided since Help's idea would probably work well, it would be best to just use the remaining time to do some more grinding. It never hurt to be more prepared. He looked over his stats and remembered he was close to leveling up again. If only I could do a quest in the remaining time. Oh well. He looked through his quests and was trying to decide which one he should level, or if he should learn a new one from the pile. However, most of the remaining books were fairly mundane skills. When he looked at the skills he had that were still level 1, none of them seemed like they would help a lot. I guess I could always benefit from being better at fighting. He decided he would just focus on leveling his Kung Fu, unspecialized skill. It was a reliable martial art and would only really help. Time left 1:12:43. The time quickly ticked by as he ground away at the skill. He had started to become nervous that he wouldn't be able to increase its level in time. There was only 1 hour left, and he still hadn't seen the skill level up. It doesn't matter anyway, I guess, but it would just be annoying. But just as the time was getting down to the wire, he finally heard it. Kung Fu Unspecialized has leveled up. LV1, LV2. Finally, honestly, I'm getting so tired of training. I can't wait to be out of this stupid grassy field. He was a bit tired mentally, and he realized he hadn't slept in over 23 hours. He realized while time didn't pass while he was in the mental space, he did get tired just as quickly as usual, so he probably still needed sleep. I guess it's time to face the outside. He thought about what his plan should be. It can just be quick and easy. The time was now getting close. Time left 00:16:32. Help mentioned that all beta testers get the system at the same time, so they shouldn't be too high level. When he thought about fighting them, though, it still seemed too risky. They could have gotten some crazy skill or leveled up faster somehow. So that's it then. I'll exit, then I'll just walk casually toward the bar, and finally I'll sit down and play it cool. He realized that this still could be iffy. If the player who was running after him didn't care about the lives of civilians, then maybe he wouldn't be safe. What if he just starts killing everyone in the area? Matt shook his head. Surely the player wasn't that insane, were they? I can't think about it. It'll just mess me up. I should just go with the plan. He thought a bit more and tried to figure out what he would do after. So I'll sit in the bar for a good while, and when I think it's been long enough, I'll casually walk out and away. He was incredibly nervous. Nothing about this was a guarantee, but he had to stick with the best shot he had at living. He suddenly remembered that he had been trying to visit his family before all this happened. Well, I guess I can't. There's no way I'm luring a psychopath toward my family. With that final thought, the timer beeped loudly and Matt felt the pull of the skill turning off and him being brought back into the cold night air. Alert! Mind Palace LV. 1 is out of time, deactivating skill. Time left 0:00:00. 44 casual. Matt breathed the cold air in. He was back in the dark streets of his hometown. He instantly became nervous, remembering the situation he now had to face. Alert! You have used the skill Mind Palace LV-1 for its maximum duration. Skill cooldown activated. Cooldown 24 hours. 24 hours? He realized there was no going back now. He had wondered earlier while he was still inside if he could just instantly reactivate it once back in the outside world, but now he had his answer. Casual, casual. He repeated the word in his head as he looked around. He saw the bar across the street and started to make his way there. He didn't utilize his agility or shoes and just walked like a normal person. I hope my shoes are fine. They just look like normal shoes. There's no way to tell they're enchanted right. He was only getting more nervous every step he took. He couldn't even check the map to see how close the other player was. For all he knew, they were already here. Matt steadily walked across the street using the crosswalk. A model citizen is never suspicious, right? He took a few more steps onto the road before he saw something that made his heart jump into his throat. At the end of the street, a few blocks away, there was a dark silhouette standing there. They weren't moving, just standing there, facing the street. Okay, no, I'm not dealing with this. Matt was starting to panic. There were a few other people on this street, so he knew his cover probably wasn't blown, but there weren't many. He wanted so badly to run to the bar or just run away, but he kept his cool. Maybe that's just an ordinary serial killer, and not the one with the system. He would be perfectly happy to face a murderer that didn't have a system. He felt like he could run away or even fight one super easily since he had a system. But he felt deep down that the figure was the other player. Either way, no normal person just stands at the end of a dark street, unmoving. At this point, Matt was around halfway through the street, but something happened that made goosebumps form all over his body. The figure started walking forward. Slowly. It seemed like they were looking around, but Matt didn't look their way long enough. He didn't dare draw attention. They were heading toward his general direction, but not specifically, so he felt like they hadn't seen him, or at least suspected him. Matt was so close to the other side of the street that he wanted to just leap the rest of the distance and sprint inside the bar. But he knew that was just his nerves talking. He finally placed one foot on the sidewalk, making it across the street. Now all that was left was to enter the bar and relax. He hoped that he would be safe there. It would be a pain to figure out who the other player was in a bar full of so many people. Now all there was left was to walk to the bar. The only issue was it was still a block away, and to walk to it, he would have to turn his back to the shadowy figure. That was the worst feeling, not being able to see what's behind you. He knew if he glanced back, it would only draw suspicion too, so he gritted his teeth and turned right, toward the bar. He took step after step, and time felt like it was dragging on. Time feels like it moves faster in the Mind Palace than on this damn street. He was annoyed and just wanted to get to the bar. His fight or flight was kicking in, knowing there was someone creepy behind him, even if they may have been far away. Just as he was about to go crazy not being able to look behind him, he was at the bar. It glowed a bright, comforting yellow, and he could hear conversations and a sports game playing on TVs inside. He breathed a sigh of relief as he walked toward the doors, but he felt a hand on his chest. He looked up and realized he somehow missed that there was a big guy standing at the door. He was too nervous to notice earlier. The man spoke. ID. Shit, he wants my ID. I'm 18. I lost it. He knew that was the lamest excuse ever. Why did this bar have a bouncer? It was just a crappy bar. But as he thought that, he noticed now that he was closer that the bar was actually very nice. It seemed like a high-end establishment. Why did it have to be this bar? Kid, you're not getting in unless you got an ID that proves you're at least 21. The man sighed. Wait, I am over 21, please. At this point, he was starting to freak out. He didn't want to stay out here in the dark with a creep nearby, especially one with a system. Just get lost. You're not fooling anyone, kid. Matt sighed and decided he would just stay next to the bouncer. Maybe he could make it seem like he was one as well. But as he was about to stay, the big guy noticed he wasn't leaving and simply pointed to a sign. "No loitering." "Oh, come on." With a defeated look, Matt walked away from the bar. He thought that at this rate he should just walk back. There wasn't much else to do. A couple of other people were around who also seemed like they were walking home, so it wasn't a bad backup plan. He still didn't look out of the ordinary compared to everyone else. But suddenly he felt chills go down his body, because he felt a hand on his shoulder. 45 shadows. Matt felt 5 large fingers pressed down on his jacket, and he could feel how cold their hand was through his clothes. Needless to say, it sent chills down his spine and made the hair stand up on his arms and neck. Is this how I die? He had lots of thoughts flashing through his head. He realized that since he had the system, he at least could fight. But the enemy already had him in their grasp. What if they killed him before he could react? As thoughts of death filled his mind, he slowly turned his head, barely gathering enough courage to look behind him. His heart raced and his breath hitched as he shifted his gaze. But just as he was about to confront the owner of the hand, and before he could get a good look, he heard a quiet yet booming voice. "You dropped this." Matt saw the figure hold out their hand, and in it was a phone. Matt's phone. Now that he got a good look at the figure, he noticed they were a large man, much more than 6 FT in height. They didn't have a hood, so unless they took it off, he didn't seem to be the hooded figure. But the man didn't seem to show emotion. It kinda creeped Matt out, and he nervously let out a quiet response. "Thanks." He received his phone and scratched his chin, the stress he had felt a few moments before starting to fade. Though considering his situation, he stayed cautious. "Did I drop this before or after I entered my mind palace?" Matt wasn't sure why this man was here, but he didn't seem to be a player, but there was no way to tell anyway. The large man started walking away after he had handed the phone to Matt, as if he no longer had business there. But before he got too far, Matt called out to him. "What's your name?" It seems like maybe the social skill he had learned through the system rubbed off on him, a bit since normally he would have been too shy to ask something like this, especially to someone he didn't know. The large man didn't turn, he just responded. "Helix." Matt decided it would be polite if he told him his name as well. He was new to social stuff, but he didn't want to be rude to someone who found his phone for him. "I'm Matt, nice to meet you." The man didn't respond and kept walking until he disappeared into the night. Well, that guy was a bit weird. When he tried to think back to losing his phone, he really couldn't remember when he dropped it. It must have been when I opened the map and was freaking out. Help would have been really mad if I came back without it. Matt realized that he had just been storing his phone in his pocket, but he completely forgot that he had a storage system. He could just keep it in there and this wouldn't happen again. It was small enough to fit, so he did just that. Plus 1 smartphone, 4/25 items. After that encounter, Matt felt like he didn't want to risk being out here anymore. Just the few scares he's had so far were enough for him. He weighed his options and thought that he should head back to his apartment. "I'll see my family once I get stronger. Right now, I would just be risking their lives. But once I can protect them, then hopefully it'll be safe to visit." Matt started his trek back to his familiar apartment, though it would take him some time to arrive back. What Matt really wanted was some sort of high-damage output. Currently, he only had passive skills mainly, and even the ones that were combat-focused were all hand-to-hand combat. If he ended up in a fight with another player, he felt like he would do minimal damage. "I do have decently high strength, but how much damage would I do with my fist?" He decided it would be best to test his damage later. Right now, he didn't have a good way to measure damage, so he wanted to do some tests with some already existing units of measurement. Maybe Psi. His thoughts started drifting back to his family as he walked. He considered calling them for now to discuss college, but he knew it would be awkward. That's why he wanted to talk to them in person in the first place. He felt a phone call to be too low effort after not talking to them for months. though if it's for their safety, he would rather just do that. In the end, it wasn't that big of a deal, and he felt like he needed to get over his anxieties. However, that was much easier said than done. That's final then. It's too risky, so I'll just call them. He realized it was now pointless that he had come out here, but he was glad he at least leveled his agility and a few other skills. But then, as he was walking through the dark city, he realized something that made him feel uneasy. The Quest Complete pop-up hasn't appeared yet. He scrolled through his menu to confirm, and as he suspected, the survival quest was still incomplete. He imagined it could be due to a few things. I don't know how advanced the system is when it considers quest requirements. It could be that the other player is still hunting, but nowhere near me. Or am I still in danger? He considered the possibility that it was also distance-based, but there was really no way of knowing which one it was. He hoped that it was the safer option. Matt continued on while making sure to keep an eye on his surroundings. He felt like he could have been overthinking again, but it was better to be safe anyway. An hour passed, and he was much closer to his apartment already. At this point, he was no longer in his hometown and well into the next city. He didn't want to use his agility or shoes just in case the player was nearby. This caused him to take a lot longer than when he traveled earlier using all of his speed advantages. Matt still hadn't received a quest completion notification, but considering the amount of time that had passed and the distance he had traveled, he assumed it would probably be completed soon. But nothing ever seemed to go his way. As he was walking through another alleyway, slowly making his way home, he heard a loud voice a few dozen feet behind him. The voice sounded sickeningly cruel and psychotic. "Found you." 46 Chase. The voice Matt heard behind him made his heart sink. Everything he had done to avoid meeting the other player ended up landing him in the same situation again. Matt glanced behind him and saw what he was dealing with. The guy was around his height, but he had messy red hair and dangerous eyes. He was holding some sort of sword and looked very confident in himself. The man spoke as Matt was evaluating him. "You know, you're a slippery rat. It took me a lot longer to find you than the last guy." Lots of different things were running through Matt's head, and most of them were focused on how to survive this encounter. But there was also a question on his mind that could determine if he lived or died. How does he know I'm a player? Matt decided maybe he should play it cool, and if all else fails, run like there's no tomorrow. So Matt responded to him in a calculated way. Hello, have we met?" Matt realized that it would be unrealistic for him if he was a random civilian to not be concerned in this event, since a random guy ran up to him shouting insults. So he let some of his unease seep through into his speech. "Don't play stupid, there's no way I'm wrong here. It literally can't be anyone else." "I'm sorry, but I don't know what you mean." Matt was talking like he was an automated answering machine, giving the most annoyingly normal responses. He noticed the psychotic man was getting agitated. The man was about to speak up again, but then paused and started moving his hands in the air like scrolling through a menu. "He's checking his system. How is he using his system to tell if I'm a player, or maybe he's just guessing?" Matt also realized something as the man was checking his system. He's not very bright, is he? He had not intentionally tried to distract the other player since he didn't think it would work. But now, he was messing with his system menu with a frustrated look on his face. He doesn't want to kill a civilian. Maybe he isn't trying to kill me. Matt wasn't sure what the deal was, but it was better to be safe than sorry, so he turned on his heel in a split second and bolted out of the alleyway. He decided to use his dash here to get as drastic of a head start as possible. The moment he ran for it, he knew that the other player would have their confirmation that Matt was a beta tester. Not just because of the suspicious nature of running like that, but also because the sheer speed at which he was moving was a dead giveaway. The moment he sped away, the man looked up from his system and shouted, "What the F, hey?" His face contorted into one of intense anger and frustration, and he leaped after Matt with a shockingly similar speed. Matt was disturbed by how easily the other player could keep up with him. He must be higher level. I guess he spent some points in agility too, but I might have something he doesn't. Speeding through the city, Matt started to employ the parkour and running skills he had learned. He grabbed onto street poles and angled off of them to get more momentum. He leaped over fences and managed to get significantly better footing than the person chasing him. In only a few seconds, Matt was gaining distance, and at this rate, he would lose him. But there was another factor he didn't consider. As he was feeling proud of himself, a sword flew past his head, cutting the side of his cheek slightly and drawing blood. If he hadn't moved at the last second, it could have been a nasty injury. -1 HP. Shit, I forgot he had the sword. But is he dumb? He threw his only weapon away. To his surprise, he saw the sword start to hover and fly back in the opposite direction. It shot like lightning back toward the player and landed coolly in his hand. It's like a boomerang. Is that the sword doing that or a skill? Matt realized he was in a tough spot. He didn't dare see how much HP that sword would take from him on a direct hit. Running couldn't be the only thing he did. Using his parkour skill, he started to scale a building. It was only 3 stories tall, but it was still something a normal person couldn't do quickly. The other player seemed to pause. But just when Matt thought he was in the clear, he heard the sound of the air being sliced behind him, with the sword heading straight for his head. He quickly rolled onto a balcony on the side of the building to avoid the strike. This guy just doesn't give up, him and his dumb sword. Matt looked down and saw the other beta tester slowly climbing the building as well. He wasn't nearly as fast, but with system stats, it wasn't that hard in the first place for them. It seems like he had given up on throwing the sword temporarily. I have to think of something. Matt's adrenaline was running high. He couldn't use his mind palace anymore, which he had grown accustomed to in tense situations. He had grown lazy, and now that he had an actual fight on his hands, he was out of ideas. The sword dude was almost at the top of the building now. He could hear him struggling to climb. Matt noticed how he seemed to be very simple-minded. This isn't my only fight. This is life from now on. I need to grow or I'll die. He racked his brain for every possible idea he could think of. All he needed to do was get far enough away that the other player would lose track of him. From how he was acting earlier, he didn't actually know Matt was a player. So if he can get some distance and never open his map, he should be fine. The only problem was escaping from this sword lunatic. But as he was struggling with his own thoughts, an idea hit him like a bolt of lightning. That's it. At the same time, a sword also hit him like a bolt of lightning. -12 HP. 47-2. As an intricately engraved sword dug into his shoulder, Matt felt an intense pain. It was the worst pain he had felt in his life, even with the pain dulling of his constitution. At the same time, he heard a notification. Training successful. +2 constitution. Shit, I need to focus. Matt turned and saw that the sword user had finished climbing and was standing on the edge of the roof. His sword flew back towards him and into his hand once again. Not wanting to take another hit, Matt looked into the distance and found what he was looking for. Only a very high place would work for his plan, and so he spotted a tall building that was being constructed. It had a tall crane at the top as well. Perfect. The sword guy was aiming at Matt again, and not knowing if he could take another hit, he jumped off the building, making sure to swing off of a pole sticking out of the side of the apartment building. After gaining some horizontal momentum, he landed in a dumpster to break his fall. He could see the other player looking down at him with veins bulging on his forehead. He seemed to only get angrier the more trouble Matt caused him. He looked like he was talking to himself, which Matt assumed was him raging aloud. Matt heard the sword cutting through the air again and quickly dodged it. It cut through the dumpster like butter, but luckily he had completely missed him. He ran as fast as he could onto the street and started sprinting toward the construction site. He didn't even look behind him, but he knew the other player would probably be able to climb down the building they were on fairly quickly, at least in comparison to a normal human. So he used all of his focus to try to gain as much distance as he could in that time. I wonder if he has a quest. That's the only reason I can think of that would cause him to be so insistent on taking me down. Matt thought about how there was probably a level difference between them, since it was unlikely the sword guy put all of his points into agility. Matt had 23 agility, which meant keeping up with his speed, shoes, and maneuverability skills. The other player's agility must have been maybe 30 or more. He could be an agility main, but that doesn't matter right now anyway. Matt heard the sound of a sword hitting random objects behind him, so he assumed the other player was close behind and throwing his sword while running. Didn't he ever learn to not run with sharp objects? Luckily, it was almost midnight, so there were no people around. The street he had been on with the bar earlier was a particularly busy street, considering the time. Right now, they were running through a very quiet and deserted area with closed stores and offices. Above the buildings, Matt could see his target in the distance, but it was still several blocks away. He also realized he was in a bad spot. They had turned onto a street that was solid buildings for at least 100 feet. There were no alleyways to turn into anymore. Matt looked behind him as he kept running because he had guessed the worst. The man chasing him was aiming his sword again, and there was a clear line of sight to Matt. It would take too long to climb a building. With nowhere to break the line of sight, Matt started to zigzag through the street, hoping it would throw off his aim. It looked pretty stupid from the outside, but Matt didn't care right now. It seemed to have worked as well. The next sword came flying by once again, but due to his unpredictable movement, it missed by a lot. It was enough for him to get to the other end of the street as well, turning another corner and getting one block closer to his goal. He noticed something as he was running. He felt strangely calm. His low health worried him, but he was devoid of anxiety. It didn't really sink in how if he took another hit, he could possibly die. It's probably just a delayed reaction. He swung around another pole and could see the construction site right ahead. However, something concerned him. He didn't hear the sound of footsteps or swords crashing into things. It was dead silent. Even though this was the case, he kept running. He wasn't sure what the sword guy had in mind, but he didn't like it. Something was off. Maybe he just gave up. He didn't believe it. At this point, he had been tracked down by this guy for hours straight. There was no way in his mind that he thought he would give up, though maybe he just didn't know enough about the guy to determine that. Just as he was trying to understand his new situation, he saw something that made him really confused. A young man was standing ahead of him at least a few hundred feet away. He was in between Matt and the construction site. He had black hair and a very kind-looking face with dark brown eyes, but something about him unsettled Matt. Matt slowed down a bit since he wasn't sure what was up. But as he was evaluating the new stranger, they pulled a large, dark scythe out of nowhere. Are they a player? As this was happening, he heard footsteps slowly approach from behind. It was the red-haired man, who seemed very relaxed and had a big grin on his face. There's no way I got this unlucky. Are they a team? That was the only thing Matt could think of. But two beta testers meeting up and working together wasn't something that had even crossed his mind. He had assumed being granted a system was too rare to form a team this fast. Without any further delay, the sword guy and the new stranger nodded at each other and ran full speed toward Matt from opposite directions. 48 drop. Matt was in between a rock and a hard place. Not literally, but basically as bad. He saw both of the men carrying their overly sized weapons while sprinting full speed toward him. They were converging on his position very quickly. Well, there's only one way out now. He had to fight. At least, enough where he could carve out an opening big enough to let him start his ascent of the construction site. Though now that plan as well was flawed. No, it could still work. He had something very particular in mind, and if he played his cards right, all he needed to do next was follow through. He was still a few hundred feet from the construction site, but it was a straight shot to it if he could only get past the man with the scythe. He decided to play defensive and see what he could do with the fighting skills he had trained. Not to mention the self-defense skill he had gotten to level 2. This was getting scary, but there wasn't much else he could do. I can't die here. Matt readied his hands and aimed them at his incoming attackers. It looked like a strange fusion of martial arts. He had to go all out or else he might die here. He was going to use what he had learned from the different combat skills he had acquired and mix the most advantageous features of each into his movements. In total, he was mixing his level 2 self-defense skills, level 2 boxing, level 2 karate, level 2 kung fu, level 1 wrestling, level 1 judo, and level 1 kickboxing skills together. It was quite a combo, but he wasn't using all of them at once since there were too many opposing types of techniques. He had thought of this when he was training his skills a few days ago. He thought, since some of the styles he learned conflict, instead of using them all at once, he would use individual movements from each skill the moment one was required. In this instance, the two men were about to reach him, swinging their swords and scythe down toward his body. As they swung downward, Matt used his first skill like it was something he had practiced for months. He didn't need to activate it manually, since it was just ingrained in his muscle memory now. I wasn't sure if this one was going to come in handy, but it might save me here. He used what he had learned from his self-defense skill to gently push against the flat side of their weapons with both hands. He pushed them at the same time in different directions, causing both weapons to miss him, since they moved a few inches to each side of him. Both of the attackers looked confused. They were both sure they had landed a hit, but then they saw him move his hands and they missed by a mile. It made them feel pretty stupid. Before they could comprehend what happened, Matt infused a punch with his boxing, kung fu, and karate to deliver a high-force hit to the sword user. With lightning-fast speed, he punched him hard in the chest using his best level 2 martial skills. Matt thought it would only buy him some time, but to his surprise, the man went flying. He had sent him back by at least 10 feet. He looked at his fist confused. When did I get that strong? But that's when he realized something. An advantage he had that he never considered was much of an advantage against other players. The Mind Palace skill allowed him to train his skills without passing time. He had assumed that skills were fairly useless against players, at least the naturally learned ones, but they seemed to increase drastically in strength when stacked. He also wasn't sure how common knowledge training skills naturally were for other players. If their helpes were just as unhelpful, then maybe he had discovered something niche. But in the time he had gotten the system, he had trained 10 skills and 6 of them to level 2. The Scythe Man's usually calm and kind-looking demeanor broke as he saw his friend get sent away like a rag doll. He looked confused and also a bit intimidated. Matt saw the red-haired guy starting to stand up, so he turned toward the scythe user and lunged at him. The man holding the scythe flinched and tried to react quickly to Matt's attack. He held his scythe up like a shield, hoping to block most of the force. But no punch ever landed. When he looked around, he noticed that Matt was sprinting full speed toward the construction site. He fell for it. Matt had considered seeing the fight to the end, but he wasn't going to risk his life like that. He was still facing 2 system users with large weapons. Who knows what other powers they could have as well. He quickly realized that if he had an advantage that seemed rare, which was the Mind Palace and skill training, then it's likely more users could have found something they only knew. Not to mention, since they were a team, they could share discoveries with each other. He didn't want to take a chance here even though he knew he was probably capable of at least defeating one if there were no holdups. Matt finally arrived at the construction site. It was very tall, at least a few dozen stories. It seemed like it was going to be a medium-sized skyscraper one day, but for now, it was a mess of rafters and construction equipment. He heard shouting behind him and noticed that both of the beta testers were up and running. It seemed like they had recovered already and decided to pursue him once again. Matt wasted no time and employed his free-running skill to expertly climb the site, making sure to take any distance he could from his pursuers. Below, they seemed frustrated and hesitant, but they quickly jumped and climbed after him, although much slower. though they seemed wearier than before, after witnessing Matt's punch from earlier and the way he deflected their weapons. He climbed and climbed, carefully choosing each footing so as not to plummet to the bottom on a misstep. When he looked below, he could see they were doing the same, which was slowing them down even more. Matt naturally knew which positioning was best every single time he made a jump or placed his hand from his free-running skill, while they had to figure it out manually down below. After a few minutes, he finally reached the crane at the top. He felt like it was perfect for his escape plan, which is why he had chosen this location. He wanted some extra distance. He heard the sounds of clambering behind him and knew they were close behind, so he started his ascent of the crane. It wasn't nearly as tall as the building, but with it on top, it added a nice bit of extra height. It only took him around half a minute, and he was already at the top. He looked down below and saw that they had already started climbing the crane. Just as planned, he was guessing they thought they had him trapped, which was why they were still pursuing. Honestly, if he didn't know what he was planning, even he would have thought he was trapped. Both of them finally met him at the top, and they grew big smirks. "Nowhere to run, dumbass." The redhead seemed to revel in the idea of finally ending this. Matt had put him through a lot of grief during his chase, though Matt had to disappoint him. He looked at the red-haired man and the scythe wielder again, before backing up and standing right on the edge of the crane. He positioned his feet so that they were directly on the edge. Both of the men looked at him, thinking he was scared and running out of space. They brought out their weapons, ready to finish what they started. Wanting to keep his distance so as to not get punched off the crane, the sword user aimed his blade, readying a throw. The scythe man just watched quietly with his weapon at the ready. But before he could launch the attack, Matt smiled at them both and stepped backward off the edge of the crane. 49. Escape. Matt could feel the cold night air pushing against him as he fell into the darkness below the crane. The two men were shocked that he had just jumped off with no explanation. He seemed stoic as he fell, but in reality, he wasn't calm. "Shit, this is scary." He was falling rapidly toward the ground, but it wasn't for no reason. This was part of his plan. As he saw the ground approaching him at an incredible speed, he quickly made a move. Matt rolled in the air and positioned himself so that he was facing the sky, and carefully counted the floors of the building he was falling from so that he could get the timing right. Once he saw the fourth floor pass by, he reacted as fast as he could and activated the dash power on his boots. His whole body accelerated vertically at a dramatic speed, causing his downward momentum to be canceled out. Though he was still a dozen feet in the air when he used the dash, so when gravity caught back up to him, he hit the ground with a loud thud. -4 HP. Zow. While he did take a bit of damage, he knew it could have been worse. After having played around with his dash skill for the past few days, he had always noticed the instant acceleration that it had and considered it to be enough for this plan. It always seemed to work even in midair as well, which was how he dodged objects while jumping through the city earlier. He wouldn't have tried this if he wasn't confident in it. Now that he was on the ground, he looked up toward the crane he was on just a few seconds ago, but it was too dark to see anything. If the two men regained their senses, he imagined they could scale down the building in a few minutes, so he didn't want to stick around. "This is the only chance I have to lose them." He was basically out of tricks at this point, so he didn't want to push his luck. Matt ran away from the construction site as fast as he could, trying not to make any extra loud sounds, in case they could track his direction from that. He had just used his dash, so he sadly couldn't use its help to gain distance right now. After being hunted for so long, he felt like it would be best to leave this city and return to his apartment. It was too dangerous here. If he left, then he could only guess which city he left to. As he ran, the minutes passed. It felt like they couldn't pass fast enough. He wanted to be able to relax instead of constantly being harassed. This was all too stressful. Then 10 more minutes passed, and so far he hadn't heard a sound or alert. He was hoping that trick had actually worked and they weren't closing in on him. He decided it had been long enough and changed direction. He didn't want to only run in a straight line, since that was easy to follow. I think I'll make an arc to get back to my apartment. If I go straight there, they might follow me. He didn't know the first thing about strategy or stealth, besides what had rubbed off on him from the years he had played games. However, he never really played strategy games, so he was just using what he felt he had seen in a movie one time. I should probably read a book about that soon. The cold wind pushed against his face and body as he kept going. He had started on the roundabout path to his apartment. Now, it should only be around half an hour with his speed until he was back home. He felt safe thinking about being back in the city he knew well for the past few months. It was much more populated, so he was also thinking that it would be harder for a player to attack him without repercussions. They would probably get jail time if they tried killing him. I should just avoid deserted areas from now on. That was too close. Previously, he hadn't even considered that there were other beta testers close by. He knew they were out there but thought they were rare or maybe even not psychos. He was careless. And he wasn't concerned about anyone without a system. His natural constitution, strength, and speed were enough to stay safe against them mostly. It would be nice meeting one that was normal. As time passed, he remembered how the two beta testers who were attacking him teamed up. He realized that once the system was released, or if he could find a friendly player, teaming up really did seem like a good idea, though he wasn't sure if he could trust someone with a system. But as he was deep in thought, he heard a notification. Quest complete. Survive. +1 unassigned skill point, +5 unassigned stat points, +100 XP 200 8144. I'm safe. He decided to just take the system's word for it. He didn't know how it detected survival, but it must have been distance or situation-based. If it was situation-based, then it was pretty advanced. After that pop-up, he heard another series of notifications once again. Level up. LVL 3, LVL 4. +1 to all stats. +3 unassigned stat points. +10 max health. +0 max mana error, mana not found. Skills unlocked. Message LV1, crafting LV1. Level 4 not bad. He was always hyped when he got a level, and this time was no different. Now he was only one level away from finishing his quest to reach level 5. Now that he knew what artifacts were, he was very curious to see what he would get from that quest. With that fresh level, he found a surge of motivation to return to his apartment. He would rather not check out his level up before reaching a safe and well-lit place. It was close by, so he would be there soon anyway. So he closed the menu and used his recharged dash to speed home. 50 Evolution 2. Matt had finally made it back to his home. His comforting apartment was all he needed right now to calm his nerves. He had completed the quest and leveled up on the way back, which he was now very excited to check out. The door to his apartment swung open as he stepped through, taking in the sights and smells. He realized that soon he may not be able to experience this much longer. He had already canceled his contract with the landlord, so unless he renewed it, he would be leaving here soon. Matt made his way to his bedroom and hopped on the bed. He laid there and browsed his new rewards. He didn't want to wait any longer, so he didn't delay. He opened the completed quest menu again and read over the rewards. Quest complete. Survive. +1 unassigned skill point, +5 unassigned stat points, +100 XP 200 8144. So I know what the rest is, but this skill point, I wonder what it does. He had a few guesses, but he wanted to wait until he finished assigning his stats. When he looked at the level up, he saw that he was rewarded with 3 more unassigned stat points again. So in total, he had 8 to spend. I wonder which stats I should do. Something suddenly caught his eye. He saw that his health was full, not to mention being 10 points higher. He had almost forgotten about that feature, but it was super useful in this case where he had been in very low health. His attention shifted back to his stats once more. So the closest stat I have to evolving is intelligence, which is 19. He felt like putting a point into that was a given since he was only 1 point away. But he would do that later, since one thing he was interested in seeing was what would happen if he raised a stat to 30. He knew stats evolved at 20, and so would they again at 30, or maybe nothing would happen. If it was in an increment of 20, then it would make sense for it to be at 32. There was only one way to find out, so he decided to put 5 points into his strength stat. It was the closest to reaching 30 besides his agility, and while his augie was useful, he felt like he wanted to increase his fighting potential. He remembered the punch he delivered earlier and realized that if he had more strength, combined with his combat skills, he could really hold his own against other players. He had never really played melee types in games, but it seemed like he was accidentally becoming one in real life. I want to get magic at some point. That's when I could really go all out. He had always fantasized about using magic in real life, but so far he hadn't gotten the chance to try it yet with his system. He seemed to have no mana or magic skills. Refocusing on his task, he assigned 5 points to his SDR. He felt his body changing again after he assigned the points, which was the normal effect of him adding points to his strength. At this point, it was hard to notice what changed, but if he lifted something, he would be able to tell instantly how much he had gotten stronger. He waited for a bit in silence before a familiar sound chimed once again. Stat evolution will now begin. Stat detected, SDR. He felt like his muscles were melting as the evolution occurred once again. The feeling quickly settled down and felt like it sunk deep into his body. He had gotten even stronger than before. But then he received another notification. Evolution reached to Strength. Rewards plus 10% damage to all physical combat skills. Whoa, that's not bad. He suddenly realized that he was prioritizing wrong this whole time. If he focused on an individual stat, then he could get really good rewards. However, stat balance is very important too. He felt like at this point, he must have been really strong, at least when compared to a normal person. He was starting to run out of ideas of how to test his strength since soon gym weights just wouldn't cut it. That was a good problem to have though. So next is my intelligence, and then I'll have 2 points left. He placed 1 more point in his intelligence and felt a slight increase in the clarity of his mind. But he knew that was only the small effect of a 1-point increase. He was really waiting for the evolution. Stat evolution will now begin. Stat detected, INT. He suddenly got a massive headache. It caught him off guard and he clutched his head with his hands. Then after a few seconds, the pain went away and it felt like his mind was being massaged by soft blankets. After it settled down, he seemed like the world was much clearer, as if it had been shrouded in a thick layer of fog before. That feels weird. He noticed once again that his increase in intelligence didn't affect his inherent smarts, but the functioning of his mind and memory in general. Maybe there's a different stat for that. He looked over his stats once more, trying to decide what to put his points into. There were a few stats that he had ignored every time he had points to spend, but maybe it was time to give them some attention. When he really thought about what he needed, he wanted to be able to survive better. With his recent encounter in mind, he thought having a better constitution couldn't hurt, so he decided to put both of his remaining points in con. It was also close to evolving, so he thought it was best. After doing so, he once again felt denser, and his skin was more resilient. He assumed that if he raised his constitution, it would help reduce the damage he took in general. That was probably one of the reasons he even survived his last fight. After finishing assigning his stats, he now focused on one thing he had been dying to check out. Now, what is this skill point? 51 skill point. Matt looked over his system again and saw that he had received 1 skill point from the Survive quest. He had a few guesses as to what it did, but if he was right, it was a really nice reward. It should somehow boost a skill right. He was tempted to just instantly use it on one, but he wanted more info first. Instead of asking help, there had been something he wanted to try for a while, but it always slipped his mind. I've scanned objects with my inspect, but I was wondering if it works on system features too. It didn't seem unreasonable for that to be the case. He also felt now that his inspect skill was level 2. He could get more useful information about it than before, so he used his inspection skill while visualizing the skill point. It seemed to have worked as the info for the skill point appeared in front of him. Skill point. Count 1. A unit of measurement for points used to level up skills. When a skill point is used on a skill, it will increase by 1 whole level. It worked, also increasing a skill by a whole level. His guess from earlier seemed correct. He could use the skill point to level up one of his skills. He looked over all of his skills and started to wonder which one he should level up. He remembered he had just gotten new skills as well, but they were both level 1. Earlier, he couldn't increase a skill past level 2, so he thought that's where the skill point could be the most useful. After browsing his current skills, he felt like the most useful ones were probably either Mind Palace or Storage. He was curious to see what a level 2 Mind Palace would be like, but when it came to practicality, his Storage skill was fairly useless right now. I feel like Storage has a huge potential as a skill. In the end, he decided to save the skill point for Storage. He also knew that this wasn't the only time he would ever get a skill point, especially if he completed more difficult quests often. Once Storage reached level 2, he would use the skill point on it to get it to level 3. Now the only issue was increasing it to level 2. Oh well, I'll think about that tomorrow. There was something he had been wanting to try. The other large reward he had gotten was 2 new skills after he leveled up to level 4. Many of the system skills he had gotten so far were very useful, so he was brimming with excitement to check them out. The 2 skills he had gotten were Message and Crafting. Let's try Message first. He activated the skill, and a new menu opened in front of him. User 23,563. Inbox. Friends. Party. Oh, it really is straight from a game. But there was a number that concerned him a bit. His user ID was in the tens of thousands. It's crazy seeing the actual number of beta testers. It really makes it sink in. But he knew in reality there were tens of billions of people on the planet. Thousands were nothing, so this number made sense to him. He clicked through the menus and, of course, his friends list was empty. At the top, it displayed a box that said Input User ID to send a request. He didn't know any other beta testers besides those psychos from earlier, so he just exited that screen. Not to mention, he wasn't sure how much he could trust other system users right now. His inbox only displayed one message, and it was a generic welcome message. Welcome user 23,563, Matt, to the message system. You can friend and chat with other users, as well as create a party. Matt stared at the message a bit annoyed. They really were treating this like a game. It didn't sit right with him considering he almost died today. I need to find out what all this means eventually. While the system was useful, it was mysterious. He often didn't think about the implications of it, since he just needed to survive and get stronger. He honestly felt like, even if he did know what was going on, he wouldn't be strong enough to do anything about it, at least how he was currently. He returned back to the main messaging screen and clicked on the last option, the party screen. After he opened the screen, he only saw 2 large buttons that said, Create Party and Join Party. But both were grayed out. He assumed that they weren't able to be selected since he didn't know any other players. Okay, it's pretty much just a game party system. He decided to move on from the message quest since he had already checked everything out. Next, he activated his crafting skill. A new menu popped up, but it was much different from any menu he had seen so far with the system. It just had 2 boxes and a plus icon in the center. At the top, it displayed Place 2 compatible objects to start crafting. And finally, at the bottom, there was a large button that just said Craft. So just crafting, but in real life that seems kinda op. Matt wanted to test it immediately, so he headed into his small kitchen. He already had a craft in mind and pulled out a single spoon and a small kitchen timer he had from his kitchen drawer. He wanted to see what it would craft. I think this should work, maybe. He held the timer and spoon and tried to push them into the crafting window. He wasn't sure how it would work, but the moment the clock and spoon each touched their crafting box, they made a pop sound and were suddenly now displayed as a 2D image in each box. He now no longer had the physical items. That felt weird. He was curious, so he reached his hand into one of the squares, hoping to pull the item back out. His hand went through the menu, and he felt the spoon as if he was 3D again. He grabbed onto it and pulled it, causing the spoon to come out with his hand. So it's using space like with my storage skill. He put the spoon back and felt like that was enough messing around. He wanted to see what would happen if he crafted these items together. So he finally pressed the big button that said Craft. The two items became grayed out and a loading bar appeared above them. There was text that said Crafting, please wait, and the loading bar displayed a timer. 59 minutes. 52 passive help. After seeing the timer on the crafting window, Matt felt a bit annoyed. An hour for that? He didn't want to wait that long and felt like it was unreasonable, but he also started to consider how the skill was only level 1. In addition to that, combining objects like that just wasn't possible. I guess it's fine. He also noticed how it didn't tell him what it would make, but at least it seemed like it worked. He decided to just move on to other things while the object was crafted. Matt wanted to finally bring out help again now that he was in a safe place. He had promised to give her full access to his phone, which he was a little concerned about, but he had already given his word. He also knew she wouldn't be of any help if he didn't let her use it. Not to mention, while he did end up encountering the beta testers anyway, she at least tried to help him. Not to mention, her plan wasn't bad. He felt like he could have done it more effectively. I should have just laid low and found a grocery store to hang out in or something. He realized that his biggest mistake today was that he decided to brave it and head home. If he had stayed in a building or public space, then maybe he would have never gotten into the bad situation he did. But that was in the past. Right now he felt like it was time to hold up his end of the deal, so he activated the help skill. The small blue digital fairy appeared once more. She instantly started asking the real questions. Are you done now? Give me your phone. Matt sighed. Yeah, I'm done here. She took it and started using it immediately, her small digital fingers typing at superhuman speeds. But as he was watching her search the web, something strange happened that he didn't expect. Help was starting to glow brighter and brighter until suddenly, she started to enter the system again, as if he had deactivated the skill. She made a sound as she disappeared. Lay. Matt was concerned at first, but then saw a new notification. Help has leveled up. LV1, LV2. He saw the message and realized he had forgotten that she could even level up. She was technically a skill, not just a component of the system. He wasn't exactly sure what this meant, but he quickly got his answer. He heard her voice coming from the system, even though he hadn't activated the skill. HELLOO. HELLOO. He realized that his life may be noisier from this point on. Yeah, who is it? It's me, stupid. He noticed how when she was talking, a small fairy icon with an image of a speaker was being highlighted in the corner of his vision. So are you just in the system now? He asked. I think so, can see everything. He wondered if this applied to his system when he used it, so he opened up his stats. And it seemed like she could interact with the system slightly. It was like she was a personal assistant. This is actually pretty useful, as long as she doesn't yell in my ear all the time. Let me out, Internet. He sighed and he activated the skill to see if she could still come out. He was wondering if anything had changed, but she did come out as usual and looked fairly the same. The moment she was out again, she beelined it for his phone and started using it again. I guess some things never change. He decided to just leave her alone. He also considered that it was useful for her to know about the world to better help him with his system, so he felt like giving her access to the internet was a net positive. He also had stuff he wanted to do, and he didn't need his phone to do them. Even though it was after midnight, Matt was itching to get stronger, especially after tonight. He really didn't need much sleep anymore, at least he didn't need 8 hours. His high constitution seemed to decrease how much he needed to sleep. At this point, he could probably be fully satisfied with only 5 or 6 hours. Because of this, he wanted to at least accomplish something more tonight. The 3 things that came to mind were completing quests, training skills, or training his stats. He browsed his quests again and quickly realized that one wasn't going to happen. He only had 2 quests and both would take time, so he switched to the idea of leveling his skills or stats. So Mind Palace is still done for, and I feel like that's the best way for me to train my skills. He felt like it would just be wasted time to train his skills out in the open where time moves at a normal speed. He couldn't really train his stats in the Mind Palace since it wasn't a physical space, so he felt like it would be better to leave skill leveling until his Mind Palace was up and running again. That just leaves stats then. He looked over his stats and tried to decide which one would be the most important, at least for short-term fighting ability. That was the main thing he was trying to prioritize right now. If he died, that was it. When he looked at the stats that were close to evolving, it was really only his con. All of the other stats were below halfway. His constitution was at 19, so he felt like it wouldn't be too hard to bump it to 20. If I want to survive, I feel like constitution is just the way to go. It was also an easy stat to level in his experience. He just needed to get damaged. Though the only issue with that was, he wasn't sure how to heal quickly besides leveling up. He always gained 1 health point back every so often due to his passive regeneration, but it usually took too long to train his con for long periods of time. He decided he would try to get his constitution to at least 20 tonight. If he could boost it further, he would try. Before he left, he checked his crafting window and saw that there was still a while left. I might as well burn some time and then check this out once it's finished. With his mind made up, he opened the door to his apartment, planning to set off into the night to train his con somewhere. But as he stepped out the door and breathed in the cold night air, a metal bat swung toward his head. 53 Fist Fight. Matt saw a metal bat swinging straight at his face. It had really caught him off guard since that's the last thing you expect when you walk out your front door. As fast as he saw it, he quickly ducked, making the bat miss his head by an inch. WTF. He looked around to see what was going on and saw several people gathered around his apartment door. There had to be at least 6 of them. Some of them laughed and looked at him with cruel expressions, while others remained passive and blank-faced. He wasn't sure why they were there, and after he dodged the bat, they seemed to stop attacking him. Matt looked up toward the person who had swung the bat and saw a familiar face. "How have you been, kid? It took me way too long to find you." Matt let out a sigh of relief. He thought he was being attacked by beta testers, but it was just a man he had defeated before. Ned. He seemed to be the leader of this group of criminals, at least as far as Matt could tell. He had a big smirk on his face like he had one life. Matt stood up and brushed some dirt off his shirt that had fallen off the bat earlier. He looked around the group and noticed how some had knives, machetes, and other melee weapons. The ones he was concerned about, though, were the ones holding guns. He counted 3. Now that he got a good look at them, he realized there were 9 people in total, including Ned. "Are you sure you want to do this, Ned?" Ned's face froze. He looked like he had been delivered a bad sandwich. "How do you know my name?" Matt had read his name in the quest when he fought him before, but obviously Ned didn't know systems existed, so it really startled him. Matt didn't answer him, but just gave a warning. "If you all go now, I won't hurt you," Matt sighed. Ned and the others just looked at each other and then back to Matt. They all started laughing. "Are you trying to be intimidating or something?" Ned had a good belly laugh, and then his face slowly switched back to a confident grin. He and the others closed in. He spoke as he played with the bat in his hands. "Here's how it's gonna work. We beat the shit out of you and our reputation stays solid. Now we aren't killers, so we'll only leave you in a coma." He said this with a tone that made it sound like they were giving him a gift. Ned didn't mention the fact that he had almost tried to kill Matt a few days ago. "Well, I guess there's only one way to go then." Surprisingly, Matt didn't really like fighting. In games, it was fun, sure, but in real life, hitting someone felt off-putting. He didn't like hurting people, but he knew that they would hurt him instead. It was probably also due to the years of him getting bullied that he developed this sort of preference. He knew how bad it hurt to be beaten to a pulp. He never wanted anyone else to feel that pain. So Matt sighed. "Let's get it over with." He put his arms out in a come-at-me pose, waiting for Ned's move. He felt like it was a bit overdramatic, but he was having fun while he could. The faces of the thugs changed to annoyance as they saw his confidence and how he was basically challenging them. Ned didn't look too happy either. He had already gotten a scolding from his leader, and Matt had caused him a lot of trouble. So Ned's face became serious, and he held his bat high. "Get the bastard." At that moment, they started to charge him, Ned with a bat in hand and the few melee members that were present. The gunmen aimed their weapons and waited for Ned to direct them. Matt saw the people now running at him, and besides the feeling of not wanting to hurt people, he felt a strange, new excitement. He wanted to see how strong he had become. It was like when you leveled your character and then went back to an earlier zone with easy enemies. He had experienced something like this in games, but never to this extent. Never in real life where the world was a lot more meaningful. He saw them running toward him as if they were in slow motion. He assumed that his intelligence stat was helping his reaction speed, but it felt surreal. The beta testers that had attacked him earlier were much faster, probably because they had decently high agility stats. So he never had got to test his new reaction time. With one swift motion, Matt swept up toward the closest thug, who was wielding a knife. Utilizing his martial arts skills, he carefully used his palm to push the knife to the side, and then grabbed his wrist. Time seemed to suddenly catch up, and he twisted the man's wrist, causing him to yell and drop the knife in his hand. It hit the ground, making a loud, clanging sound. Everyone stopped at that point, seemingly stunned by what had occurred. Matt had moved at speeds that were not normal and perfectly disarmed one of them, but he gave them no time to think. A second after the knife hit the ground, he slammed his palm into the man's jaw, causing him to fly upward by his head. Not a second later, Matt was already speeding toward the next criminal, casually pulling the golf club he had out of their hand. Matt's strength made it as easy as taking candy from a baby. He chucked the golf club off away, and then swept his leg under the man, causing him to lose balance and fall dramatically to the ground. 7 more. 54, Demon. Matt was excited. He had never really gotten a chance to test his abilities if you didn't count the encounter he had with the beta testers. This was the first time he was actually using his strength, although only a portion of it. If he went all out, they wouldn't end up in a good state. He didn't like harming people, so every hit he made on the thugs was calculated to just incapacitate them. He just guessed how much strength he needed to use, and it seemed about right. 4 more left. He had been taking them out one after another to the horror of everyone there besides him. Ned was staring with his mouth open. In reality, it had only been around 10 seconds since Matt started his assault, which barely gave Ned or the other criminals time to react in any way. In just a few seconds, he had taken out over half of the entire group. This was the scary power of a system user. Even Matt was a bit surprised. He had acted so fast that he had only just noticed a notification flashing in the corner of his view. New quest. Defeat Ned's group 5/9. Reward, +1 skill shard, +5 unassigned stat points, +60 XP. Decent rewards, may be too good for how easy this is. As he said that, he heard a gunfire, He felt a sharp pain in his shoulder as a bullet hit him. -10 HP. Shit, I forgot about the guns. Matt looked over and saw one of the men pointing a gun at him, shaking with fear. He must have gathered enough of his senses to use it. Matt saw the man aiming at him again with trembling hands and quickly put up his storage in the way. Like before, the bullet quietly sunk into his spatial storage, which only struck more fear into the man, not understanding how it didn't hit. He dropped his gun and ran away shouting and crying. No, you don't. I can't lose out on the rewards. Matt zoomed after him, only causing the poor criminal more terror. Before Matt could even reach him, the man collapsed, having fainted. Well, I guess that works. He turned back to the rest of the group, but something caught his eye. Defeat Ned's group 5/9. It didn't change. He was about to get really confused, but the answer came quickly. One of the men he had knocked down was slowly getting up. Ah, makes sense. So theoretically, if I take them all down, even if temporarily, I still get the rewards. Strange system. He zoomed back toward the group, and at this point, everyone was running, even Ned. He had lost all of his earlier bravado and realized he had basically dug his own grave. He was running as fast as he could, not even thinking about his co-criminals. Matt observed the group around him. Two of them had dropped their weapons and ran. One he had knocked down before and was now up and running as well. And finally, Ned had made it the farthest, sprinting like there was no tomorrow. I feel kinda bad for hunting them down like this. Matt knew they attacked him first, but he felt silly feeling bad. But he didn't like to think of himself as a ruthless type, though he wasn't going to miss out on the rewards. Either way, he wasn't hurting them that bad. I'm much faster than them, so I'm not going to worry about them getting too far away. He decided to start with the closest one to him, which was the gang member he had already knocked down. Matt sped toward him, grabbed his top and bottom, and spun him horizontally, causing him to fly a few feet, flipping head over heel. The man wiped out onto the ground, and the quest marker updated once again. 6/9. Next, he flew toward the two that were running behind Ned and simply slammed them into each other with both hands. Sadly, they had been running close together, so it was simple. They both collapsed, and the quest updated once more. 8/9. Ned had heard the sound of one of his comrades' footsteps stop as he heard a thump against the ground behind him. From Matt's perspective, it was just a quest, and he knew he wasn't harming them. But from Ned's view, he was in a horror movie, and in this moment he assumed everyone Matt had taken out was dead. Ned looked back and saw a dark figure like a demon grab the two last men and smash them into each other like he was closing a book. Ned was crying and running like a baby deer. Mommy. Ned had reverted to his base instincts and put on a shameful display, calling out to his mother who wasn't even there like a child. Matt just stood there and watched as he ran. Sorry, man, gotta finish the quest. He knew that after this, there was no way his identity was safe. He just hoped the thugs wouldn't tell a system user, though he doubted they knew a system user or knew what a system was. But it was always possible the word could spread. I'm not a killer, though, so it'll have to do. He had needed to get stronger anyway, so it didn't matter. He was just on a time limit now. He never liked lying or being secretive either, so he was fine with being known, as long as he had the ability to fight off anyone who attempted to take him down. Looks like I'm going to be busy. He casually drifted over to Ned and gave him a good smack, causing him to fly a few feet and face-planting onto the ground. Matt wasn't sure how the quest counted as a defeat since he knew they weren't unconscious. Using force to knock someone unconscious was dangerous and potentially lethal, so he tried to avoid that during this fight. It's probably if they lost their will to fight and are taken down. He saw Ned trembling on the ground as his quest updated again. Quest complete. Defeat Ned's group 9/9. +1 skill shard, +5 unassigned stat points. XP 124, 172. 55 compromise. The quest complete notification blinked in front of Matt's face, as Ned seemed to have trouble deciding between shaking in fear, running, or playing dead. In the end, he chose number 2. Matt was excited by the pop-up and was glad that leveling was going smoother than he had expected at first. This quest was simply too easy and gave him a lot of rewards. Whatever the reason was, the system must have decided that this was a hard quest and he didn't want to complain. He guessed that the rewards might be so high due to the guns that some of the thugs had. Well, I did get shot, so I guess it's fair. He looked down at his shoulder wound and saw that it was already starting to close. The bullet had apparently gone clean through, so at least it wouldn't be lodged inside after he healed. A skill shard materialized in the air and landed in Matt's hand. He was worried for a moment and looked at Ned, wondering if he could see what happened. But to his relief, Ned was just panicking like he was before. He guessed that he didn't see it. He looked at the skill shard in his hands and quickly put it away. He looked back to Ned, realizing that to anyone other than Matt, it just looked like he was standing there menacingly, staring forward. He imagined to the crying and shaking Ned that it looked like something out of a horror movie, especially considering that he just took all of them down like it was nothing. Matt sighed as he usually did too often. It started to sink in how much of a mess this situation was. He didn't like conflict in general, and now he had to deal with all these people coming after him. At least the rewards were worth it, and it helped him reach higher levels faster. Though one slip up and that might be the end. So what's your deal, Ned? Why did you come after me? Ned jumped when Matt spoke, not expecting the sudden sound cutting through the silence. He quickly tried to gather his words, not wanting to anger his attacker or, more appropriately, ex-victim. I just wanted revenge, that's it. But I don't care anymore, no hard feelings, right? Well, I don't really care that you attacked me twice now. But I'm worried you might attack other people, more defenseless people. So I'm gonna have to call the cops. Ned looked really confused, relieved and shocked at the same time. Why you aren't gonna kill me? Matt just looked at him like he was an idiot. I'm not a psycho, and first of all you attacked me. I was just defending myself, again. After a few moments, it seemed like Ned realized what Matt had said about calling the cops. W8, you shouldn't get the cops involved. It'll only be bad news for both of us. Matt looked annoyed and leaned toward Ned's face. Is that a threat? No, not at all. It's just that the police are controlled by my boss, at least around here. If you call them, not only will they probably arrest you instead of us, but if word gets out that I lost to you, I think he would kill me. Ned crawled toward Matt and started crying. He looked really pitiful. Please don't call them, I don't want to die. Matt did feel sorry for him, but he still didn't want to just let him go. He was worried that Ned would cause trouble not only for others, but for Matt as well. Not to mention, now there might be a whole criminal group involved, and the last thing he wanted was to get pulled into that drama. Fine, I get it, but there will have to be a compromise. He looked at Ned and then back at the other thugs, slowly regaining their senses. He hadn't really used that much force, so they were already starting to look fine. One of them was even looking around confused. Although it was still dark, Matt was worried people would see them, and that really would just make things more difficult, so he knew what he wanted to say next. Ned, bring them all inside. Ned seemed confused but didn't want to make Matt angry or anything, so he started gathering his buddies and helping them up. Meanwhile, Matt headed back into his apartment and saw that Help was still on his phone. She didn't seem to pay any attention to him as he entered. He wondered what the phone would look like with her holding it to someone without a system. Would it just be floating in the air? Help, I'm sorry, but you're gonna have to go into the system for a little bit. What, why? She looked very visibly annoyed. Matt gave her a brief explanation about how people were going to be here soon and the phone would look strange. Now that they were getting along better, he decided it would be better to share info with her. Not to mention she could now interface easier with the whole system. From her attitude, it seemed like when she was out of the system, she couldn't see what was going on around him. Fine, but you better give it back later. I'm planning to, don't worry. After that, he selected the help skill and dismissed her. He picked his phone up from the couch and pocketed it for now. After help was gone, he heard the door to his apartment open, and Ned walked in supporting one of his comrades with his shoulder. The guy he was helping walk seemed to have a twisted ankle. Shit, I must have been a bit too rough. Oh well, they aren't the best people anyway. Some pain is deserved. Matt guided them in and led them to the living room. Some of the others started to come in as Ned told them to. After a few moments, all 9 of them sat and stood in his living room. To Matt, this looked ridiculous. I looked like he was running a bar with how many unruly-looking people were now in his home. But it wasn't without reason. Now that they were all comfortable, Matt decided it was time to say what he had been planning. 56 Rules. Matt now stood in the living room of his apartment with 8 thugs and Ned. He realized how ridiculous this all was, especially considering that he got the system only a few days ago, and now he was looking at this strange scene. He didn't want to kill them, obviously, because he was a rational human being with emotions. Sure, they could have killed him earlier if he didn't have a system, but he had a system, so they couldn't. He also wasn't sure if they were going to kill him or just beat him up. But that all didn't matter now anyway. Matt had also watched a few videos on law in high school, and he was pretty sure that attempted assault was way different than murder. So he would actually be the one penalized if he did kill them, even if he was cold-hearted enough to do it. But he also knew that if he just let them go, they could do horrible things, since they were still criminals. He also didn't want them to tell anyone about his freakish speed, since it could attract malicious beta testers to him. He was nervous about calling the police now too after what Ned said. He could be lying, but there was another problem with him calling them. If it got on the news that a young man took down 9 criminals with guns and weapons, barehanded, it would draw every beta tester in the area right to him. He looked around the room at the group, who all seemed tense, waiting for Matt or someone to speak. Finally, Matt spoke up. I brought all of you in here because we need to talk about what's gonna happen next. Matt pulled one of his dining chairs to the living room and sat as he talked. I'm gonna let you guys go, but there are a few rules you have to follow for the rest of your lives. He paused for dramatic effect, putting on the act that he's some sort of imposing figure. But really, he was just winging everything. Rule 1, never mention my name, face, or fighting skills to anyone. I don't exist. Rule 2, never harm innocent people again. I have eyes everywhere, and if I find out you broke one of these rules, you won't live to see the next day. After the display Matt put on earlier, taking down all of them like it was nothing, this speech brought chills down their spines. The 9 criminals felt like he really would go through with it, and somehow could see everything they did. Do you understand? Matt asked firmly as he looked at all of them. They slowly nodded and spoke in agreement. They let out sighs of relief and seemed to be glad to keep their lives, not realizing Matt had no intention of even killing them. As the tension seemed to wane slightly, Ned started to speak nervously. I don't plan on breaking your rules, but there's a tiny problem. If we go back, the boss will kill us, unless we have proof that we finished what we set out to do. Matt looked at him with slight annoyance. Why does that matter to me? Just don't go back. Well, I'm afraid he might send more people to see what happened. He doesn't like loose ends. If 9 whole members went missing, including a manager, which I am, then there's no way he's gonna ignore it. Matt realized this whole thing was just a mess. Now he was regretting not just giving Ned his wallet the night they first met. If he never got the system, that's probably what he would have done, and then he wouldn't be looking down the barrel of an organized crime group. It's not like he was afraid of them, minus maybe the guns, since he still wasn't sure how durable his skin was now. But he guessed it probably wasn't enough to protect him from anything more dangerous than a kitchen knife. He really should test that, but carefully. But with his speed, he probably didn't need to be too concerned anyway, though one mistake, and he could still be shot. He was just thinking about what it meant to face an entire organization as a beta tester. If there were no other beta testers in the crime group, that is. Matt looked around at the thugs again, and then at Ned. So couldn't you just go back and say you beat me up? That seems like the best for all of us. Ned looked down like he was thinking. I think you're right, but the boss is scary and I hope he doesn't see through the lie. But maybe he wouldn't care either way. Well, just do that and remember not to mention my skills. Make sure your friends don't either. Ned nodded and looked back at the group. Okay, guys, let's go. They looked at Matt nervously as they started to shuffle out of his apartment, with Ned guiding them back outside. Matt realized there were now dirt prints in his living room from all their shoes. He sighed as he followed them out. As they started to leave, he thought about how he might prepare in case this boss guy and his group came after him. He didn't fully trust them to keep quiet or, like Ned said, for the boss to believe they did the job. In addition to this new group, there were also the beta testers. If he really wanted to be safe, he felt like maybe his constitution really was the next biggest priority. After a few minutes, Ned and the gang were out of sight, and Matt was left alone once more. He activated help now that they were gone. Here, he said as he handed her his phone again. She snatched it and seemed to mumble something about him taking too long. Keep an eye on my apartment while I'm gone and hide if someone comes in so they don't see a floating phone. Her attention didn't leave the phone as she spoke, giving a distracted answer. Sure. Now that all of that was settled, Matt started walking away from his apartment towards the local park. But he also had some things he needed to check on the way. Time to see what loot I got. 57, another skill. Matt walked through parts of the city he knew were fairly populated even for this time of night. He was slightly worried about beta testers, but he had a plan for that. If I get an alert, I just don't open the map. He realized it was actually really simple, though it meant his map skill would be useless for a bit. The only way that the other guy even suspected him was because there was no one else around in that area, and he had still been way too close to where he originally opened his map and revealed his location to the other testers. Are they trying to encourage PvP with the whole map thing? He shivered at the thought because this wasn't just PvP, real people were dying. But he refocused on what he was originally doing while he was walking to the place he wanted to train his con. Quest complete. Defeat Ned's group 9/9. +1 skill shard, +5 unassigned stat points. XP 124 172. He finally clicked the X on the menu to close it. It had been hovering nearby for the past few minutes. After a few moments, a small yellow shard materialized in the air and dropped into his waiting hand. Another skill shard. He remembered what the last one did. It gave him the Mind Palace skill. If this next skill was even half as useful, it would really benefit his progress and maybe even help him protect himself. But first, he decided to use the stat points. Attributes. Stat points 5. STR 30. Con 19. Agi 24. Dex 14. Int 20. Luck 13. Chod 10. When he saw his stats again, he noticed there were definitely a few that were lacking. Charisma was his lowest by far, but he wasn't sure if it would really help him much currently. He wanted more defense and offense. He thought it might be helpful for manipulating people, but that probably wouldn't work on other beta testers with also high charisma. Then there was luck, his second lowest. If he was in a less dangerous world, he would have put all points into this and bought lottery tickets. He wasn't sure if it worked like he was expecting, but he assumed it was pretty self-explanatory. And then finally, there was dexterity, which he wasn't exactly sure what it directly affected. It would probably make his aim better and his hands steady and other stuff like that. At least that's what's implied in games. He felt like he was neglecting these stats, but he planned to continue neglecting them for now. What he really wanted to do was increase his constitution and strength. Well, he would prefer magic, but so far that was out of his reach. He would have to go the fighter route for now and hope for the best. I would put all my points in con, but I think that'll make it harder to level. So I'll wait until after I train it tonight, then I'll dump all the points I have left into it. He felt like since his strength was double evolved now, he should do his con next. After deciding what he was going to do, he looked back to the skill shard in his hand. Well, no point in waiting. Use. Backslash. Skill shard used. Just like before, the world started to distort around him. It was like a different dimension as stars and galaxies formed in every direction. And then the center galaxy formed into the wheel once again. It sat in front of him, waiting to be spun, all the names of the different skills on the wheel still blurred. Without waiting any longer, he smashed the spin button, which caused the wheel to start spinning like lightning. I hope I get something good. It kept spinning and spinning until it started to slow down. Once it reached a certain point, he started to make out the skill names again. Damn, I just realized there are so many skills. I'll probably never see these ones again. The skill names once again all sounded cool. Some related to a certain element, while others were a single word and sounded super useful. But finally, after a few more seconds, the wheel slowed severely and eventually came to a complete stop, the arrow landing on one skill. Skill learned, forced mana regeneration. Forced mana regen, does that mean I can use magic? He looked at his stats to see what his mana was. MP00. What's going on? What does this skill do? He decided to just use the skill and see what happened. He suddenly felt the air around him move slightly and the outside of his body felt warm, then it ended. Alert! You have used the skill Forced Mana Regeneration LV. 1 for its maximum amount of uses. Skill cooldown activated. Cooldown 3 days. So this skill has a cooldown just like Mind Palace. He quickly checked his mana again to see if anything changed. MP00. He sighed and knew what was going on. The skill name was fairly easy to understand, maybe besides the forced part. It had something to do with regenerating mana, and since he didn't have mana, the skill didn't work. So I can't use the skill until I get mana. But honestly, I don't care. I'm planning to get magic anyway, so I'll find out eventually. The more magic-related skills I have, the better. He half expected to get something bad since there are millions, if not billions, of skills. Some of them had to be worse than Mind Palace. He realized he must have gotten a bit lucky with that one. So the skill he just got didn't sound that bad, he just needed to wait. Time for some con training, I guess. But as he was about to reach the park, he heard a sound. Crafting complete. 58 con training. Matt saw the notification appear in his field of view and got excited. Crafting, I almost forgot. I guess it's been an hour already. He quickly opened up the crafting menu from earlier and saw text covering the screen. Crafting complete. When he swiped the text away, instead of 2 boxes on the crafting screen where you would normally put 2 items, there was just one, and it had the 2D image of a strange-looking item in it. It looked like a spoon with a clock face in the divot. I guess that makes sense considering what items I put in. Matt reached into the slot to pull out the item, and as he did, more notifications sounded. System grades now visible. Crafting complete. Gained a clock spoon. Grade F. Quality trash. Ability none. Passives % attack damage. Negative attack damage when equipped. He looked at the item in his hand and saw that it kinda just looked like a spoon with a tiny clock in it, but the clock wasn't running, nor did it have a button or dial to start a timer. It seemed pretty useless. He wondered why it even let him combine such a stupid combination of items anyway. Now I'm down a kitchen timer, and I spoon, maybe I could still use it as a spoon though. He looked back at the crafting completion window and noted with interest how it listed the item grade and other stuff. It made sense for an item system in a game, so it didn't surprise him much. Trash, huh? But even if my skill was high enough to craft something good, would this crafting combination ever even make anything good? When he looked at the crafting screen again, he noticed how it was back to its normal 2 boxes where he could put 2 items. I might as well get it started again. It wouldn't hurt to level the skill. This time, though, he wondered if, regardless of the final quality, he could make something semi-useful. He wanted to find two items that would actually make sense to combine. He looked at what he had on him, in his inventory, and around him on the street, getting an idea of what he had to work with. He had an idea but wasn't sure if it was gonna turn out horribly or actually decent. But that was perfect. He had spotted a random pebble on the sidewalk, and he saw that he had a knife in his inventory. I wondered if combining them would give him a stone knife. Not sure if that would do much, it might even decrease its usefulness. But if I can get better materials, then this could be really good. He thought about how it might also just make the knife have a stone embedded in it or some other strange outcome. He was excited to see the result either way. Matt pulled the knife from his inventory and held the rock with the other hand. He pushed them both into the crafting slots and pressed craft. Once again, a timer appeared above which displayed differently this time. 2 hours, 59 minutes. 3 hours. Does that mean it's better than the clock spoon? Or does that just mean it's more involved? He was more excited now, wondering if it would actually give him a good item. But he would have to wait until morning, because there was no way he was staying up for 3 more hours. He hoped to only stay up another hour at most, maybe a little over. Well, that's done. I'll just get my con to 20 and some change and call it a night. He trekked onward toward the park he frequently went to for quests. Matt felt like there were a lot of good spots there to train his constitution, like trees, a playground, and even a big spiky statue in the center. Though he shivered thinking about even trying to train his con with that thing, it looked pretty pointy. I'll just stick with trees for now. He finally arrived at the park and looked around at all of the trees. He remembered how falling from the tree initially gave him a constitution point, and overall it wasn't too painful, which is why he intended to use that as his training method. He started by climbing a fairly short one, not wanting to push his luck, and started to climb it. After he reached the top, he jumped down and by instinct tried to soften his fall. -1 HP. Shit, I should try to keep my arms out of the way so I can take more damage. But he knew how ingrained it was for people to avoid pain. After a couple more falls, he was still flinching. -1 HP. -1 HP. -1 HP. I guess it doesn't matter, I'm still taking damage. He decided to just do it over and over again, even if it took a little longer. If this didn't give him a con point, he planned to switch to a taller tree. Luckily, it was enough. -1 HP. -1 HP. Training successful. +1 constitution. Finally, 20 con. After he celebrated, his body felt strange, and he got another set of notifications like before. Stat evolution will now begin. Stat detected, con. After he got the messages, it felt like his skin was crawling. It was very uncomfortable, like thousands of ants scurrying all over his body. After a few moments, that feeling subsided and was replaced by a tightening feeling, like his existence was being condensed. Luckily, it only lasted a couple of seconds, and then all the weird feelings went away. The system said it was complete, but he didn't wait. He wanted to see how durable he was. He tapped his skin, and it felt normal, but it did feel tougher as far as he could tell. I guess I can test it with the tree. He climbed back up the small tree again and dropped to the ground as he had been doing earlier to train his constitution. However, this time, there was no notification or really much pain at all. Wow, so this height does nothing now. He wanted to test further, but remembered he had been waiting for his con to evolve to assign his stat points to it. So he decided to do that first, then test his durability to the max. 59 durable. Matt looked at his stats and at his 5 free stat points that he could assign to anything he wanted. He had been holding on to them until he was sure if he wanted to put them into con or not. He didn't feel like he needed to urgently spend his stat points like he used to. Either way, it would be good to hold onto some in case of emergency where he could put them into a stat that would be useful for a difficult situation. He had been on the fence about holding onto these 5 as a reserve or putting them into con. After Matt's run-in with Ned's group, not to mention the beta testers earlier, he felt like having more durability might be more important than ever. He was still pretty sure he wasn't bulletproof. And even if he had an unspent bullet for the pistol he stole, he wasn't keen on firing it at himself, even just his hand to test. The more he thought about his constitution, the more he felt like it was a good choice. He thought about how there could be times when he was caught by surprise or attacked before he even realized it. By that point, it could already be too late. Having high con would be like a constant passive shield, and it could save his life. That's that, I'm putting them into con. With his decision made, he pressed the plus icon next to his constitution stat 5 times. Con 25 plus 5. And with that, he was out of free stat points to spend. He felt another surge of toughness spreading throughout his body, which quickly faded. His body generally felt the same, though his skin felt a little tougher once more. It seemed similar to the muscles he gained from his strength stat, where it was diminishing visible and physical changes. Because of this, he doubted his skin would eventually feel like iron, though it might have the durability of it. I wonder how much defense I have now. He decided to climb one of the taller trees. Not too tall, just enough where he thought he would take a bit of amount of damage. The one he chose was about 35 feet high. The small one had been practicing on earlier was around 15 feet. He climbed up to the top and was a little nervous with the height, but dropped down anyway. He still instinctively tried to catch himself, but he was shocked by what happened next. He hit the ground and there was no notification again. It had felt like he had just fallen over, not dropped from the equivalent of a 3-story building. No damage. He looked back at his stats and at his strength. He had been able to lift a decent amount with only 20-30 strength, and now judging from his fall, it seemed like 20 in a stat increased someone's ability by at least 4 times. He was sure of it now. So I wonder if 30 con would actually be enough to be bulletproof. Maybe not, bullets can pierce very efficiently. He only knew that from movies and the news, but in reality he had done no real research. Matt decided it was time to move on, and with how high he would need to fall to keep training his con, it would just take too long for tonight. Not to mention he now had 25, which was more than enough. He opened his quest menu and looked at what he had left. Quest, General, reach LVL 5 for 5, reward, plus 10 unassigned stat points, plus 1 artifact. Compete in an event and win reward, plus 1 all stats, plus 75 XP. He knew that he should probably finish his remaining event quest. It would push him over the threshold to level 5, and that would also complete his quest to reach level 5, which had pretty good rewards. So in total, I would get plus 1 to all stats, then another for leveling, 10 free stat points, and an artifact all in one go. Matt almost salivated thinking about the rewards. He understood that it would really give him a good boost and probably help him stay safe and get ahead of other beta testers. From how tough the ones he fought were, he wondered if they were level 5 or 6. There didn't seem to be a crazy amount higher than he was, but at the time it was too much for him to handle. Not to mention the beta has only been out for the time he has had it, according to Help. So that means they had the same time that he did to level up. So it would make sense for them to only be level 6 max, maybe 7 if they were lucky. With that in mind, he realized that he may have been completing his quests too slowly, though he hadn't realized there were other beta testers until recently and didn't feel the need to rush. He remembered how in all the games and MMOs he used to play, others would spend day and night, non-stop grinding levels, and it would be practically impossible for a normal person to catch up. There was no reason to doubt that beta testers are already doing that in real life. So then, I'll finish that quest tomorrow, get to level 5, and see what other quest I get. I might just try to complete as many as I can tomorrow. He remembered he also had to figure out how he was going to move out of his apartment. He could always stay longer if he asked, but now he was concerned about Ned's group, whoever they were, knowing where he lived. In a college, hopefully, security would be better, and there would be more people around him allowing him to blend in easier as a normal dude, instead of a beta tester. With that thought, he made his way back to his, for now, apartment. As he entered, he saw Help lying lazily slumped against the couch with only the glow of the phone screen illuminating their transparent form. She reminded him of how he used to look only a few weeks ago, though she is an AI, so he doubted it was bad for her health. "Hey, can you keep an eye out tonight?" She just nodded but didn't respond, scrolling on his phone. He started wondering if he should restrict her screen time for her own sake. Matt went back to his bedroom and collapsed in his bed. He was excited for tomorrow and also very exhausted from all the events of today, which made him pretty mentally tired, though it felt like his increased intelligence stat had helped his mental endurance a little. He fell asleep, dreaming of the future. 60 concrete knife. Matt awoke to the sound of a notification constantly going off. Realizing what it was, he jolted up, only to relax when he saw that it was just the crafting complete sound. "I thought I was getting attacked again." He yawned and swiped open the notification to see what was the result of his last crafting experiment. Crafting complete. Gained a concrete knife. Grade F. Quality bad. Ability fragile. Passives plus 5% attack damage. Oh, it worked. Matt had been wishing combining a material with a tool or weapon would actually change its type, but he half expected it to just create a deformed mush of objects, considering what happened with the clock spoon thing. But it actually created an upgraded weapon. Concrete? Oh, yeah, I forgot stone doesn't really exist in the city. He realized the stone he picked up was definitely just a chunk of concrete. He scanned the page again and saw the passive attack bonus, which was nice, but the thing that caught his eye was the ability. Fragile. He scanned the ability with his inspect skill to try to get more information. He hadn't really tried his inspect skill with an ability yet, at least as far as he could remember. A new screen suddenly popped up with info about the ability. Ability fragile. This ability causes the item to break easily. If too much pressure is applied or it is used often, it will break quickly, though it can be repaired. How is that an ability? It's a weakness. Matt looked disappointed for a moment, but then remembered this is literally the bottom of the barrel when it comes to system weapons. Next time I'll get a better material. He suddenly had a good idea. If he bought a bunch of knives and also a large amount of high-quality material, even though his crafting skill is low level, he might be able to get lucky and craft a half-decent weapon. While he didn't plan on killing anyone, he would still use the knife if he ran into someone capable of hurting him, like a beta tester. A few cuts won't kill a beta tester, so I don't feel so bad about using it. In this line of thinking, he disregarded the fact that they would probably be trying to actually kill him. He shook his head, pushed the thought aside, and looked back at his system menu. His storage skill still hadn't leveled up after all this time, though he only had 4 items in it currently. He really wanted to test if that skill point worked as well, which he was planning to use on his storage when it leveled up. Now that he had gotten into crafting, he still felt that was a good play. He considered using his skill point on something like one of his combat skills, but he felt they were all cheap skills, as in he wasn't given them but trained them naturally. So he wondered if it would be a waste to use it on one of those when he could just learn more about the skill and level it in his mind palace. Speaking of which, he checked if he could use his mind palace yet. Mind palace LV, 1 cooldown, 11 hours. Yeah, I thought so. Well, I'll just be careful when I'm in the city today. I won't open the map or do anything abnormal. He suddenly had a thought as he remembered the system telling him a player was nearby last night. He had assumed that was an automatic notification that would happen regardless. But what if it was because the other player opened their map or was looking for other players? Or maybe it was even a skill. I never thought about that. He had considered how the likelihood of him passing within a couple miles of a beta tester was not that rare on a daily basis. So shouldn't he have gotten a notification every time? Most of them probably weren't hostile and wanted to avoid other beta testers like how Matt did. But if that was a special case, then that means I could just walk right past one without knowing it. Now that this was a possibility, he realized that made it even more important to not draw attention to himself. He didn't know who could be one. He moved his attention back to his storage. He really wanted to level it up today, so he decided he would stuff as many things in there as possible. He wasn't sure if that would make it level up quicker, or if he could just spam items in and out of storage. But he assumed that would be too easy, so it was probably leveled depending on how many items were stored for how long, or something like that. He started with his concrete knife, since he didn't need it right now, and put it into his system storage. Next, he looked around the room, which had some random writing supplies, a few manga, and his PC. He considered which items he could use to craft things and put a few pencils in his storage. Then he headed out to his living room and kitchen area, but as he did, he heard a ding. New quest. Clean the floor. Reward plus 20 XP. He was confused for a moment after getting the quest, but then he looked around the room and noticed how there were muddy footprints all over his living room. Then he remembered how he had Ned's group in here last night. Free XP, I guess. He got some paper towels and washed the dirt off the floor. In a few moments, it was clean. Quest complete. Clean the floor. Plus 20 XP, 144, 172. The whole time he had been cleaning, Help was still on the couch, not looking tired at all, still browsing some random app or website on his phone. Hey, Help. She didn't respond. Help. She still ignored him. He walked up to her and snatched the phone away. She suddenly looked angry. Hey, give that back. Matt sighed and gave the phone back. He had wanted to deactivate the help skill for now when he went into town, but he felt like she wouldn't like that. He wouldn't mind her keeping an eye on the apartment anyway, though he wasn't sure she wouldn't just sit there staring at her phone, ignoring them if someone did break in. Like usual, keep an eye out. If anyone comes here, tell me through the system. Yuha, she responded robotically. With that, Matt went around his apartment finding more things to put in his storage before leaving. He stored a few kitchen supplies, even a couple of kitchen knives, as well as an extension cord, a pack of instant ramen, and some other random junk. A pop-up appeared when he finished filling his storage. Storage full. Okay, now time for some quests. Today I will get to level 5. He declared as he stepped out of his apartment into the early morning air. 61 Sudden Quest. As Matt headed out into the city, he had his crafting window open next to him as he was deciding which items to combine for his next craft. He really wanted the skill to level up, and now that he had so many spare items, he now had a lot of options. Last time I made the concrete knife. That 5% damage boost is pretty nice. I wonder what else I could make that would actually be useful. He looked at the items in his storage and eventually decided to just craft with something on the ground instead. He wanted his storage to level up faster, so he didn't want to take any items out right now. He scanned the ground and saw spit-out gum, concrete chips, pebbles, and other junk. He had an idea, mainly because he used to play a lot of crafting games back when he was younger. He picked up a particularly sharp-looking concrete shard and put it in his pocket since his storage was full. Then he decided to head to the park since it was pretty close by. I sure frequent this place recently. I used to never go here, he said after he arrived. He saw the trees that he had fallen from last night to train his constitution and looked below them. There were many twigs and branches of every size. He was looking for a very straight one for the craft he wanted to do. Eventually, he found one that was straight enough and around 3 feet long. This will do. He opened his crafting screen, placed the long stick and the concrete shard inside, and pressed craft. 3 hours, 59 minutes. An hour longer than the last one. Since the time was so long, he hoped that meant it would end up working. He was trying to craft a spear or something like that, but he wasn't sure if it would go as he planned. Either way, it didn't really matter right now. He just needed to wait. So he decided to start on his goal for today and opened up his quest menu. So the event quest needs an event. But are there any events that happen the same day? If he signed up for an event, it might take days or even weeks for it to start, like a competition or something. But he wondered if he could find an open event that just let people in, maybe like a small eating contest or something along those lines. I should also try to figure out how to trigger quests. He remembered the quest he had gotten this morning about cleaning the dirty footprints in his living room. He assumed that if he staged something like that by spilling a bucket of mud in his home, it wouldn't give him a quest. That would be too cheesy. He had hope in the system that it wouldn't let people break it so easily. So the best option would probably be to walk around and just hope something happens naturally. With that settled, he thought why not do them both at the same time. So he set out downtown to look for flyers or pamphlets that mentioned any competitions or events, as well as just exploring around a bit, hoping a quest would pop up. He also was getting low on funds, and winning an event could have a cash prize. He still didn't regret quitting his job because now with his system, he should be able to make money easier, even just with deliveries. It was better anyway because it gave him more time to do quests and train instead of being stuck at the bookstore all day. Matt headed toward a market area that usually had boards with lots of random advertisements posted there. He had already been there a couple of times and had seen events listed before. It was usually packed with people, though, so he wanted to be cautious about bumping into another beta tester. After arriving, he checked the notice boards to see if there were any ongoing events. But when he looked, there wasn't really anything. Well, there were a couple that were over a month away, but nothing that would be held anytime soon. Matt sighed and decided to just walk around the city. That was his best bet for getting to level 5. The fact that the quest this morning was created so easily, he was sure that it wouldn't be hard for another one to form. So with that in mind, he left the market area and started to wander. The city was pretty lively today, and people were going about their business. As he walked with his hands in his pockets, he scanned the ground for anything that he could craft with later, but as usual, it was just a lot of junk. His storage was full as well, though if he found something interesting, he could always throw away one of the items he already had. After walking for a bit longer, he still didn't trigger any quests yet. Where are all the old ladies that need help crossing the street? He realized this would be harder than he thought. But just as he was feeling annoyed, he suddenly heard a sound. New quest. Save the man with the red ball cap. Reward, +3 unassigned stat points, +80 XP. Matt's eyes went wide. Save who? Is someone in danger? He quickly looked around for anyone fitting the description. Finally, he saw a middle-aged man wearing a red ball cap and dark blue jacket sitting on a bench reading a newspaper around 40 feet away. He's the only one around with that color of hat. He looks fine. What does it mean, save? Then a sinking feeling hit Matt. He heard the screech of tires as a large truck rounded the street corner behind the man. It seemed like the driver was having trouble controlling it, and the tires on one side skidded up onto the sidewalk, heading right for the man on the bench. 62 truck. Matt saw the truck heading straight for the bench the man was sitting on and immediately started to run over. He almost forgot about the quest completely and just wanted to not let what was about to happen. The man heard the loud commotion behind him and started to turn, but there was already no time for him to do anything about the huge truck speeding toward him. Even Matt barely had time to react with the speed of the truck. It must have at least been going 80 or 90 miles per hour. Matt didn't know why. This was one moment he wished his mind palace was not on cooldown. He was running as fast as he could, utilizing 100% of his new agility from the system. But he was still 15 feet away from the man, and the truck was almost there. Matt quickly activated the speed burst in his shoes, accelerating him to an insane speed. He rocketed toward the man faster than even the truck, but now that he was almost touching him, he was worried his own speed could harm the man as well. If he slammed directly into him, he might really hurt him. Not knowing what else to do, Matt grabbed the man by his shirt and torso and tossed him backward, away from the street, and toward the door of a shop. He tried to adjust his strength mid-throw so that the red ball cap man would land right in front of the door, instead of hitting the glass door itself. He just barely managed it. He knew with the trajectory the man was falling, he would land where he wanted him to be, but there was one more thing he forgot about: the truck. It was now right in his face, and he was in the way now instead of the man. With only seconds to spare, Matt tried his best to brace for impact. He wasn't sure if it was a stupid idea or not, but he moved his legs so that they were facing the truck, trying to land on it horizontally as if it were the ground. He would rather his legs break before his body, and hopefully they would regenerate due to his system. Crash! The truck slammed into the bench and Matt, who had been hovering just above it. He felt immense pain in his legs as he was launched by the truck and up into the air. Minus 19 HP. The only issue was that he now had to come back down, not to mention he was now going pretty fast horizontally as well. He tried his best to tuck himself into a ball, similar to what he learned from his self-defense and parkour skills. He slammed into the ground, skin scratching against the asphalt, and bounced a few times before rolling to a stop. Minus 8 HP. Minus 5 HP. Minus 2 HP. In the meantime, the truck had hit a street pole, which must have been enough to tip it over. It slides to a stop a few blocks down, but Matt couldn't think of that right now. His whole body was in so much pain. The man in the ball cap came running over as Matt groaned on the ground. He had just barely seen Matt get hit when he turned around after being tossed, but since Matt had been behind him, he didn't know it was him who threw him out of the way. After seeing him get directly hit, he was shocked when he saw that Matt was still alive. "Hey, are you okay, young man?" The man with the ball cap immediately brought his phone out to call an ambulance, but before he could, Matt held up his hand. "I'm fine." Though his voice came out hoarser than he thought it would, he didn't sound fine. Normally, he would have gladly been rushed to the hospital in a situation like this, but now that he had the system, it probably wasn't a good idea. If doctors checked him out, they would be able to tell something was very strange with his body. He knew that his passive regeneration would probably be enough, though this was the lowest percentage his health had ever gotten, so he was really in pain. He looked down and saw that his legs were pretty twisted, and he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. He probably looked like a fool saying he was fine. The man with the red ball cap looked confused after hearing Matt say he was fine. "You must be disoriented, I'm calling them." He started to call the ambulance anyway and seemed to be on the phone with them. Matt sighed and wasn't sure what to do, but as he had that thought, he suddenly got a storm of notifications. He had completely forgotten about the quest entirely. His legs started to untwist, and all of the pain in his body began to disappear. He also felt the familiar feeling of his stats all rising at once. Ugh. Matt was very confused, but then he suddenly remembered something. "I heal on level up. Did I level up already?" He had barely any time to read the quest rewards earlier for saving the man, but he assumed now it must have pushed him past the XP threshold for level 5. Before he checked the notifications or got up, he looked toward the man, realizing he may have just seen Matt heal like some sort of vampiric supernatural creature in a matter of seconds. Luckily, though, the man had been looking away for a moment since he had just started talking to the person on the phone to call an ambulance. Matt decided that he should just gaslight the man. He felt kinda bad but didn't know what else to do. He stood up and started brushing himself off. The man with the ball cap looked shocked and almost dropped his phone. "See, I think I must have gotten lucky. I really am only a little sore." The man just kept staring and then finally found his voice. "You're really fine." "Yeah, I'm pretty sure," Matt responded. The man kept asking a few more times if he was sure he was fine before he finally gave in. He told the operator on the phone about the truck and didn't mention Matt. After finishing the call, the man looked hesitant still. "Just make sure to call the hospital if you feel funny, okay? Don't wait." Yeah, I'll do that." Matt stretched his legs and then ran back down the street, only at a normal running speed, but it was still pretty fast. The man with the red ball cap looked surprised again and also just amazed. I guess he really was fine. 63, level 5. Once he was out of sight down the street from the accident, he was finally able to relax. He felt like at this distance he wouldn't be bothered by the medics or police. But some things were still on his mind. Can the system see the future? He thought about how it knew that man was going to be in danger before it even happened, and that made him really wonder about the quests he had gotten so far, and if it knew he would get into the situations he did because of them. But when he thought about it, he had another idea which still sounded crazy. If the luck stat exists, doesn't that mean the system might be able to modify fate, or at least probability? He felt like that answer was surprisingly less unreasonable than future sight, though his mind palace shows it can mess with time or at least time perception. The more he thought about the system, the more terrifying it seemed. After he stopped having his existential crisis, he thought about what happened early and how dangerous it was. He hadn't been planning to put himself in harm's way like that. He honestly didn't think about what would happen after he saved the man, but he realized he really could have died. I wish my mind palace would recharge already. Then I could actually think properly next time. He huffed in annoyance, but also remembered normal people didn't even have a mind palace. He was just being entitled. Also, it still hadn't felt like the severity of it all registered. Oh well, I can't dwell on it all day. He noticed again how his body felt a bit more enhanced than usual. He'd had leveled up earlier. He glanced at the multiple notifications he had gotten after getting hit by the truck. Quest complete. Save the man with the red ball cap. +3 unassigned stat points. +80 XP 204 172. I guess this quest really did trigger the level up. It gave me 80 XP, which was more than enough. His attention moved to a series of short pop-ups that he must have gotten after he leveled up, and some of the stuff in there made him do a double take. Congratulations on reaching level 5, player Matt. Mana unlocked. Dungeons unlocked. Guilds unlocked. Quest difficulty increased. Mana dungeons, he said with a trembling voice. He almost couldn't believe it. Level up. LVL 4, LVL 5. +1 to all stats. +3 unassigned stat points. +10 max health. +10 max mana. Matt blinked a few times at the sea of rewards, and just when he thought it was done, he saw one final screen. Quest complete. Reach LVL 555. +10 unassigned stat points, +1 artifact. I'm rich. Though it wasn't money, he was rolling in loot and stat points. This was definitely the best level up so far. He didn't even know where to start, so he just decided to just open his stats. Stats. Name Matt Peterson. Age 18. LVL 5 +1 XP 32 207 +80. HP 50/50 +10. MP 10/10 +10. Status effects. +10% speed, +10% defense, +10% physical combat skill damage. Attributes. Stat points, 16 +16. SDR 31 +1. Con 26 +1. Augie 25 +1. Dex 15 +1. Int 21 +1. Luck 14 +1. Cha 11 +1. So many stat points. But as he was looking at his stats, something started materializing in the air. Oh right, the artifact. After a few moments, the air culminated into a point, and then started to take on a longer shape. It began to flatten, stretch, and eventually form into a long object with a lot of what looked like cuts taken out of it. It seemed like whole pieces of it were missing in an even row of strange T-shapes. Matt was pretty stumped on what it was, but it looked to be some sort of sword. Maybe. Am I finally getting a good weapon? Eventually, it finished forming and floated in the air, and he could see it fully now, though he was still confused. It was clearly a sword, but it really looked weird. He reached out and grabbed it, causing it to obey gravity like his artifact shoes did when he first got them. Random artifact generated. I guess I should use inspect on this thing too. Swordbreaker of magnetism. A unique style of sword that is known for disarming opponents. It has teeth lining one side with hooks to prevent an enemy's sword from escaping its grasp. However, this limits its offensive ability to mainly one side. It gives a bonus to dexterity while in use and has the ability to become magnetic at the user's discretion. Grade D. Quality good. Ability magnetize. Passives plus 15% dexterity. That actually seems pretty good. He didn't know what else to say. It seemed like a decent weapon, and if he ever had to fight a sword user 1v1 in close combat, it could be very useful. Its magnetizing ability also seemed to just reinforce its main purpose, trapping swords and all. Well, I might as well test it. He looked around him to make sure no one was around and brought the sword to the ground. There were random bits of trash and small pieces of metal around like abandoned paper clips and old soda can tabs that you'd usually find scattered around a city. Once he held it near the ground, he imagined activating the magnetic ability, and in an instant, all the random metal junk stuck straight to the sword. I could clean up the city pretty quick this way. Though he knew waving a sword around like a metal detector would be really suspicious. Before anyone saw him, he decided it would be best to stop. He put the sword in his storage, for now took out one of the spoons he had stored in there earlier and placed it in his pocket. For a moment, he thought the sword wouldn't fit in his storage space. The blade was small enough to fit, but when he got to the crossguard, he had to angle it awkwardly to fit one end in, then the other. He was glad he finally got it, or else he would have to carry about a sword in public, which really wasn't a good look. Not to mention, it would probably let everyone know he was a beta tester or at least a cosplayer. Once he was finished, he looked back at the rewards he had gotten. He decided that assigning his stat points could wait, because he had finally gotten mana and wasn't going to wait any longer to see what it was all about. 64 mana and stats. Matt opened his stats screen and looked at the new value of his mana. Before it always displayed 00, and whenever he leveled up, it seemed to error out. But he had finally gotten some. MP 1010. So can I use it? He realized that he probably needed some sort of spell. The only skill he had that was related to mana, as far as he knew, was called Forced Mana Regeneration. But it didn't require mana. If anything, he guessed it gave him mana. Damn, I guess I can't use my mana right now. He shrugged. He was glad that he at least had it, unlike before. Now he could eventually get some spells or something and be able to use them. He had been slightly worried that if he actually had gotten a spell, he wouldn't be able to use it due to him having no mana. Now he didn't have to worry about that. Though he also guessed there would be spells that cost much more mana than his max, so who knows if he would actually be able to use them right away anyway. He decided to refocus on his new stat points. He considered checking out the dungeon's thing first, in case it would influence how he chose his stats. Well, I can guess what it is. If it really is like games, then I might end up fighting mobs. He wondered what that would even look like in the real world. Would he have to fight goblins and stuff? But his preparing to fight beta testers and mobs was no different, since it just came down to his fighting ability. So he decided to spend his stat points and worry about dungeons later. Okay, let's see what I got here. Attributes. Stat points, 16. STR, 31. Con, 26. Augie, 25. Dex, 15. Int, 21. Luck, 14. Cha, 11. Matt saw that all of his stats had gotten another +1 increase from leveling up. It was still insane to him. It's like anyone with a system will never have a stat that remains human once they level up enough. His lowest stat was Charisma, and even that was slightly above average from leveling. He had never put even one stat point into it. I never considered how useful luck and charisma are. He had been focused on surviving, so he always invested in physical stats. Not to mention, he really needed the glow-up since he was so weak before. But when he thought about luck, he instantly thought of casinos and lotteries. But he also realized from the truck incident earlier that maybe it could benefit him with getting better quests or even just being luckier in certain situations, like surviving getting hit by a truck. Though he didn't feel that lucky, he still got hit by a truck. And then when he thought about charisma, sure, it would make him look more attractive to his own standards. But he wondered if, just like games, it could increase how convincing he is in conversation or even get him better deals when buying stuff. Though people don't really bargain these days. I still need to not die, though. I wish I could focus on those stats more. Honestly, I'd probably be able to get rich really quick from them. He also remembered, though, how the system would be released. And who knows if money would be worth anything anymore in the worst-case scenario. But also, this time before the system releases might be the only time he would get to enjoy being rich before everyone has luck 500 and can just instantly win at casinos. It was tempting, but ultimately he decided to just focus on his combat ability. Maybe later, when he had spare points, would he invest some in other stats. His focus went back to his unspent points. So I have 16. Imagine if I put all of it into strength. If he did, his strength would be 47, 3 away from the 50-point Evo. But he also knew how important con and agility were, not to mention dex, which he had barely leveled. He just wondered if his advantage would be better with a crazy high stat versus balanced stats. He could definitely leverage his strength in battle to get easy wins. Or if he raised his con past his strength, he might be able to take the sword strikes from that guy earlier like it was nothing. With agility, if he put all 16 points into it, he would move so fast they probably wouldn't be able to see him, at least at their levels. Ah, man, it's always so hard deciding this. He remembered how he always had pretty strong choice paralysis in games. There were so many potential builds that were good. It just depended on what playstyle you wanted. There usually wasn't a bad class, though in some games there were. All of them had perks to them most of the time, even if the perk was healing and buffing your team. Matt thought about what he needed and wanted from this system. Preferably, he wanted to be able to go solo and not have to depend on others. He didn't like killing, since this was real life, so maybe a PvE build would be better. Maybe with an additional focus on being able to defend himself from other players. I got this sword too, maybe just a swordsman for now. A sword class was pretty versatile. They could go solo or help in a team. They would be able to kill mobs and defend themselves from players, if not take them down. So would that be medium con, medium dex, medium agility, high strength, low intelligence, low luck, and low charisma? He considered the stat distribution that would be good for a swordsman. Those stats would actually work for any melee weapon class. So if he ever got a better weapon, like a spear or something, he could probably switch easily, disregarding sword-specific skills. Also, he could always put more into con, agility, or dex, depending on if he wanted to specialize. It's probably the safest pick. Healer doesn't make sense for solo. Assassin is mainly PvP and low defense. Tank is two-team depletant too. I don't have spells right now, so mage is out. Archer is too dangerous with too many enemies if I were to fight solo. He understood that he was just making up the classes, but generally, all games followed these generic classes. Even subclasses were usually just branches of them. The only extra one he didn't really consider was a barbarian or monk class. They usually did some form of barehanded or brutal combat, but he always felt those classes were just sword classes without the sword. Having a sword gives better range and the ability to block attacks. And if you're good enough, you don't have to carry a shield around. Fine swordsman it is. 65 plans. Now that he had decided how to allocate his stats, looked over the stat screen again. If I put 4 points into Constitution, I could get it to evolve, and 5 points for agility to evolve too. If he focused on evolving Con and Augie, it would take 9 points. That would leave him with 7 points to put into his strength. Though there was one issue. That would leave his dexterity at a very low level. It was definitely the lowest stat that would be useful for combat. It would require 5 points to level it from 15 to 20, but he wanted to put a lot of stats into strength as well. It would only leave him 2 stat points to put into strength. From what he knew, dexterity would increase his precision and movement while fighting. Being able to land a blow in the correct spots was vital for almost every combat class, though his skills kind of made up for that difference most of the time. In that case, I'll only evolve Constitution to 30 and ignore Agility for now, and then I'll evolve Dex to 20. He felt like Agility, while it was very useful, it wouldn't be as crucial as Constitution and Strength for him. Getting his Dexterity to level 20 was more important than increasing his Agility right now too. Not to mention his Agility was already at 25. That should be way more than enough considering that he was going for a more balanced build now. And then I'll put the rest in Strength. He also considered just boosting his Strength to 40 instead of evolving Dex or Con, but he decided that he would just do it the next time he gets more points since he'll only be 2 points away. With his mind made up, he put 5 points into his Dexterity, 4 into his Constitution, and 7 into his Strength, bringing him to 20 Dexterity, 30 Constitution, and 38 Strength. Once he finished assigning his points, he felt a change throughout his body as expected. Stat evolution will now begin. Stat detected, Dex. Stat evolution will now begin. Stat detected, Con. He realized he hadn't evolved 2 stats at once and thought maybe they would evolve one at a time. But instead, they didn't wait for each other and bombarded his body with strange sensations. He felt like he began to have much more control over his movements, to the point where his body felt more like one instead of having to think about moving. His hands would stop and start exactly where he wanted them to. At the same time, his skin felt like it was condensing again. While it didn't change in appearance, he knew now that it was much more durable. He also noticed that, while it was fairly subtle before, he felt healthier, like he could breathe more clearly and like his immune system and energy levels were now much better. In general, while it didn't evolve, he felt stronger, though at this point it was really hard to tell the difference between the levels of strength he was moving toward. He really wanted to see what his strength would be like in actual combat now. As the feelings quickly subsided, a new message appeared. Stat evolution complete X2. Well, I feel a lot safer now. Maybe I should try that dungeon. While he considered it wouldn't hurt, he also really needed to think about talking to his parents. He already told the landlord he was moving out, partly to make himself committed to actually going to college. A part of him was still reactionary and didn't want to go anywhere near another school again after high school. It wasn't just Chad, he was definitely the punching bag at his old school, and it just made it a living hell. He had considered dropping out several times, but was too ashamed or something to tell anyone. He wasn't sure why. But clearing those memories from his mind like a bad nightmare, he figured he should first prioritize talking to his parents. He wouldn't go see them in person since he was worried about beta testers following him or something. He would just call them and then set everything up that way. He really did want to see them, but it just wasn't safe right now. Not to mention the whole thing with Ned's organization. He regretted just letting them go like that, but he also still couldn't think of any other way to do it besides kidnapping them or killing them. Which he wasn't going to do, not because he was a saint or anything. He just had empathy and didn't want to actually kill anyone. As long as I don't visit my family, hopefully, it won't cause problems for them. He wasn't worried about himself. He already survived several near-death events. It still didn't really sink in, and he wasn't sure if it ever would. Matt wasn't sure if that was a normal reaction or not, but didn't worry about it for now. Now that he had the system and was leveling pretty well, he wasn't worried about random thugs hurting him, just his family. The same went for the beta testers. So he felt maybe the best solution besides killing is to somehow ensure the safety of his family. After considering all of this, he felt that maybe it was best at least to try a dungeon first, though he didn't even know what they were yet. Then, after getting a bit stronger, he would find a way to better protect his family and go to college at the same time. With that, he decided to check out the guild system he just unlocked, and then see what dungeons were and maybe even try to go in one. He was slightly worried that they might be too dangerous for his current level, but since they unlocked at level 5, he assumed the system intended for him to go in one now. Well, time to check out this guild thing first. 66 Healing. Matt stared at a new screen that had opened after he pressed on the guild's unlocked notification. It seemed similar to the party screen and could be accessed from his general messaging menu as well. It showed a large, empty screen that only displayed a few other things. Create new guild. Required level not yet met. Guilds joined, 03. Guilds created, 01. Receive a guild invite to join a guild. Seems pretty straightforward. It's basically how it works in any game. He remembered how guilds in video games were often larger versions of parties and acted as basically a community for players. In some games, you were even required to join guilds if you ever wanted to take down certain bosses, since it was too hard to do alone. This made him slightly more worried about dungeons. If they introduced both of these mechanics at the same time, does that mean dungeons are meant to be tackled by a team only? In some games, dungeons were easy enough that you could take them on solo, but in others, the difficulty expected it to be defeated by a group of at least a few players, since they were usually places filled with lots of high-level monsters. Now that I think about it, I don't actually have a way to heal faster than just the natural regeneration that comes with the system. He pondered what this meant, and realized that at this point in a game, either it gave you healing potions or something else that let you take on things like dungeons on your own, or it emphasized the importance of joining a party with a healer. He was starting to think this system focused on the latter. Or is there a way I can get healing items? As he was thinking about this, he suddenly had an idea pop into his head that seemed worth testing. It actually made a lot of sense. If there aren't potions or shops yet, I wonder if this might work. It would make sense considering that the system allows people to interact with the world in different ways that seem gamified. Matt finally exited the alleyway he had been in and walked down the street a bit until he spotted what he was looking for. There was a convenience store pretty close by that he had seen earlier before he was hit by the truck. He made his way there and looked around inside. He couldn't remember exactly if convenience stores usually had what he was looking for, because he rarely bought them, let alone here. But after a few moments of looking, he saw them, a pack of bandages. I hope this works. He quickly bought it and headed back out and into another alley out of sight. Since he was full health, he wasn't sure if this test would even work, and he might have to wait until later when he's actually damaged. Well, might as well try it. He unwrapped the bandage and stuck it to his arm, waiting to see if anything happened. Suddenly, a notification sounded. Healing failed, health is already max. Yes, it works. He was right. It seemed like traditional things that people would use to heal themselves worked like healing items with the system. It made sense, since what would a bandage do for someone who just regenerates health at a superhuman speed? But though he knew his theory was right, he didn't know how effective it was as a healing item. I guess I'll test that later. Actually, this dungeon would be perfect for that. I imagine it wouldn't be too hard to get damaged in there. He stowed the rest of the bandages in his pocket since his storage was full, and it had trouble storing opened packages of things since it counted each object inside as one item, including the box. He learned this from trying to store an opened pack of ramen earlier. Well, I guess the only thing left is dungeons. Matt clicked on the dungeon's unlocked notification to check out what it was all about, and his map instantly opened. He panicked because he was trying to avoid using his map since he wasn't sure what alerted the beta testers to his location yesterday. He closed out of the map as fast as he could, and to his relief, he didn't get any alerts or anything yet, but he was still nervous. Damn system, but I guess I should have expected that. It probably wanted to show me where the dungeons are on the map. He wasn't exactly sure how the dungeons would appear, or if normal people could see them. One of the other options he had guessed dungeons might take the form of a menu in the system where he could teleport to dungeons, like loading a level. But it seemed like they actually were in the real world, considering how it opened his map. But how am I supposed to find a dungeon without the map? He wondered if they would be obvious and out in the open, but non-system users couldn't see them, or they would be hidden or even require unlocking them in a specific location. Not to mention, he hadn't even thought about if it was possible to exit one. Am I overthinking it? He felt like the safest decision would be to not go into a dungeon and just not take the risk. But then, what would that accomplish? All the other players would get ahead of him just to avoid potential danger. Not to mention now, he was avoiding even opening the map because of other players finding him. But he didn't even know if that was a one-time thing or not. It could have just been that one player's unique skill or a rare item. When he thought about the truck earlier, he realized it wasn't as if he was worried about risk back then. He had just acted because it was necessary to save that man's life. He didn't care about being a hero or a good person. It just wasn't right to let that man die when Matt was warned about it in advance and even had the abilities to stop it from happening. If I want to protect my family no matter what, I need to stop thinking about safety. It sounded stupid, but with the kind of world that might be waiting for him in the future, with players running around doing whatever they like, stealing, destroying, killing, he felt it was time to stop thinking about his own safety and more on the results. Sure, if he died, he wouldn't be able to protect his family either, so it's good to be somewhat safe, and he didn't want to die either. It scared him. But in his mind, the best way to gain assurance and safety was to be as high level as possible, and that wouldn't come without moderate risks. He sighed, steeled his resolve, and opened the map. 67, storage up. Matt winced as he opened the map, half expecting for someone to come after him. But after having it open for several seconds now, there so far were no alerts about any players. Either there were no players around, or like he was thinking, it could have been a skill that the other player used. Though he was curious if it would still alert all players when they are close to one another, to him that seemed too clunky, especially if they were in an area with a ton of players that knew each other. Would they keep getting bombarded by alerts? He doubted it. But I don't know for sure, so I'll keep an eye out. He now looked at his map, wondering how it could be used to find dungeons, at least if that's what the system was trying to tell him. On the map, there were the normal symbols he saw for the different locations he could go, like the gym, and then at least if he zoomed in enough, he could see dots that represented people as well as himself. He wasn't exactly sure what another player's dot would look like, since the only time he saw one, it was red. Matt assumed that was because the beta tester was registered as an enemy, probably because they wanted to kill him. But then he remembered, if it was that guy's skill, then Matt wouldn't see other players on the map at all, or at least that would be the case if other players couldn't see his location as well. When he scanned the map, he didn't see any out-of-the-ordinary dots, so he decided to leave it at that for now and just accept that he didn't have enough info for now. Next, he looked to see if he could see any dungeons. With his map at level 2, it now covered a decent area and had a lot of dots on it, which didn't make it exactly easy to find what he was looking for, especially since he didn't know what icon or symbol he was looking for. But after several seconds of searching, he finally saw a strange-looking icon. It looked similar to the other dots, except it had 2 triangles on either side, making it look a little more important. But it was the same color as all the other businesses and locations, which made it not stand out that much. Is this it? The dot didn't show a name, it only displayed text below it. Level 1. That has to be a dungeon, right? He decided either way, it was worth checking it out. For a moment, he worried it might be a player since he didn't know what that icon would look like. But when he considered it, a player icon probably wouldn't have the triangles, since his own blue icon didn't, as well as it would be hard to believe a player would still be level 1. considering how the quests are super easy at first and the beta released almost a week ago now. Not to mention it wasn't moving. Even then, it was level 1. If it was a player, it's not like he had to worry. He set off toward the strange icon, but not too fast since it was light out, and there were a decent amount of people populating the streets. He ran past buildings and people, just looking like he was late for work or something. But then a familiar noise surprised him before he could get to the icon's location. Storage has leveled up. LV1, LV2. He almost did a double take when he saw the notification pop up in his field of view. Finally, he had been hoping that since he stuffed his storage full of items that it would level faster since it was being used more, and it seemed to have worked. He quickly checked his menu to see if anything had changed. Storage. Items 25/100 plus 75 slots. Used bullet 2, gun 1, clock spoon 1, concrete knife 1, pencil 3, large kitchen knife 1, small kitchen knife 1, small pack of instant ramen 1, small cutting board 1, spoon 2, fork 4, extension cord 1, pack of gum 2, scissors 1, can of cola 2, sword breaker of magnetism 1. Okay, so it went from 25 to 100 items. Not bad, I guess. He quickly used the storage skill to see if the portal had changed, and it had. When it appeared, the opening was now the size of a basketball, so almost a foot in diameter. Though he could never call the storage portal a clean circle, the edges had always been messy, like it was hard to see where it ended and began in the air. Some parts were slightly wider than others, but only by maybe an inch, now that it was this size. Size upgrade okay. Now that it was bigger, he guessed he would no longer have too many issues storing things inside anymore, at least unless he wanted to store a couch or something. That would be nice actually for moving, but that doesn't matter right now. I have a skill point. Now that he had seen how the storage upgraded, he was curious to see what another level would do to it. Not to mention, he had never gotten a skill to level 3 yet. He knew the manually learned skills needed further teaching to level, but he guessed that the system skills could probably level without that, because who could even teach a higher level of storage? Either way, he was slightly worried that this skill point wouldn't work on it, but he might as well find out now. I don't think it would just delete the skill point if it didn't work. It would probably just error. Deciding to stop overthinking it, Matt opened his stat screen again and saw the free skill point above his skills. He pressed the plus icon next to the storage skill and waited to see what happened. After a few moments, the level ticked up on storage, and another notification sounded. Storage has leveled up. LV2, LV3. Matt was about to celebrate again, but then something suddenly surprised him. Another sound. Skill evolution will now begin. Skill detected, storage. 68 upgrade path. Matt stared, confused, as he saw the new notifications popping up. He honestly hadn't expected something like this to happen. Stat evolutions were one thing he had already gotten used to, and he thought it was special just to stats. Skill evolution complete. Please choose an upgrade path. His vision was suddenly flooded with multiple screens. Upgrade 1's. Slot. Your storage skill will keep the slot-based system it has now, but will be able to stack items of the same type in each slot, starting at 4 items with this selection. After this, upgrade max item slots will remain at 100, but with the new stacking feature. The restrictions of the storage portal size will still apply. Select. Upgrade 2. Space. Instead of slots, your storage skill will now be based on size. With this upgrade, you will gain a space of 1 by 1 meter, 3 by 3 feet. You can store anything that will fit inside this space, no matter how many items are stored. The restrictions of the storage portal size will still apply. Select. Upgrade 3. Weight. Instead of slots, this upgrade will allow you to store items based on weight. You will start with 100 kilograms of storage, 220 pounds, and will be able to store anything as long as you don't go over the weight limit. The restrictions of the storage portal size will still apply. Select. Whoa, wait, this is actually really good. Skills can be upgraded. He almost couldn't believe it. This storage upgrade alone would be a real help in the future. And now that he knew skills could evolve, he really wanted to get all the other ones he had to level 3. I don't know if every one of them would upgrade at level 3, but I guess I'll find out. He looked over the upgrades that had popped up in his view, wondering which one would be the best choice. The slot-based system had worked well for him, but it annoyed him slightly. He would rather just throw stuff into his inventory without worrying about slots and stuff, though the new stacking was nice. Then there were the weight and space upgrades, which really interested him too. But with slot-based, I could technically store a house or something in it, as long as it could fit through the portal. But he also considered the other 2 upgrades would probably reach a decent level in the future, also allowing storing bigger stuff. By the time the storage portal was even big enough, they probably wouldn't function worse than the slot upgrade path. Also, there was one major issue with the slot-based system. It could only store items that were practically identical. So now that proper stacking was a thing, it didn't mean he could store 2 of the same object if they were a different color or shape. So if it wasn't manufactured in a factory, where the margins are so close in an object's production, it probably would take up a separate slot. Luckily, most things in the modern day were made in factories, but if he started getting more items from the system, these probably wouldn't stack well, especially since they usually have different names or stats. He felt like if he did continue with the slot system, he would end up having to throw a lot out. His pants pockets could only hold so much, not to mention if he had to store extra armor or swords, so he decided it would be best to either get the weight or space upgrades. I think space is the best option. He ruled out the weight-based storage pretty quickly because when he was thinking about swords and armor, he also realized they were usually made of metal and weighed a lot. The weight system would be better for small or light items. He just didn't think it would last long considering how it worked. Every time he encountered a weight-based inventory in a game, it always got overburdened really quickly, especially if you looted all the armor in a dungeon to sell later. So finally, after convincing himself that he made the right choice, he clicked on the selection button for the space upgrade. Upgrade path chosen, skill upgraded. 1 meter wasn't a lot right now, but it would be enough to hold all of his items, and then some, not to mention he would get more space later when he leveled it up. Well, time to check it out. He opened his inventory, and instead of showing slots, it now showed how full it was. However, the item list was still there, which was nice. Storage. Low. Used bullet 2, gun 1, clock spoon 1, concrete knife 1, pencil 3, large kitchen knife 1, small kitchen knife 1, small pack of instant ramen 1, small cutting board 1, spoon 2, fork 4, extension cord 1, pack of gum 2, scissors 1, can of cola 2, sword breaker of magnetism 1. He activated the skill and now saw the new portal size. It was pretty big, almost bigger than his upper body. So he felt that he wouldn't have any problem storing stuff anymore. He also noticed that he could change the size of the portal depending on what he was thinking. It went from big to small to big again. That would be nice when he wanted to store things less dramatically. He pulled the bandages from his pocket and placed them into the portal. It felt similar to when he placed items in his crafting screen, though it felt more like he was reaching into a room. He simply dropped the items and could feel them fall past his hand in the storage space. Weird. He also noted that the bandages were counted separately from their box on his item list. It made sense to him, but still felt a bit clunky. He realized he would probably end up having a lot of trash in his inventory that he should get rid of every so often. He also realized he didn't need the random junk anymore that he had used to stuff his storage full for it to level up. It just annoyed him having to carry it around. Though he wanted to keep some of it for testing crafting recipes. But now, he felt it was time to do what he had come here for. The storage upgrade would definitely help if he got loot from the dungeon. He looked at his map and saw he was getting pretty close to the icon, so he picked up his pace a bit. The buildings around him started transitioning from commercial shops and apartments to offices and an occasional factory building. It seemed like he was entering the industrial district of the city. A few moments later, he saw something strange. There was a purple and blue cloud. It almost looked like a vapor, floating up into the sky ahead. It was like smoke, but more wispy. He couldn't really see where it was coming from, but when he checked the map, it seemed to line up with where the strange icon was. What even is that? As he got closer, he saw what was making the strange vapor. There was a single building standing alone near a river. It was what looked like an abandoned factory. The windows were broken or covered in dirt and moss. The structure looked pretty rusted, and the front large sliding doors were off their hinges, leaving it wide open. The whole building was surrounded by the strange vapor like an aura. And as he stopped running, he suddenly got a notification. Discovered Dungeon of the Endless Machine LVL. 1. Map updated. 69 entrance. As Matt stared at the building, he could feel a chill. The new notifications blinked in his view, telling him exactly why. It's the dungeon. He didn't know what he was expecting, but instead of stone bricks and castle gates, it was in the form of a factory. A rather old one, too. It looked like it had been abandoned for a very long time. Most of the metal making up the doors and windows was completely rusted and cracked. The rest of it seemed to be made out of brick, but even that was starting to break down. The double-sheet front door was just hanging open basically off its hinges, showing more of that creepy aura flooding out. But strangely, when he looked past the doorframe, all he could see was a pitch-black expanse. Can other people see this building? Or is the dungeon taking residence in an existing building, and they just don't see the aura maybe? To be fair, this area was pretty deserted, so he doubted even if people could see it. Barely anyone would even be around, too. He wasn't exactly sure how it worked, but it didn't matter that much. He now had a choice to make. Okay, scary dungeon. Probably lots of loot, but also mobs. He still hadn't encountered any creatures, yet the entire time he'd had the system. So he was nervous about what could be inside. Usually in games, the main way you leveled up was by fighting monsters like goblins or wolves, or some other mob the developers placed for players to kill. Usually they're not supposed to be that scary, but in real life, these things would be horrifying to fight, even with high stats. You couldn't just respawn, well as far he knew, and he wasn't willing to test that one out. So he expected to play this game like he was on hardcore. He looked back at the notification he had gotten, just to double-check something. Discovered Dungeon of the Endless Machine LVL. 1. Level 1? I honestly don't know if that means that it would be easy for me, or if it's intended for a higher level or group. I guess there's no way to find out but to see for myself. The last thing he wanted to do was make a dumb mistake that ended up killing him. But he also remembered that this wasn't single player. He had to defend himself from the other players. If he wimped out of every major chance at leveling up and looting, he would definitely regret it. Well, I don't think there's anything to think about then. I have a sword and bandages, and I have pretty high stats. I just have to risk it. College can wait a bit. He knew right now that if the system beta was worldwide, not just in his area, there were tryhards already at level 10, maybe even 20, grinding dungeons and getting way ahead, let alone the murderous players in his area that he needed to become stronger than to truly feel safe. There was no longer time for hesitation. Well, if this kills me, it was good while it lasted. He took a few steps toward the ominous dungeon, and honestly, that only made it worse. He was now face to face with the towering factory. It was more rotten than he had realized from a distance. Not to mention, now that he was closer, the darkness inside didn't improve. It's like it was impossible for his eyes to adjust. But when he got close enough, a notification appeared, and he realized exactly why it was so dark. It was a portal. Enter dungeon. Yes, no. Warning, not recommended for players below level 5. What's the point of that message? You can't even see unlocked dungeons until level 5. He wasn't exactly sure, but at least he now knew he was at the right level. It didn't mean it would be a cakewalk, but at least he knew he probably wouldn't get one-shotted. Well, here goes nothing. He tapped the button that said yes, and something strange started to happen. Black tendrils moved from the void of the factory doorway and grabbed onto his arms. His face went pale. It was creepy as shit. Shit. Without another moment to think, he was yanked into the void at an incredible speed. His vision went dark and his entire body felt cold. Entered Dungeon of the Endless Machine. Somewhere else in the world, a tall man stood at the entrance of a large dining hall. It looked luxurious with expensive furniture and utensils. Another man was eating at the end of the table, almost like a beast. The tall man glanced at the eating man and also around the room. On the floor lay several men and women, maybe 9 or so. They looked like they had been beaten to an inch of their life. Blood covered the floor and even some of the expensive chairs, but the man having dinner didn't seem to care. The tall man rarely got nervous, but even he was intimidated by the scene. After what felt like millennia, the tall man spoke. "You requested a hit." The man ferociously eating at the end of the room stopped, and finally looked up, as if noticing the tall man for the first time. Yes, I almost forgot." He got up, spilling his plate of food everywhere as he did, but didn't seem to care. He walked across the room, every step echoing with each press of his blood-soaked designer shoes. Now they were standing face to face. "My underling so embarrassingly let someone sully my name. I'm going to be busy for a few days cleaning up here, so I thought I'd request services from the best." He eyed the tall man for a few moments. "Helix right, they say you don't let a kill go." The tall man's expression didn't move much. Although he was intimidated, he still showed barely any emotion. "Yes." The boss smirked. "Then get to it, I'll give you half in advance. His name's Matt Peterson." 70 Dungeon of the Endless Machine. As the sensations died down, Matt slowly opened his eyes, taking in the area around him. He was in what looked like an abandoned factory, with vines and greenery devouring most of what was left. There was sunlight streaming in from windows near the ceiling of the room and illuminating the space. The room he was in seemed to be an assembly line, with high-peaked ceilings and metal rafters. He would think this was just a normal factory, but the plant-covered equipment looked strange. "Okay, so I'm really in the dungeon now." He got closer to the assembly line and noticed why exactly it looked off. It wasn't like any human machinery he had ever seen. It was covered in faded runes and looked like it had no bolts, seams, or anything, just smooth old metal. Weird. He was already getting bad vibes, so he decided to act on his first priority. "Let's see if this portal still works." He turned around to go back out, thinking it would be good to know his escape routes in case anything went down. But he very quickly became alarmed. There was no portal or door or anything, just an old vine-covered wall. Shit, I should have planned for this. Though when he thought about it, it didn't matter too much. He was planning on taking on this dungeon anyway. It's just now he couldn't leave early if he wanted to. Whatever, I'll just get this over with. I just hope it isn't the case where I need to beat the boss before leaving. That would be a pain. He looked around and suddenly remembered where he was, a place with potential loot. Time for my looting skills to come in handy. I never left a single item unlooted in any games I played. He had always been the type of player to scour every inch of a dungeon or location for items and gold. While most items were useless, he always just sold anything he didn't need and hoarded the rest. It usually netted him a decent amount of currency in whichever game he did it in. That's mainly why he wanted a space storage system. It just worked better for him. Okay, let's start with this corner here. But as Matt was just getting ready to search, he suddenly heard a noise behind him. Without giving him barely any reaction time, a blade swept past his face. He had almost not dodged, but his stats and skills saved him. The fuck? He quickly looked around and backed up into the corner he was going to search earlier. He instantly saw what tried to attack him. There was what looked like a robot. covered in blue glowing runes in front of him. It was sitting on a big stone wheel, which seemed to be its main mode of transport. It had multiple blades that hung from branching metal arms that almost looked like those weird, extending back scratchers you saw in infomercials. And finally, a large, glowing blue light, which dilated as it tried to hone in on him as if it was some sort of camera or eye. Just as Matt finished analyzing what almost cut him, the robot reeled back once more and rolled toward him at an incredible speed. All of its mishmash of blades pointed right at him. He moved to the side, realizing that its wheel actually made it bad at maneuvering mid-roll. It was fairly easy. So this thing's just all blades, no bite. He quickly pulled out the sword from his storage space that he had gotten from leveling up and trained it at the robot. It was trying to slow down after missing him, seeming to realize he wasn't in front of it anymore. "Sorry, little guy, but I need XP." Matt ran and swung the notched sword at the robot and hit it dead on. But his sword bounced from the impact and sent an uncomfortable shockwave through his arm. He looked at where it hit, but there was only a shallow cut into the stone. "Wow, it's tough. Well, I guess it is made of stone and metal." He felt a bit dumb, but also with that logic, his sword had done a lot more damage than a sword normally would to stone. It actually cut it. But he realized this fight wouldn't be as easy as he thought. The robot seemed to have recovered and spun around until it was facing Matt again. Its eye flashed, and it zoomed with crazy speed once more. Its acceleration was truly ridiculous. Matt stepped to the side just in time, since he was expecting this, and swung at it again. He left another mark and felt that if he did this a few more times, he would defeat it. "Too bad I can't see its HP, but I'll just have to be patient." This encounter brought memories back of him grinding high-level bosses in games far beyond his level. Sometimes, if there was a trick to it or a place on the map that prevented the boss from hitting you, it was possible to just keep attacking it over and over, sometimes for a very long time, until you took it down. Depending on the game, it could be a great way to bypass entire areas, since you could get a lot of levels quickly that way. He thought it was funny how he was still basically doing what he always did for years. It's just now a bit more real. But this thing is probably low level, so sadly I probably won't get much from it. He was annoyed he had to put this much work into killing a low-level mob, but there wasn't really another way. Hopefully, the next thing he fights won't be a high-defense type. After a few more exchanges of swinging and dodging, he swung his sword again, but this time, a small crack formed on the surface of the robot's smooth stone head. Finally, as this happened though, the robot's eye went red, and it turned and zoomed away from him. "It's running." He honestly didn't expect that. It seemed like mobs also had survival instincts, which normally wasn't the case in games. They usually just mindlessly attacked. They were just for XP, so it made sense. Matt tried to run after it, but it was too fast. It disappeared past a doorway at the far end of the assembly line room. He sighed. "Well, might as well go back to searching for items. It's just one mob anyway. I'll just work my way through the dungeon like this, one room at a time." But as he was thinking this, his eyes went wide. The robot had appeared again in the doorway, and there wasn't just one anymore. Season 1 Finale, 71 Reality Check. As Matt saw the robots flood into the room from the far entrance, he went pale. He definitely didn't think he was ready to face this many mobs at the same time yet, and he couldn't just leave since the portal disappeared. Just as he was panicking, he saw something terrifying. There was one robot that turned that corner that had to be at least 3x taller than the others. It was slightly more humanoid than the others, with armored arms and legs, though it still looked to be completely made of stone, with blue runes swirling over its stone armor. As it entered the room alongside the other smaller robots, it slammed a solid metal axe into the ground, causing the whole floor to shake. It almost seemed like it was trying to be intimidating. Matt at least still had some distance between him and the robots, but they were already heading his way. "I couldn't even damage one of them, and now there are so many." He quickly realized that if he didn't get out of here, he might actually die. He was confident he could at least take on a few at the same time with their strange movement flaw, but there were probably over 10 of the small ones, and then that huge one. He bet the big one was some sort of higher-tier mob as well. At least that was usually the case in games. Not to mention, the big one had legs. It probably didn't have the same weakness as the small ones. Matt saw the large robot take the charge and start to speed up. It quickly overtook the other smaller robots that had already began zooming toward Matt. He quickly realized he needed to do something. It would be too late if he thought for any longer. So without a second further to think, he ran toward the incoming mob of robots, and using his free-running skills, he kicked up onto the wall and was able to run on it for a few moments, just enough for the large mob of robots to speed by him. Once he started losing his grip, he dropped, only to be met with the large robot staring at him. It had quickly understood what he was doing and stopped its momentum, only to turn around and prepare for another charge. Matt saw it raise its axe as he quickly tried to get away, but it was way too fast. Matt raised his swordbreaker to block the axe, hoping it might save him, at least a little bit. He braced his entire body for impact. The axe slammed into the much smaller sword, and before he could think of anything else, Matt felt his back collide with the wall on the opposite side of the room. The air left his lungs, and his vision was blurry. Many notifications were flashing in his peripheral, but he couldn't make out what they were saying. Is this the end? Matt realized it was a stupid idea entering this dungeon. Now that he thought of it, every decision he made recently felt wrong. He could have died getting hit by that truck. He let gang members go free, just hoping they would keep their word. He jumped off a building, putting his faith in an item skill he had just gotten. He was naive, but he also understood people don't change overnight. This was the first time he had ever had to make life or death choices, and they still didn't feel like they had real consequences. He had never considered what death actually meant in this real world. It wasn't a game. He managed to see a figure moving toward him as his vision came back slightly. It seemed he was already healing, but too slowly for it to matter. Is someone here to save me? He thought about it for a moment, hoping for some comfort in that reality. But the figure wasn't a person. It was the large robot rushing toward him, axe drawn. Matt laughed. Yeah, no one ever came to save me, no matter how much I yelled. He recollected on his high school days where he'd get endlessly beaten. The other students didn't care, they just didn't want to be the next victim. And even in those times, he always hoped someone would come. He told himself everything would work out in the end. But he knew he had been wrong, and he knew it was just a lie he made to get to the next day, the next beating. He had carried that with him even until now, just going day by day, hoping everything just worked out somehow. The axe swung toward his face, only a few moments away from slicing him in half. I'm tired of this. Why do they think they're so tough? Smiling like they're better than me. Spreading rumors about me. Swinging that axe around like it owns the place. That. In a single moment, Matt screamed. It didn't have intention, it was primal. The large robot stopped for a moment, expecting a counterattack, but none came. It quickly tried to continue its swing toward Matt's head. Yet in that moment of hesitation, Matt jammed his sword into the wall next to him and spoke a word. Magnetize. The axe veered slightly to the left and flew out of the robot's stony hands, jamming itself into the spot where the swordbreaker was. The robot looked confused, still trying to process what happened. Matt disabled the skill, reached next to him, and picked up the axe. Great Axe of Barnor's Wrath. A unique style of sword that is known for disarming opponents. It has teeth lining one side with hooks to prevent an enemy's sword from escaping its grasp. However, this limits its offensive ability to mainly one side. It gives a bonus to dexterity while in use, and has the ability to become magnetic at the user's discretion. Grade A. Quality, excellent. Ability, enhance. Passives, plus 50% strength. Matt smiled, and while he didn't know what it did, he used the skill anyway. Enhance. Current user strength, 38. Plus 50% strength from weapon passive. Stacking. Plus 200% strength from weapon ability. Stacking. Simulated strength, 228. A green mist surrounded his body for a moment, as he swung down toward the robot, slicing it clean in two.